any so far what we have covered all the sessions, you have any particular questions or clarification? You have any doubts of any of this knowledge area you want me to revisit today?
No, one question I have is, as we study
Yeah.
for the exam,
Yeah.
is it better, I guess my plan for preparation to take the test is to, from the website, is kind of go over the mock exams, go over the study questions that you gave us during the presentation.
Okay.
That's the way to prepare for the exam.
Yeah. No, you also, I was just explaining to Alan also, and yesterday I was telling you that the best way to go through for the examination is you go through the content which we are sharing with all these 400 slides. I know that at least 2-3 times you go through these slides. And you have the PMBOK, you have either downloaded or the Ismart portal, you have that. The third one is what you need to do is memorize all the formulas. That's very important. The formulas and which we have sent you all other few other slides. Okay. The fourth one is the most important is at least attempt this mock test, 7 to 8 mock test of 4 hours. The like typical exam. The feeling you should get. Attempt those mock tests and start scoring at least 75 to 80% each time. Okay. If you repeat those mock tests, you'll also get more confidence. I think that is the process you should follow to pass this PMP examination. Did I answer your question on that? Did I?
Yeah, I was writing it down. So you said go through the slides and then remember formulas and then mock test.
Yeah. And the PMBOK guide, at least twice, you find some time to go through that content at least twice. And the mock test. These are the most important. And one more thing I can add for your test is the PM challenge. You can just make a note. PM challenge is one, that is the PMI website. There also you can attempt lot of questions will be there. Yes.
PM challenge on the PMI website?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, PM challenge, PM website. Yes, right.
Good.
Yeah, so that will be, those questions, as I was telling Alan, that are set by the PMI professionals. So you can expect similar questions in the examination. If not the same, there won't be repetition of questions, but you get similar questions, possibilities there, so that you'll get used to that.
Okay.
And when you attempt those questions, immediately you'll get the answer. So suppose if you have done any mistake, you can rectify that. You understand the reason why there was a mistake. So next time, the similar question comes, you can answer it correctly.
Okay.
Yeah, that is a great source of, information for you to crack the examination. That's right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So if you don't have any question, we will start today's session, project procurement. Okay. So the next knowledge area is the project procurement management. Project procurement management is basically dealing with agreements. Because that, with your experience in the projects, many things, your organization will not be having that. Some of the resources, some of the equipment, some of the materials. So you need to outsource it. When you need to outsource it, you need to have some agreements, am I right? You need to have agreements or you need to have contracts. These are the different terminology. You can use it. You should get into some contracts or you need to have agreements of that. So in your organization, Kerry, who handles the procurement? You handle or you have a separate department for that? Who handles the procurement?
The engineers, and we have a procurement department.
Oh, great. In fact, you have a procurement department. That's good. In fact, so they're dedicated and they'll be taking care of all these things. Am I right?
Yes,
even the agreements and contracts, you have a legal department to deal with that. They sign the agreements. Am I right?
Yes, we have like a supply chain department that deals with the agreements.
Oh, great. In fact, Alan, I think you must have also had a similar experience in your projects earlier.
Generally, well, the last projects I've worked on, we signed our own. We had a pre-written contract with certain conditions in it, and
Uh-huh.
would we would sign ourselves as
Okay.
project managers with
Okay.
the
Uh-huh.
subcontractors, and just
Uh-huh.
include the proper
Okay. Correct. Correct.
content.
Yeah. I was coming to that. You see, these service providers are called different names in different organizations. They were called service providers. They're also called vendors. They're called suppliers. They're called contractors. Am I right? Different terminologies you have for in different organizations. And you being the service requester, the principal, you are the buyer or the service requester, or you also called the purchaser, in fact. So when the service or the is required, you get into an agreement with the service provider, in fact. Am I right? With a vendor or a supplier or the contractor. As Mr. Kerry was explaining very clearly, in many organizations, PM need not be, a project manager need not be an expert in getting the procurement laws, in fact, aware of all these things. Am I right? He need not be an expert in how to sign a contract, how to form a contract, all those things. And he need not be an expert because there is a separate department dealing with these type of contracts and agreements. Correct? Am I right? You agree, both of you, on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But what is important is for a project manager, he need to have some basic understanding of these processes, how the agreement is made, in fact, who is the supplier you are going to select, what is the criteria of selecting those suppliers, and thus basic information, basic knowledge the project manager should have. That's very, very important, in fact. And today, the key concept is that the project manager is not supposed to sign the agreements, in fact. That is the key concept today, in fact. There is a separate department or an authorized person has to sign those agreements. A PM project manager is not expected to sign these agreements or the contracts. But what happens is in the smaller organization, like Mr. Allen was mentioning, startup companies, smaller organizations, what happens, the project manager himself may assume certain times the purchasing authority role, in fact. Am I right, Mr. Allen? I think you must have experienced it, correct?
Yep. Yeah.
So your project manager himself has to, finalize the agreement. Sometimes in our organization, for example, in my company, though it's a pretty large organization, our managing director has given me that authority to sign the agreements. In fact, so I used to sign as the vice president of the company many agreements relating to supply chain, relating to suppliers, or various suppliers who is to provide us services. In fact, I was the one who was authorized to sign those agreements, in fact, because I was just reporting to the managing director. So that also can happen in the organizations, in fact. So these are all some of the key concepts in the agreements in the project procurement knowledge area. So, but in the matured organization, like Mr. Kerry was telling, that you will have a separate department, either a legal department or a finance department. They will be dealing with all the agreements. So the procurement knowledge area is basically, we will talk about more about the agreements and the contracts, what type of contracts, how the contracts are framed, in fact, what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages, all those things will be the part of project procurement knowledge. So this is one, just to revisit this slide, very important slide, just for a repetition. The project scope is clearly defines what should be done, your schedule management, when it should be done, how long it will take to done, all those things we discussed. Then for every project, how much cost it is going to for the organization. So basically in the cost management knowledge area, we learned about it. Then every project you need to meet certain set of quality standards to satisfy your customer or this meeting this customer's expectations. So you have a quality knowledge area we discussed. Then to do all the project activities, you need to have resources. You need to have physical resources. You have to have human resources, which we discussed yesterday on the project resource management knowledge area. Then since we are dealing with a lot of stakeholders, internal stakeholders, external stakeholders, we looked at the project communication management, because we also understood that 90% of the project manager's time is spent on communication, that we understood yesterday. Then every project, as you both of you agree, that will be always with lot of risk. In fact, there cannot be any project without risk. So yesterday we understood that there are positive risks, there are negative risks, and there is a strategy to deal with positive risk. There is a strategy to deal with negative risk. Positive risks are called opportunities. Negative risks are called threats. Every organization, every project, you try to exploit the positive risk, and you try to minimize or mitigate the negative risk. This is what we understood. Now, as we discussed, every project, every organization may not have all the required things within the organization. So you need to procure certain things from outside. Procuring, it could be in terms of equipment, it could be in terms of material, it could be in terms of human resources sometime. So all that will be part of the project procurement management. So now procurement management, we look at it today. So basically there are three processes here. One is you plan your procurement. Once you plan, after planning it, you conduct the procurement. Conduct the procurement is acquiring those things, what you plan. Then once after acquiring that, you also need to control the procurement. So these are the three knowledge, these are the three processes in procurement knowledge. As we revisit that 10-digit number, again, 7664, 363, 734. Yesterday, the risk has got 7 processes. So the last but one digit number is the 3 numbers. So that is the 3 processes we are going to discuss about that. So far it's clear, Mr. Alan and Kerry, everything fine?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, great. Okay. Now, as I was telling you, there are 3 types of contracts normally. I'm sure you must be familiar with some of these things. One is the fixed price contract. Second one is a cost reimbursable contract. And the third one is the time and material contracts. Can I ask you, both Carrie and Alan, are you familiar with these type of contracts? I'm sure you must have dealt with this type of contracts in your companies.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Kerry, which is the one we use maximum in your organization, in your projects? Is it fixed price, or is it cost reimbursable, or time and material?
It's actually 2 of them. That's quite often. So one is fixed price.
Yeah.
And the other one's time and material.
Oh, time and material. Great. How about you, Alan? Which are the contracts you use?
In restoration, it's generally fixed price and then cost reimbursable.
Okay.
Cost reimbursable because in mitigation, you don't know what you have in a building until you actually go into it. And we use Xactimate, the whole industry does, to help control those costs. And as you set up in that, you document all of the steps that you take to make sure that the cost reimbursable is fair to both parties.
Oh, okay. Great. And that's great. And that's okay. So let's try to understand what are the advantages of this type of contracts. In what context, these contracts are good, and is there any disadvantage of having this type of contracts? Let's try to look at it. And most importantly, who owns the risk when you sign this type of contracts? That's very, very important to understand, even from the examination perspective, that, fixed price contract, cost reimbursable contracts, and time and material. When you sign any contract, you will have risk, am I right? The risk will be definitely there. So who will bear that risk? It's important to understand that. So let's go through quickly one by one. The fixed price contract is basically used for acquiring goods, products, or services with well-defined specification or requirement. That means if your scope is very clear, if you know what to get, and if your scope is very clear, the fixed price contract is the one which you always that. The cost reimbursable, when your scope is not very clear, when you don't know the cost of various things, then what you do that you get into the cost reimbursable contracts. That means here the cost, you reimburse the cost to the supplier or the service provider, plus you will also provide them certain percentage on the for their profit. In fact, that's a cost. So the cost cannot be estimated actually enough, then you go for cost reimbursable. The time and material is basically used for the smaller amounts, in fact, or the smaller duration. Suppose you need to get some resources for 15 days time, then what you do, you go for time and material, in fact. Particularly for smaller duration or smaller amounts, you know that you go for time and material contracts. Let's try to understand one by one. What are the various types of fixed price contracts, various types of cost reimbursable contracts, and the time and material contract? So the fixed price model is where you have a clear requirement. That's the most important. That means your scope is very, very clear what to get. This sometimes, you know, the limited budget, when to use it. In fact, you know, you are very, very clear that, you know, your scope is very clear what to get. Let's say you want to buy 100 computers for your organization. So best thing is you go for a fixed price contract. So the predictability, the transparency, the ease of management. Once you sign a fixed price contract, you need not go through the various invoices, or you need not go through the cost, how much it has costed for the supplier, all those things. In fact, you agree for a particular price that I'm going to buy 100 computers. Each computer is going to cost me $1,000. So you straight away get into an agreement, and it is a fixed price contract, in fact. So it also have a determined deadlines. In fact, the deadlines, you know, that you need to supply this in within 15 days or within 30 days as per the impact. So here, one lack of flexibility. Once you sign the fixed price contract, probably you cannot renegotiate it. You cannot renegotiate the price, or you cannot renegotiate the quantity. And there will be less accountability on part of that, because once you sign the fixed contract, you need to adhere to that. These are all some of the advantages, the pros and cons of a fixed price contract. So there are three types of fixed price contracts. One is the firm fixed price. The firm fixed price is you agree that we will buy 100 computers at the rate of $1,000 per computer, in fact. So it is a firm fixed price here. So everything is clear. You will mention the price, you will mention the quantity, you will mention the period that they should supply. That's called firm fixed price contract. The second one is the firm fixed price with the incentive fee. The firm price, that means you agreed to pay $1,000 per computer. Plus, if the supplier, let's say that he delivers as per your requirement, that I need within 5 days or within 6 days, or I need in a particular period with the particular quantity I need, every week I need, let's say about out of 100 computers I've ordered, you deliver every week about 25 computers for 4 weeks. So with some special consideration, if a dealer or if your supplier agrees for that, you give them some incentive fee for the delivery, for some extra service that he is going to provide. It's called fixed price incentive fee. But for doing a favor or doing some delivering certain extra things, in fact, for you as per your schedule or as per your quantity in a particular period, you may give them as a fixed price incentive contract. The third one is the fixed price economic price. Have we any time heard about this, Kerry or Alan? What the fixed price economic price?
No, I've never heard of that one.
You're not heard about. Alan, how about you? Have you heard about that?
No.
Okay. The third thing about the fixed price economic price is the another way of contract is that, particularly for a long duration contract, suppose you get into a contract for 1 year or 2 years, then the price fluctuation because of the inflation, or it could be because of the currency fluctuations, if the prices goes up or comes down, then there is a provision you can adjust the price accordingly. So you would have, let's say, in fact, you assume today your US dollar price is, let's say, 70 rupees compared to India, for example, Indian rupee and US dollars. So you have signed a contract as on today at taking the US dollar price as 70 rupees in fact per dollar. Now, let's say after 6 months, the dollar price goes up or it comes down. Then what happens? The price fluctuation will be accordingly adjusted in the contract. In fact, it's called fixed price, economic price adjustment. Same way, the raw material price, let's say today you would have assumed a raw material price of, let's say, $10 for a particular item. Now, this $10, let's say, the particular price will be there after 2 years, let's say, because of the inflation, the cost of this item from $10, it will go up to, let's say, $12. So that price also mutually discussed and agreed upon. It is called fixed price, economic price adjustment. Did you get that? I hope with this example. Is it clear?
Makes sense.
It makes sense. Am I right, Kerry? It makes a lot of sense. Am I right? Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, this is particularly. Sorry, Alan?
Especially in a long-term contract.
Long-term contract. Yeah, absolutely right. But which runs 2 years together, that's why it will run. Just to give an example, in the company which I used to work, Amrutanjan, we used to get we had a contract for 10 years, in fact, actually, for supplying some caps and other things with a supplier. So it was a long-term contract, and I was also part of the negotiation in that time, or I was part of the committee that time, and it was discussed that any price fluctuation, that has to be adjusted in the price, in fact. So it's as Mr. Allen said, for the long-term contracts, this is very important to have a clause of fixed price with economic price. So these are the three types of fixed price contracts, in fact. Were you familiar with this, Kerry, earlier, or you only knew about fixed price contracts?
I know about the first two. I didn't know about the fixed price with economic price adjustment.
Oh, okay. That's good. Okay, fine. So thanks. So the next one is the cost plus contracts. As I told you, when your scope is not clear, when you don't know the cost of the material, you don't have that information, then what you get into a cost plus contracts. So here also, there are three types of contracts. One is the cost plus fixed fee, then cost plus incentive fee, and cost plus award fee, in fact. The cost plus fixed fee is almost like fixed price incentive fee. It is also the same. Here, you reimburse all the cost for the supplier, that is all the raw material cost, all the equipment cost, plus you provide them a certain percentage of fee towards their profit, in fact. So let's say, in fact, the cost, you are getting a service, in fact, for certain items. The total cost, let's say it will cost $10,000 for the supplier. Then apart from the $10,000, you work out certain percentage of 5% as a fee for them, is a part of their benefit. It could be 5% or it could be 10%, mutually agreed. That is the fixed fee that you are going to reimburse to the supplier or supplier provider. It is called cost plus fixed fee. Next one is the cost plus incentive fee. Like similar in the fixed fee, fixed price contract where you provide them the incentive. Here also you give them an incentive when they do some deliverables, in fact, according to your requirement, according to the time schedule, or according to the thing, you will also. One more thing, you will also have an incentive. You can fix it up that if the cost does not increase more than this percentage, then we will reimburse that an incentive for you, in fact. So that will motivate the supplier to ensure that the costs are kept under control, in fact. So that's also called cost plus incentive fee. The third one is the cost plus award fee. It is again, in fact, if the service provider does some extraordinary services based on your requirement or based on putting the price under control, providing some extra facility for you, in fact, then you will also give them an award fee. Award fee could be in terms of tangible, or it can be also providing or sanctioning them or giving them one more contract, in fact. So it's called cost plus award fee, in fact. Did you get it? All these three, Alan and Kerry?
Yes.
I hope it's clear, in fact. So just to repeat, the cost plus fixed fee is that you reimburse the total cost of the inputs plus you give them a fixed fee for the service they are providing, which could be their margin for them. The cost plus incentive fee is the providing some extra service there. You are going to give them, incentivize them. Even bringing down the cost of the inputs, you can fix it that, if it does not increase more than 2% or 1%, we'll give you an incentive. So that will motivate the service provider to keep the cost under control. The third one is the cost plus award fee. Here, the cost plus award fee for the any other extra things, the service provider is going to give to the purchaser or the buyer. In fact, you gave them the cost plus award fee. Now, the third one is the hybrid. It is a combination of cost reimbursable on fixed price, in fact. As I told you, this could be for short period or for the smaller amounts of agreements that you will have the time and material. In fact, this is called hybrid arrangements. Here, it's a combination of cost reimbursable on cost fixed fee. I'm sure, for example, let's say in your project, you need a computer for, let's say, for 1 month time, a short period, then, probably you will go for a time and material. Instead of buying it on your own, you may outsource it. Certain equipments also, in fact, instead of buying it, you may outsource it for a smaller period. Even human resources, sometimes, you are working on a project, a particular task has to be completed, and it will only take about 1 week to complete. Then, you don't hire the people on your own, then probably you will go for hybrid, or you go for, time and material contract, where you can get them for 1 week. Once the job is done, then probably you can send them. It's like that. Have you done this, Kerry, in your projects, the time and material contracts?
Yes.
You must have done many times, am I right? That's
Yes,
right.
sir.
Is it what resources, human resources, or physical resources? What type of like that?
Using human resources.
Human resource. Okay. It's a very lot of companies they do. I'm sure, Alan, you must also done your project, correct? Right.
Yes, we try to limit the materials.
Okay, that's great. So you understood now 3 types of contracts. One is the fixed price contract, the cost reimbursable contracts, and the hybrid contracts. Now, what is important is who owns the risk. This is a very important slide, even from the examination perspective. Cost reimbursable, it's always the buyer has to bear the risk, in fact, because the buyer has agreed that whatever the cost incurred, he is going to reimburse. Am I right? So if there is any increase in the supply material, all those things, the buyer has to bear the risk, in fact. Whereas in the fixed price contract, it is always the seller, because he has agreed for a particular price to supply the material to the buyer. So if there is any cost escalation, the seller has to bear that, in fact. So in this fixed price contract, it is always the risk will be with the seller. Whereas in time and material, the seller and buyer shares the risk, in fact, because 2 reasons. One is it is a short-term contract, short-term requirement. Second, it is a limited time, in fact. So the time and material, normally the risk is shared between the seller and the buyer, in fact. From the examination perspective, I request you to remember this. Who bears the risk in a fixed price contracts? It's always the seller who has to bear the risk. And in cost reimbursable, it is always the buyer has to bear the risk. The rationale is being that because the seller has agreed, in fact, the buyer has agreed to pay whatever the prices of the material. So the risk will be any escalation or any changes, any fluctuation in the cost, the buyer has to bear it. Whereas here in fixed price, the seller has to bear it, in fact. Is it clear? It is very straightforward. That's
yeah.
Any questions on this or any clarification?
No.
No, okay. Because in the procurement knowledge area, this is the most important thing, the types of contracts. And the second thing is who bears the risk of a particular type of contracts. This is very important to understand. Once we are clear about this, then it's easy to understand the next one. So the planned contracting, types of contracting, cost reimbursable, it's also called CR. cost plus fixed fee, cost plus percentage of cost plus incentive fee, and cost plus award fee. These are all the various type of thing. Here, the cost plus percentage of cost is this another type of contract. Just to tell that you will reimburse all the cost plus sometimes getting some rare commodities, rare raw materials, or rare equipments. What happens? In this type of situation, the buyer also agrees that he will also bear certain percentage of cost in fact for getting that required in materials or required equipments. In fact, if it is under a lot of demand or if it's a very scarce thing, sometimes you will also reimburse the percentage of cost. This is another type of that. So there are 4 basically, but most popular, this could be in a very rare case, but in most of the cases is the cost plus fixed fee, cost plus incentive fee, and cost plus award fee. In the fixed price, you got fixed price is also known as the lump sum contract, fixed price incentive fee, and fixed price economic and price adjustment. The another one is the purchase order. It's just straight away you are placing a purchase order. I think it's a very common thing for the general items that you procure from the market. It could be computers, it could be your telex rolls, it could be various other things, your office stationery, the regular consumption material. You place a purchase material in fact. Now, the other few important things to understand is the request for information. Here, the request for information is also known as the RFI, is to get the potential sellers information to see their capability. That means you want to procure something, then what you do is that you send a information to the various service providers in the market and you ask them to give their information, what they are capable of supplying, how long they are in the market, what price they can supply. Is all potential sellers information. You are requesting them to provide the information. In fact, this is the first step you do. Then once you receive this, you also send a request for proposal. That means you have shortlisted your prospective sellers, that you ask them to give a proposal. Suppose you want to buy 50 computers or you want to buy certain equipments, then you want to do that, then you ask them to give a proposal. It's called RFP, or request for proposal. Then the request for quotation is used to quote. Suppose you ask them to quote the price, what price they can supply this material or this equipment. It's called request for quotation. Then once you finalize that, you give a purchase order. In fact, this is for the regulars, particularly for the smaller purchases, for smaller quantities, you go for the purchase orders. In fact, Kerry, you have done all these things in your company or your purchase department, they handle these things?
Yeah, I participate in that portion of the
purchase department. Yeah, correct. Absolutely right. But have you heard about these norms? Many times you have heard about these things with the request for information, proposal.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, great. Alan, I'm sure you must be also familiar with these things, correct? Am I right?
Yes. I'd like to ask a question about the RFI. In our I guess industry, commonly the RFI is used to clarify information in the prints.
Prints, okay.
And then, excuse me.
Yeah.
Basically, then we, the proposal and the quotation, those are kind of lumped into one as an RFP.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's good. It's logged in one. Okay.
This is going to be how they will be on the test, though, correct?
Correct. Absolutely right. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so I need to learn this context.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. That's right. But it's good to understand these terminologies and these things, particularly in the larger projects. This is how that you ask for the information, then you request for a proposal, then the quotation, then you place the purchase order for the common items. In fact, generally from the market, what is available, particularly for a shorter duration or small purchases. In fact, this is how it's done. It's good. Okay. Any questions on this? Is it clear? Of course, right? Ms. Kerry or Alan, you have any questions?
No.
Nope.
No. Oh, okay, great. Okay. Then a few other key terms we need to understand. One is the statement of statement of work. It defines the scope of deliverables according to the contract. It's typically drafted the project team to define the deliverables required for the project. Let me see, I have a small slide on this statement of work just to understand. See, this is the statement of work. You have this period of performance, the work requirements, your place of requirements, your schedule milestone, your acceptance criteria, and other requirements is all the part of the statement of work, in fact. Period of performance is when to when you require those material or the equipment, so you have a time frame for that. Your various work requirements, your place of requirement is also that, that means which place they need to deliver it. If you have multiple locations that you're operating, that will be also cleared, mentioned. The schedule, when you want it, in fact, which are all the important times. Then the acceptance criteria, that you can only accept the material provided it meets these quality standards, in fact. So you have the various criteria, and you have any other special requirements, all those things will be mentioned in the statement of work. This is again, according to your project, according to your requirement, you customize it and do that. This will be the part of that. So next one is the quotation. Of course, very simple one is a response by the seller to a request from the buyer. The quotation will contain the commercial terms that we will supply with this price, and this is our delivery schedule. All those things will be mentioned in the quotation, in fact. Even your settlement, the price, once you agree the price, in fact, when you need to make the payment, that also will be mentioned, that immediately after the delivery, or we'll extend you 1 week credit. All those things will be part of the quotation, in fact. The NDA, I'm sure both of you must be very familiar with this NDA. In fact, NDA is a non-disclosure agreement. It is signed between the buyer and the seller to maintain the confidentiality of the information, in fact. Because, the project is always, circumstant. You have a lot of confidential information. Even some of the organizations, they don't disclose what project they are working to the public. Am I right? Many times it is kept very confidential. Particularly, they do not want the competitors to know that, what project they are working out. Am I right? Does it happen, Kerry, in many organizations? Am I right? You agree?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, the confidence. So do you sign NDAs in your organization? I think you must be signing, am I right? A lot of NDAs.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. And again, your legal head signs that NDA. I don't think as a project manager, you'll be signing it, or you have a legal person who will be signing it.
The legal person will sign it. I kind of go over it with the team.
Yeah, that with the team, in fact, absolutely right.
Yes, sir.
So I'm sure, Mr. Allen, also you must have experienced it. A lot of NDAs are signed when you're particularly with the vendors or the suppliers. Correct?
I haven't dealt with an NDA yet. But
you're not done.
Yeah. I understand the need for them.
Yeah, absolutely right. Because there is a lot of confidential information is there when you're dealing with a supplier about your project. So you cannot, there should be always it could be a technical thing, it could be your process, it could be various other things. So the supplier, should not disclose this confidential information to anybody, in fact. So this is in fact, now NDAs will have a period also. That's even if the project gets over. In fact, some of the NDAs, which I used to sign, will have a 5 years time bound. In fact, even after the project gets over, next 2 years or 3 years or 5 years, depending upon the complexity of the project, depending upon the information, the confidentiality of the information, we used to have that clause that they should not disclose this information even after 3 years, like that. So that's a very, very important thing, because if it goes to your competitor's hand, that this organization is working on a project, then they will also get some ideas about what you're doing about. So that's very important of the NDAs signatures, right? The letter of intent, this is another key term. Letter of intent is issued by the buyer to seller to indicate that he is interested in carry on the work with the seller. That means You have accepted the quotation, you have accepted the proposal by the seller, you have accepted the quotation, you accept all those things. Once you accept that, so this is the letter of intent, is giving a confirmation letter that we have agreed for the price, we have agreed the terms and conditions, and this is the letter of intent we are providing you, that we are interested in getting the services from you. In fact, that's a letter of intent. It's just a confirmation. The terms and condition, I'm sure both of you must be very, very familiar. Am I right? Every contract will have some terms and condition. Correct? Am I right?
Yeah.
In fact, the terms and condition, any product you buy today, it will have the terms and condition. Am I right? It's all mentioned in a very, very small letters, which you cannot read sometimes, many times. Correct? The T&C. You're familiar with that, Alan? I'm sure. The terms and conditions.
Yes, absolutely.
You must have observed, any you buy any car material today, there will be terms and conditions will be there. Any product, in fact, the toothpaste, or you buy anything, today there will be terms and conditions. In fact. And many times, it's so difficult to read also, in fact, but it's a part of that. You need to agree the terms and condition, particularly the software downloading, you must have seen, in fact, in the computer. Unless you agree that, it won't download certain things. Correct? Am I right? You would have seen that, in fact. The terms and condition is basically to protect the interest of the provider, of the purchaser, or as so. So these are all some of the key terms and key terminologies commonly used in the procurement knowledge area, in fact. So which I request you to, it's all flow, of course. You need not memorize all those things, but at the same time, it's important to remember these requests for information, request for proposal, request for quotation, your purchase order, and various things. So the first process is the plan procurement management. Here, what are the key inputs we talk about is the project charter is one of the important input, which I've already explained to you many times, signed by your sponsor. He authorizes you to get the required resources. Your business documents, it will have the business case, why this project is taken up, what is the need, why this, what benefits the organization is going to get. That's what in the benefit management, you look at it. Like yesterday, which I explained, your net present value, your internal rate of return. These are all the tangible benefits, the organization is going to get out of this, is also the part of that. Then your project management plan, which will have the scope management plan, quality management plan, your resource management plan, and this scope baseline. That's one of the important input. Why scope baseline? Because you need to know the scope of your project. In fact, so based on that, you're getting the required services from your external provider. So you need to have a scope baseline. Then the various project documents, the milestone list. Why milestone list is important is basically that, you need to get the service or the material or the equipments on a particular time. So you need to have that milestone list. That's also very important input. Then your project team assignments, like yesterday we discussed, each team will have a particular roles and responsibilities. So you need to have that project team assignments as an input. Then your requirement documentation of various, from your stakeholders, from your team members, your requirement documentation. The requirement traceability matrix, which I explained to you very clearly in the schedule or in the scope. In fact, why it is important, because in the project management area, you will have hundreds of documents, in fact. So you should know that, it's easy when you codify that, those things, it's easy to trace those documents, you will have that. Then your resource requirement, it could be your physical resources or it could be human resources. You need to have a complete list or complete data of those things. Then your risk register, like yesterday we discussed, when you sign a new service provider, it will be always risk. What type of risk you can have when you sign, whether, suddenly if it goes out of market, if he's not able to provide the required quality of the material or the equipments that you need, all those things will be part of your risk register. Then your stakeholders register is also that, your internal stakeholders, your external stakeholders, even a supplier, when you sign, he will become one of your external stakeholders. So you need to keep updating this register, in fact. More and more service providers, you sign the contracts, your stakeholder register also will keep going up, in fact, so you need to update that information. Then, you have enterprise environmental factors and OPA. These are all some of the important inputs for this. So what are the tools and techniques here? Yeah, you have got expert judgment. They are your subject matter experts who are good in procurement knowledge area. In fact, they know all the intricacies of the procurement. So in case if your organization does not have the competent people, in fact, then you can always have the expert judgment from outside. What is the data gathering? The market research. Suppose, you want to buy certain material or certain equipments. You also look into the market. What is the price available in the market? So you do your market research before you sign the agreement with your supplier. So that's also another tools and technique for that. Then the data analysis, one of the important thing here is a make or buy decision. This is very, very important, whether we can make it on your own, or if you're not able to do that, then you go for buying analysis, and whichever is more profitable, in fact. You make an analysis, in fact. Like Mr. Kerry was telling that, you hire people for a short term, then you take a call, in fact, should we hire from the company, how much it is going to cost, or if we outsource it for a particular period, how much it is going to cost for us. So make or buy analysis is one of the important process and tool and technique in tools and technique in plant procurement management. Kiri, have you done any time this type of analysis before you do that, before you outsource certain things?
Yes.
You are done. Can you just give an example just to understand what type of thing it was?
Depending on how busy we are, sometimes we'll outsource the programming for like the
okay,
for the electrical equipment. We have people do it, but if we're too busy and we bog down,
okay.
We do that with like a bid analysis. Prices.
Okay. Oh, okay. And you compare the cost, am I right? By doing that, how much it's going to save for the organization, correct? You do that
right.
analysis.
Compare the cost and the scope, make sure everything's captured.
Captured in it, okay. So that you can justify the reason why you are going outsourcing it, correct? Am I right? That's very, very important. Alan, you're also familiar with that, the make or buy analysis?
Yeah, in our industry, it would be more along the lines of if you have people that perform some work in-house, and if they're too busy.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's right.
Would basically sort them out.
So at that time, you outsource it. Absolutely right. Even it could be even equipments also sometimes. Suppose the equipment is already occupied with certain projects. Then you don't want to utilize the same product, then probably you outsource that equipment. That also can happen. Correct, yeah,
right.
Yeah. And source selection analysis. Have you done any time, Ms. Kerry, the source selection analysis for your service provider?
Yes.
You're done in it.
Usually our supply chain guys take care of it.
They take care of that, yeah, supply chain. Yeah, absolutely right. In fact, what are some of the important things that we do in the source selection analysis? I have a slide for that. I thought I'll share this. Yeah. So this is like this is what it is. In fact, you look at there are 4 aspects to that. One is your financial aspect, the technical aspect, your security, and the performance. These are the 4 important things. Like, let's say here is the working cost, your stability, your open book, your risk. These are all the financial aspects that you look at it, in fact. Then the technical aspect, whether does he have the required qualification, do they have the capability, do they have the capacity, and do they have the required support, in fact. This is the technical analysis they do. Then you also look at the security by signing an agreement with this the quality, in fact, are they able to provide the required quality? The IP rights is your intellectual property rights, whether they're able to, you will have that control on that. Your warranty and your confidentiality. Confidentiality comes from your NDA, non-disclosure agreement, all those things. You look at this. Then you will also look at the most important thing is the performance, in fact. How long they have been in the industry, the track record, which are all the companies they are supplying this material, what is the reputation, you look at the performance. You also look at the cultural match, the organization which you are going to align with them, do have a typical same cultural match. In fact, this is also very, very important to have, the synergy between the supplier and the service provider. You also look at the relationship. Suppose if the service provider is a night fly operator, that he promised certain things and he vanished from the market next day, then that also can have a lot of impact on your project. So you look at that and their overall management, how committed the management is. In fact, what are the value system the management follows. All those things will be your analysis. I'm sure this is what your supply chain department will be looking at. Am I right, Ms. Kerry? They will be looking into these things. Correct, Alan? I think they must be doing that.
Yes.
In fact, many times in our company, we used to send our internal team to audit many of these things. I'm sure it's a very, this is what most of the companies they do. They send our technical team to go and find out their capacity, their capability, their support system. They look at the various documents, in fact, before signing it, the track record, all these things, that before. This is a very, very important metrics, in fact, source selection analysis before you sign any agreement or before you finalize your vendor or the supplier. So that's the source selection analysis. Then your regular meetings with your team members, with the service provider. In fact, these are all some of the tools and techniques that we follow. And what output you get is a procurement management plan. So the procurement management plan will have all these things, in fact, including why you want to make or buy that decision. That also part of that. Then you will have a procurement strategy, when to buy it, what price you need to buy it, how long you need to buy it. All those things, will be part of your procurement strategy. Then the bid documents, which we discussed, in fact, the various service providers, you have asked for a bidding sometimes, in fact, for the regular products which are available from all those documents you'll be having from your selected sellers. Then you will have a procurement statement of work, which I just explained. I showed you about the procurement statement of work. Then the source selection criteria. Once you make the source selection analysis, then based on that analysis, you have the criteria for selecting those service providers. In fact, you would have looked into their technical aspects, you would have looked into their financial aspects, their market reputation. All those things will be the criteria for selecting the service providers. Then make or buy decision is another important output. So independent cost estimate is, suppose you are buying for the generic items, like it could be computers, it could be your telex rolls, it could be the common stationery, those things. You will also look at, suppose a service provider is given a quotation, you will also do, your finance department or your accounts department, you will also look at from the market how much it is costing. Am I right? Most of the time they do, isn't it, Ms. Kerry? That's what they do.
Yes.
They compare the cost, in fact, how much it is available in the market and what is the service provider has given a cost. So you do your independent cost estimates. Then the change request, always, there will be some changes in the project, in fact, from the service provider. It has to go through the change control board. Only after approval, those change request has to be accepted. Then your various documents will get updated. One is the lessons learned register, because each service provider, you can learn some new lessons. Am I right? So, those things, gets updated. Your milestone list, your requirement documentation and requirement traceability metrics, your risk register, your stakeholders register. Once you sign an agreement with a new vendor, a new stakeholder has been included in your stakeholder register. So that also gets updated. and your organization process assets also gets updated. So the plan procurement is one of the important process in the procurement knowledge. Here you take, main thing is you make a decision whether to buy or you have to outsource. We can outsource it from outside, and various source providers, you select, you shortlist them in fact. So once you plan, here is an example just to understand whether you to make a buy or you outsource it. This is a classic example. Just say, here you see, for example, there is one alternative, make internally or buy from outside, in fact. So based on this, you can, like Mr. Kerry was explaining, or Alan, you are also familiar with that. Here's an example. Let's say you to make internally, your variable cost to buy from outside is 0 because you are making it. Your direct material cost will cost you $300,000. Your direct labor costs you $160,000. Your manufacturing overhead cost you $100,000. And what are your fixed costs here? The factory equipment lease is $110,000. Your factory building rent is $290,000. Is all your fixed cost. Your production supervisor salary is $140,000. So all put together, if you make it internally, it will cost you $110,000. This is what you are going to cost. It will cost you for that. Suppose you make a decision of buying it from outside. Your cost of buying from outside is going to cost you $700,000. $700,000. You don't have the direct material cost, direct labor cost, and manufacturing overhead is all 0 because you are buying it from outside. But your fixed cost remains same here, except the production supervisor salary. Probably you'll be using less number of people, in fact, here, because since you're buying it from outside, so there could be a reduction of $50,000. So if you add up both here, it costs you $190,000. In fact, this is the $1,190,000. In fact, it's going to cost you. So here, that means the differential amount here, if you look at it, is going to be $90,000 if you buy it from outside. So this situation says that it is better to make on your own rather than buying it from outside, in fact. So here, what are the alternates here? In fact, it's a lower, this is higher, this is higher, this is higher, and total production cost is the lower here, in fact. So this analysis also helps you to take a decision whether you buy it or you make it internally. In fact. Got it, Mr. Allen? It's a very straightforward, simple one. In fact.
Yep.
Yeah, Ms. Kerry, any questions on this?
No, sir.
No, sir. But okay, yes, sir. I'm sure your purchase department must be doing this stuff analysis for all these things, make or buy decision. Am I right?
Yes,
then
sir.
They put a rationale to that, then they present it to your management and take a decision. That's how it's being done. Great. This is an example just to say what to buy, what not to buy is like that. So the make or buy decision, make is always strategic decision, is the in-house expertise, the availability of resources, you look at it. Buying is you need to look at the direct and indirect cost. The risk will be the third party risk because you're buying it from outside. There you need to look into the legal consideration for that. This is some of the important things that you need to look at when you take a decision between making it or buying it from outside. So I just explained the typical source selection criteria. Once again, in fact, this is what you need to look at: the financial aspects, the technical aspects before you buying it from outside. You also look at the security and the performance. This is this typical source selection criteria, which I've already explained to you. So once you plan the procurement, the next step is you need to conduct the procurements. So the conduct the procurement is basically the shortlisting the service provider or finalizing the service provider. What are the key important inputs here? We talk about the project management plan, which will have the various the supplementary plans like your scope, your requirements, your communication management plan. Why communication management plan is important here? It's because is the service provider, you need to communicate, you need to have an agreement, or you need to have a contract, you need to request for information. All those things, will be part of this communication management plan. Then your risk management plan, because a service provider, a new service provider, always there will be risk attached to that about the supplies, about the quality. So you need to have the part of the risk management plan. Then the procurement management plan, which is the output of the previous process. Plan procurement process is the procurement management plan output, where you will have all the information like make or buy decision, the source selection criteria, all those things will be part of that. Your configuration management plan is how each configurable items can fit into your organization, the other requirements, you look at it. Then your cost baseline. By procuring it from, you always compare it to your cost baseline. But this is the cost that we have provided. This is the expected cost, and you need to compare with that. So you'll have an input of cost baseline. Then your various project documents like your lessons learned register, your project schedule, your requirement, because all the procurement has to align with your project schedule. Am I right? In a particular period, the activity, the service provider should be able to provide that service or the equipment or the water resources according to your project schedule. So you need to have this as an important input. Then your requirements documentation, the various requirements from your key stakeholders, from your team members, from your customer, you need to have the documentation. Then the risk register, the stakeholders register, and the procurement documentation. The procurement documentation is like, your RFP, your request for information, request for proposal, will be all the part of your procurement documentation. Then the seller proposal, that is your shortlisted seller providers, you have the proposal from them that, we can supply this material, we can provide these services, and their various proposals will be also part of your input. Then other two important or the regular, the most common enterprise environmental factors and your organization process asset. These are all the important inputs. And what are the tools and techniques? Here, expert judgment, subject matter experts, your domain experts, you call, in fact, who knows everything about how to procure your materials or resources. You also do the advertising. Sometimes, when the regular products, in fact, are the materials that you require, you also advertise that, so and so we require this much of quantity. This is the quality that we require. You may advertise in the papers or in the other things, portals. The bidder conferences. Kerry, have you heard about bidder conferences anytime?
Which conference? I'm sorry.
Bidder conference. You can see here. Bidder conference.
No, I never heard of that one.
You're not heard about that. Alan, have you heard about that? I've just explained. Can you read this now? Bidder conferences.
Yeah, I can see it now.
Yeah. Have you heard about this bidder conferences?
With that, well,
no, you're
my
not heard
experience with the bidder conference would be basically a pre-bid meeting.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, bid meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Meeting. Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Here is, for example, I can show you that. Here is the bidder. That is the meetings with all the prospective, you call them in one place and explain that what you require. So that, all the, your requirement, you make them understand your procurement requirements so that, all the bidders, all the service provider get all the information simultaneously. So they can clarify any doubts they have. All those things, will be, it's called bidder conference. And you can respond to their questions, maybe incorporated in the procurement documents as amendments. It's called bidder conference. This is basically for the large items you need to get for the big projects. In fact, then you have various bidders for the material providers or the services they provide. Then you call them like this bidder conference, it's called. Your organization must have done it, am I right, to Kerry? I think many times.
Yes, it's they call them bid meetings.
Yeah, that's right, correct. That's right. You may have a different, but the common terminology is called bidder conferences.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. So this is another important tools and techniques that you have when you conduct procurements. Then your data analysis, The proposal evaluation. Proposal evaluation is, let's say there are 5 service providers have given a proposal. You are going to evaluate their proposals, in fact. How we are going to evaluate? What are the metrics that you will evaluate based on the reputation? You will evaluate based on the market standing, in fact, how long and which are all the companies they are supplying. What is the skill level of that service provider? Do they have the competent people to work on your requirements? All those things, you're doing a proposal evaluation, including the price they have quoted, in fact. Is it competitive compared to others? So you compare the various service providers. It's called a proposal evaluation, in fact. I think your legal department or your supply chain department must be doing it before they finalize the contract. Am I right, Mr. Kerry? You agree? That's right. Yeah,
Yep.
that's how most of the companies they do it, in fact. Then to do all these things, you also need to have the interpersonal and team skills, because basically you are negotiating with them. When you are negotiating that, you need to have a good communicating. You should be aware of all the terms and conditions of the contract, and you should have a good interpersonal skills to negotiate with them, in fact, and the team skills. These are all very important. These are some of the tools and techniques. So what is the output you get out of this is your selected sellers. That means you have gone through various sellers, then you are shortlisted and you have selected a seller based on your requirement in terms of quantity, in terms of delivery schedule, and most important, in terms of quality that they are going to provide, in fact, and the pricing, in fact, whether is it as per your cost requirement. All those things, you keep in mind, and you select a seller, in fact, for your project. Then once you select, you are going to have an agreement with them, in fact, or a contract. So agreement is again, usually drafted by your legal experts. They will always take into consideration of your organization interest. That's very, very important. Am I right? Most of the agreements will be always takes care of the organization interest. That's very important, which has to be mutually agreed with the seller and the buyer. All the terms and conditions or the various clauses are mentioned, in fact. In the agreement, in case if the service provider is not able to meet the requirement, then there will be some penalty clauses also will be mentioned in the agreement. In fact, if you fail to deliver, this is the penalty that you need to bear. All those things will be very clearly mentioned in the agreements. Then you have a change request. Then you have project management plan gets updated. Your requirement management plan, the various documents, including your quality management plan, your communication management plan, your risk management plan, all these things gets updated. Most important thing, these 3 baseline, your scope baseline, your schedule baseline, and your cost baseline also, based on the agreed terms and conditions, also gets updated, in fact. Initially, let's say, for a cost baseline, you would have agreed, let's say, about $100. Now, after the agreement with the supplier, it can be $105 or it can be $95. So when that finalizes, your cost baseline also gets updated. Similar way, your schedule baseline and the scope baseline also based on the requirement, sometimes, it also gets updated, in fact. So then what are the important updates? Other thing, lessons learned register, your requirement documentation, your requirement traceability metrics also gets updated because the new agreements, the new documents have been created. So when the new documents have been created, that means your requirement traceability also added to those things also gets updated. Then your resource calendar, because your supplier also will become one of the resource provider. So, that also gets updated. Then your risk register and the stakeholder register and your OPA. These are all some of the. As I told you, Kerry and Alan, this ITTO, this inputs, tools and techniques, and the outputs, in fact. It is important. I know that you cannot memorize all these 49 process. There are about 140 tools and techniques here in this PMBOK 6.
Right.
And this 140 is not, there could be many more also, in fact. But in the PMBOK 6, there are about 140 tools and techniques are there. So it is impossible to memorize all these things, in fact. And as a PMP professional, you cannot memorize. They don't, the PMP examination doesn't expect you to memorize all the 140 tools and techniques, or it can be much more than that. So, they don't expect you to mug it up and come and repeat. It's not that. But what is important is, you need to know the flow of it, which input is required in each process, which tools and technique is required in which process. Is a more of, those at a broad level you need to understand. Let's say in the conduct procurement, what is important in conduct procurement? What is the tools and technique? Immediately to strike that I need to have a bidder conference could be one of the tools and technique. Proposal evaluation, because you are finalizing the agreements, you are finalizing seller, so you need to have an evaluation of all the proposers, in fact. So that's a proposal evaluation. Like this, you need to know the flow of it. That's very, very important. And also each input will have some output. Any ITTO, any process will have some inputs, will have a tools and technique, and you'll have some outputs. So you need to just remember, or you need the flow of it. That's very, very important. I hope I made those points clear for both of us.
Yeah.
So these are some of the procurement documents. Another example of that. So what exactly you do with these procurement documents? Typically, the documents floated are calculated or circulated to sellers to invite prospective competitive bids. As both of you expressed that you are very familiar with some of these documents. RFI just could be a repetition for you to collect various strengths and capabilities of the suppliers and vendors. This is a request for information, which I explained. Then RFB is the invitation for bid, asking the vendor to bid on price, whereas the work is already predefined by the buyer. In fact, based on your requirement, you are very clear with your scope, what you require, in fact, and you ask for the information for the bid. The proposal RFP is asking the vendors to submit a commercial proposal and how it would be done. In fact, this is a request for proposal. Then the RFQ is the quotation, typically for standard items of procurement, like it could be computers, if your tabletops, if you have chairs, if you have tables, all those things, the standard items is own vendor, the order, the quotation is requested. Then another one is the tender in notice. This is basically for the government orders. Tender notice primarily for the government work orders, where the work is already predefined with the quality, like road laying could be a project, or building a bridge, in fact, could be another project. So for that, you have a tender notice, in fact. I think it's also very common, right, in US, America, Kerry and Alan. Tender notice for many of the projects, public projects. You must be familiar. You must be familiar with those tender notice, I think, correct? Right.
I've seen them, but it's been quite a while ago.
Quite a while ago. Okay. Particularly for your road projects, for your bridge projects, I think there are lots of electrical work. For example, for the community, you get a notice, a tender notice for the government projects. It's very common. So these are all some of the important procurement documents. And the approved change request and the work performance data. This also just to revisit that. Of course, many times we have discussed on this. Approved change request can include the modification, the terms and condition of the contract, including the procurement statement of work. Why it is important, any changes you make in the contract, again, that has to go through the change control board, in fact. Why that, for example, it could be regarding the pricing or the description of the products or the services, because again, you look at the change in pricing for a particular thing, the statement of work, if it happens, how it is going to cost, how is going to affect your schedule, or how is going to affect your the schedule or the scope of the project. Is a triple constraint. So you look at all those things, before it goes to the change control board. Then only after the approval, that's going to be accepted or implemented. So all procurement related changes are formally documented in writing and approved before being implemented through the control procurement process, in fact. So in complex projects and program, change requests may come from sellers involved in the project that can influence the involved sellers Involved sellers is basically, your service provider. So the project should have the capability of identifying, communicating, and resolving the changes that impact the work of the multiple sellers. Because there are many sellers are involved. In fact, many service providers are involved. So if it happens to for one particular party or a seller, it can also affect the others. So all those things are to be taken into consideration before you approving the change request. The work performance data, it contains the seller data on project state, such as your technical performance, your activity have started or in progress. These are all the various performance data pertaining to the service provider that also you need to look at it, in fact. The another important in the procurement is, both of you are very well that the claims administration. Now, this is a very, very important aspect of procurement. Relates to contested changes where the buyer and seller cannot agree in terms of change requests, incentive payments, or penalties. This all becomes the claims, disputes, or appeals. So usually what happens, a resolution process is normally documented in the contract, and the settlement via negotiation is preferred. That means if there is any problems, any issues of not meeting the requirement, then before you get into any legal actions, you need to negotiate with the service provider. It's always good, in fact. So only when the agreement cannot be reached, the legal action may be required. Kerry, have you experienced in your projects that, have you gone any legal action have you taken with the service providers anytime? Any legal actions have been initiated in your projects?
Yeah, only one time, and it got resolved pretty quickly.
It got resolved very quickly. What was the issue? What happened? What is the problem?
Invoicing. They stated they weren't getting paid on time, and even though I approved the invoices, they claimed they weren't getting paid, so they put a lien on the project.
Okay, that's right. Alan, what's your experience on this legal litigations?
Generally, before it gets that far, we issue a notice to cure.
Okay.
Where we indicate that we'll supplement them if they're not performing. And generally, it gets handled. And then, I guess, as far as lawsuits go, a project I was just on, our company didn't bid it properly, and there were some change orders back and forth, and there were many changes in the project.
Okay.
And, so anyway, it just kind of went that way.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. That should be a very rare case getting into the litigations because it can affect the organization reputation also. I'm right. It's most of the time it becomes a very lengthy process. Because any legal remedy, particularly, of course, I know in the US, the courts are pretty fast, but countries like India or many other countries, it runs into several years sometimes, these litigations. So it won't be resolved immediately. So it can affect always your company reputation, in fact. So it's better to avoid the legal remedies, in fact. If you can negotiate and sort out, face to face or one to one, that will be always good, in fact. But this should be kept as a long remedy. Particularly in your cost plus reimbursement, many times, those type of contracts, there are a lot of claims, in fact, because every invoice sometimes has to be audited, am I right? The cost, in fact, each invoice has to be audited by the audited teams, and there will be a lot of issues, that type of things. The claim administration, the settlement is a very, very critical area. One more thing you need to remember that, before you close the contract, you need to close the administration first, in fact. First, all the administration claims has to be closed. Then only the final contract or the project can be closed. You need to remember that, this point, in fact. Before you close the project, you close all your claims, your administration closure has to happen first, in fact. Correct? It makes sense also, isn't it? Correct? You agree?
Yes.
Because after closing the project, you cannot, if any pending things are there, again, you cannot go back and close. So first you close all your administration issues, the claims, the various things, the payments, the disputes and all those things. Then only you should close the contract. You should close the project. So records management system is a RMS, is used by the project manager to manage the contract and the procurement documentation records. It contains a retrievable or archive all the contract information, because the various projects, this also will become your part of your lessons learned register, in fact, and it will become your OPA, organization process asset documents. So the close procurement, the buyer usually through its authorized procurement administrator provide the seller with a formal written notice that the contract has been completed. That's how you do it. You get an endorsement from the seller that it has been completed. Then the requirements for formal procurement closure are usually defined in the terms of condition, the contract, and are included in the procurement management plan. Typically, all deliverables should have been provided on time and meet the technical and quality requirement. These two are very, very important. This will be part of your statement of work. Your on time, your technical requirement will be covering. You'll be covering all these aspects in your statement of work, SOW. Then there should be no outstanding claims or invoices, and all the final payment should have been made. The project management team should have approved all the deliverables prior to closure. This is very, very important. That means all your claims should be settled, all documentation should be in place, then only you can close the procurement. So the work performance information includes the information how a seller is performing, comparing the deliverables received. So this is the audit. Normally you give the feedback, you get the report from them. The technical performance is achieved and the cost incurred and accepted against the statement of work budget for the work performed. These are also part of your work performance information in the procurement knowledge area. So what are the key points here in the procurement management? A contract is a mutually binding agreement that obligates the seller to provide a specified product, service, or a results, and obligates the buyer to provide the monetary or other valuable consideration. That means here, it's very clear. A service provider is obligated to provide the specified products, or it could be services, or it could be results, and the buyer obligates to provide the monetary or other valuable consideration in return, in fact. So that means there is no free service here, am I right? The service provider is providing you the service, and as a buyer, you need to settle it with a monetary benefits. In centralized contracting, this is one more thing, a single contract manager handles the multiple projects, whereas the decentralized contracting, a contract manager is assigned. Just to touch upon this point, you see, there are many organizations, like projectized organization, where they have several projects running in the organization. You will have a centralized contracting system. In fact, there's a contract manager who oversees all the projects, contracts, the requirements. In fact, that means there will be one person who will be handling these several projects, contracts. In fact, whereas in the decentralized contract, each project will have a contract manager. In fact, that's the difference. Now, what are the advantages if it is centralized contracting? What happens, the advantage is that, he has got the required expertise, and also one person, it will also save the cost to the organization, because one contract manager will be handling that. So the organization can save the cost. Whereas the decentralized contract, that means each projects have got a contract manager. What can happen is, the advantage is, he will be dedicated to a particular project. That means you are the project manager, he will be reporting to you, so he'll be available all the 24/7. The disadvantage could be here in the decentralized contracting is that the cost to the organization may go up, because every project will have a separate contract manager. So the another disadvantage could be that he will be pertaining to a particular project, So his exposure to other projects, knowledge area could be limited, in fact. Whereas a centralized contract manager will have the overall knowledge of all the projects which is running in the project. So a contract manager assigned to a particular project full-time and reports to the project manager. These are some of the advantages and the disadvantages. Again, it depends upon the size of the project. If it is a very small project in your organization, then probably you may prefer, or the organization may provide you a centralized contract manager. But if a project is very big, runs into several years, runs into several thousand, several lakhs of your $1 million, for example, then it's better to have a decentralized contract manager. This is very important. I hope you got this right, Alan and Kerry.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Kerry, what type of managers you have? You know, they're all centralized contract managers, or you are decentralized based on your project. They will have a separate contract manager.
It's based on the project.
It's based on the project, correct? You know, that's right. If it is a very big project, then probably you'll have a dedicated contract manager, correct? Am I right?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's right. So, you know, this principle applies in most of the organizations, right? So 3 types of contracts which we discussed clearly: cost reimbursable, cost plus, time and material, or unit price, or the fixed price, or also known as the lump sum contract. So from the examination perspective, this is very important to remember these type of contracts. As I explained to you that the risk factor associated with the various contracts, just to repeat, the fixed price contract, always the risk will be with the seller. The cost plus contracts, you know, the risk will be always with the buyer, because, you know, the buyer has no control on the cost. So the risk will be always with the buyer. Whereas the time and material contracts, the risk is shared between a buyer and a seller. In fact, you kindly remember, you can definitely expect one question in the examination on these various type of contracts. And also you should be familiar with what is cost plus fixed fee, what is cost plus incentive fee, then what is the fixed price contract, the lump sum contract, fixed price incentive fee, and the fixed price award fee, you should remember. And the time and material is the risk factor is shared. Time and material is mostly used when for a smaller requirement, or the shorter period, or the small budgets, in fact. Then the project procurement process include the necessary to purchase or acquire products, service, or results. This is where, you know, you make or buy decision. In fact, should be internally make it or externally buy it. So there is a rationale we discussed. I showed you a table also that which is better. You analyze the various factors. Should we go in for buying it, or should we make it outside? In fact, like that you take a decision. So 3 important processes here is the plan procurement. Plan procurement is basically you decide about what to buy, when to buy. In fact, should we make it inside or make it outside? You buy it outside. And after buying that, you know, then you conduct procurement. Conduct procurement is shortlisting your various sellers. You are awarding the contracts to them. And control procurement is you monitor and control that as agreed in the statement of work, whether the service provider is giving those services on time, quality, and the schedule, in fact. So you keep controlling, you keep monitoring and controlling, in fact. These are all the 3 processes of procurement management. Any questions? Is it interesting, Kerry and Alan?
Yeah, I can see how it relates to what we do.
Yeah, what you really do. I'm right. You know, that's right. In fact, I think day to day you must be doing all these things. Only certain terminologies probably you are not familiar with those things. Am I right? Probably. That's the only thing. Otherwise, you know, I think most of these concepts, I think both of you are very clear about that. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's even like bidder conference, your RFP, your request proposals, all those things I think very commonly used, in fact. And source selection criteria, were you aware of it before this session? Were you aware of it?
I was on source. Yes.
Yeah, you are aware of it. Okay, that's right. And the analysis you make, I think those are all very familiar with that. Correct. That's right.
Yes,
great. Yeah, that's great. So now let's get into your interesting chapter, that is some of the questions, the PMP. Once signed a contract is legally binding unless one party is unable to perform, one party is unable to finance its part of the work. If it is in violation of the applicable law, it is declared null and void by the either party's legal counsel. Once signed a contract is legally binding unless, so there are 4 options given. One of this, unless it is there, then it is legally binding, in fact. What could be the right answer?
I would say C.
C? Yeah, great. The violation of applicable law. Because all the other 3, that one party is unable to perform, one party is unable to finance its part of the work, it is declared null and void by either party's legal counsel, but they are not, as you said rightly, if it is in violation of the applicable law, then it will become, contract is legally binding, in fact. Okay. Then with a clear procurement statement of work, a seller completes work as specified, but the buyer is not pleased with the results. So the contract is considered to be, this is the catch point. With a clear procurement statement of work, a seller completes the work as specified. This is the catch point you need to remember. But the buyer is not pleased with the results. The contract is considered to be null and void. Can you consider as an incomplete or as a complete or waived, in fact? What should be the right answer for that?
Well, the way ours were written, the scope of work was not complete unless it's been accepted by us. So if there was something that we weren't pleased about, the scope of work is not complete. So therefore, the contract would not be complete.
So what you are telling? So what's the answer? Is it B or C?
I'm thinking C.
C is the right answer.
Well, B actually.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
I think if it's clear procurement statement of work isn't, the contract is considered null and void. It's kind of what I'm thinking.
So the buyer is not pleased. Here you see your statement of work is very clear.
Incomplete. B.
B is it? Just let's discuss 1 minute on this. You see, with a clear procurement statement of work, that means your scope is very clear. Okay. Then a seller completes the work as specified. So that means whatever has been agreed between the buyer and the seller, it has been done. Okay. The seller completes the work as specified. So there is no ambiguity here. Your scope is very clear. Your statement of work is very clear. Or the seller completes the work specified. But the buyer is not pleased with the results. So whose mistake is it, or who the contractor is considered to be what?
Well, I can see where C would be really the answer, but the way our contracts were written, the agreement is not complete until we're satisfied, and that was based on our customer, our client, having to accept the work. So I can see where, like in a software engineering situation, you know, the work is done in a per specifications, but the buyer may be expecting a little different results, but the way it turned out per spec is not really what they were looking for. So in that light, I can see where C would be the
right answer. Right answer, absolutely right. You see, this is also in the scope knowledge area we discussed about the scope creep. Am I right? You remember scope creep? So that means your buyer is adding additional requirement, correct? But it was not initially discussed, correct? Am I right? So it is a part of it will become a scope creep that that he's asking for additional results or additional things. So as now we expressed, I think C should be the right answer, in fact, here, correct? That's the thing. Anyway, we look at it, the answer, in fact. But that's the rationale you need to look at it. With a clear procurement statement of work, that's important. That means your scope is very clear, which has been mutually agreed. A seller completes the work as specified.
Yeah.
So he has completed, he has delivered whatever has been initially agreed upon that. But after receiving that, the buyer is not pleased the work. So the contract is technically, I think, you should think that the contract is complete here, in fact. Anyway, look at the answer. You are preparing a procurement documents for the building of a community center. There will be government standards, guidelines, and possibly regulations involved. You need to structure the procurement documentation in order to get proposal from qualified prospective sellers interested in doing the business on a particular project. All the following statements concerning the procurement documents are incorrect, except well-designed procurement documents can simplify the comparison of responses. Procurement documents must be rigorous with a little flexibility to allow the consideration of seller suggestions. In general, procurement documents should not include the selection criteria. Well-designed procurement documents do not include a procurement statement of work. So the question is that particular project, all the following statements of concerning procurement documents are incorrect, except one is the only the right thing, in fact. So what should be the right answer? Is it well-designed procurement documents can simplify the comparison responses? Procurement documents must be rigorous with little flexibility to allow consideration of seller suggestions. In general, procurement documents should not include selection criteria. Well-designed procurement documents do not include the procurement statement of work. Little tricky question, but if you read it carefully, I'm sure you should be able to answer it. Kerry, what's your take on this?
I'm thinking the answer is D.
D?
D.
The well-designed procurement documents do not include the procurement statement of work. But do you think that any statement, any agreements, procurement documents, they should have a statement of work? Am I right? Correct?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it should be part of that your statement of work. Correct?
I'm feeling A.
Yeah, well-designed procurement documents can simplify the comparison of responses.
But I think really it's B.
I think so. In fact, the B should be, because procurement documents must be rigorous with little flexibility to allow consideration of seller suggestions, in fact. If it becomes rigorous, then what happens? It will become one-sided document, am I right? Correct? So let's look at that. It's a little tricky, in fact, right? So the first one is you have selected C is the right, could be the right answer. Here also C, and let's look at what are the right answer. Let's see. Yeah, the C is right. So, oh, sorry, there's a halting. Here, for example, the A is the right answer. Here, both the answers are right. One side, a contracts must be binding both the sides. Contracts typically side can choose to terminate the agreements. Here, if an illegal contract is not enforceable, in fact. Generally, the inability to perform financing, the contract is null and void, does not change the fact that the contract is binding, in fact. I hope I'm seeing the right answer. Yeah, that's right. So the C is the right answer. Both of you have selected. For the third one, this is the one. Once the seller is required to inform the buyer of anything that is missing or unclear in the procurement documents, it is the buyer's best interest to discover the missing item, since it will save the buyer money and trouble to correct. The procurement document must include the terms and conditions and selection criteria, as well as the documentation of all work that is to be done, which includes the procurement statement of work. This is so the seller can price the project, know exactly. This is the important point that is the answer, in fact. So A is the right answer for this. Well-designed procurement documents can simplify the comparison of responses. That should be the right answer.
Excellent.
Yeah. Next question. A project manager for the seller is told by her management that the project team should do whatever possible to be awarded incentive money. The primary objective of incentive clause in a contract is to, the primary objective of why you should include an incentive clause, is it to reduce cost for the buyer or help the seller control cost or synchronize the objectives, reduce the risk for the seller by shifting the risk to the buyer, in fact. Why do you think we should have an incentive clause? Project team should do whatever possible to be awarded the incentive money. So the primary objective of incentive clause is in a contract is to why? Why a buyer should give the incentive to the seller?
A pops out at me.
Reduce the cost for the buyer.
A and B, I think, are close. C could be.
I'm thinking D.
D, reduce the risk for the seller by shifting the risk to the buyer. Reduce the risk for the seller by shifting the risk to the buyer, in fact. Actually, no, the incentive is provided basically to meet the objectives of the project. Am I right? They both from the seller's objective and the buyer's objective. In fact, he should provide a lesser cost, in fact, and the buyer should get the maximum advantage of that, in fact. I think C should be there, synchronizing the objectives of both the buyer and seller. If that is achieved, then probably the incentive money is paid. Am I right? Just look at it. I think that should be the rationale there.
Yeah, because it's a combination of A and B, and A and B are really the main issues that it addresses.
Correct, absolutely right. That's right. So a routine audit of cost reimbursable contract determines that the overcharges are being made if the contract does not specify the corrective action. This is important. A routine audit of a cost reimbursable contract determines that overcharges are being made. That means when you audit it, you find that some of excess charges are made. If the contract does not specify corrective action, the buyer should continue to make project payments, halt payments until the problem is corrected, void the contract and start legal action to recover the overpayments, or change the contracts to require more frequent audits. Which one? I think the D one you can straight away reject. This may not be the right answer at all. Yeah. Halt payments until the problem is corrected. Again, there is a doubt on that. Void the contract and start legal action to recover overpayments. I think these last two things you can straight away delete them, right? Or they may not be the right answer because you will not go for legal action immediately after that. This should be a last remedy, correct? So between the A and B, which one do you think is the right answer?
Well, if there's no remedy in the contract, B is kind of B jumps out at me. But if there's no remedy, if you want to stop if you halt payments, the project's going to stop. And depending on the ramifications of that, you could, if you chose A, it would basically give you time to come up with some kind of a cure for the situation. So, which one is the right one? Which one does PMP choose?
Yeah. Okay. Kerry, what's your thought? What's your rationale? Which one you do think is the right answer? You agree that the last two may not be the right answers. I'm sure. Right?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense there in fact. Correct. Okay. And so between the A and B, which one do you think is the right answer?
I'm I want to go with B. It makes the most sense.
You want to go for B, is it?
Yes.
But here, if you read the question once again, here, let's say that if the contract does not specify corrective action, that's the catch here, in fact. If the contract does not specify the corrective action, it's a part of that, just because they are overcharged it, what action you should take, that's not clearly mentioned here, in fact, correct? Am I right?
Yeah.
That's how they are given this sentence, in fact. If the contract does not specify corrective action, then the buyer should do what?
If they chose B, then they're in violation of the agreement as well.
Yeah, correct. That's right. Okay. Let's look at that, in fact. What is the rationale? Okay. So here, of course, the C is there. Twice they have been given. So C is the right answer for the first question. Synchronizing the objectives of the both buyer and seller. That is how you give the awarded incentive money, in fact, because you are considering the incentive, awarded incentive money for some special consideration of meeting both the buyer and seller objectives, in fact. Okay. Synchronizing the objectives of the buyer. Now here, if you look at the next one, it has to be A basically you continue to make the projects, payments. Basically, the rationale here is halting all payments would be breach of contracts on the buyer's part. Correct? Am I right? Because that's not mentioned in the contract, in fact. Correct? Am I right, Alan? You agree with me on that, in fact?
Yeah.
Because no corrective mention, that's what they have mentioned here. Voiding the contract and beginning of the legal action is too severe and cannot be done unilaterally. Changing the contracts to require more frequent audit also does not solve the problem, sir. So straight away you can, reject those two options. Halt payments on the disputed amount would probably be the best answer, but it is not offered. Like, Alan debated on that, whether between A and B, both of you debated on that. But it is not offered here. The best choice available is to continue to make the payments while working to resolve the issue. In fact, like Mr. Allen clearly expressed that, the halting the payment can stop your project work because, the supplies will get affected. So the best thing is while resolving the issue, you continues to make the payment, in fact. I think that is the rational thing. Correct? Am I right?
I think so.
Yeah, in the PMP perspective also, that is the right answer, in fact. Because all these things happens because of if the contract does not specify corrective action. If it is clearly mentioned in the contract, for example, if we observe any excess charges have been made, if we find out in our audit process, we can stop the payment or we can halt the payment. If those clauses are included, then probably the best option is the halt payments until the problem is corrected. Correct? In fact, most of the, I have seen in our company, if you find any disputes, what our company used to do is the stop payment for that particular invoice, in fact, unless that issues are resolved. For the next supply, they used to make payment, but they used to stop payment for that particular item they have delivered, in fact, until the issues have been resolved, in fact. That's one way of looking at it. But here, since it's not mentioned clearly, the best thing is to continue to make project payments so that, you can take it up. That's the right answer. You agree, Ms. Carey? You agree on this rationale?
Yes.
Yeah, it makes sense. That's right. Okay. So any questions on this? That concludes the procurement knowledge area. Very interesting because both of you are familiar, you're used to handling this type of things. I'm sure, I think it's a very interesting knowledge area. Correct? Am I right? That's right.
Right.
Yeah. So what to remember here, as I told you, the contracts, the risk factors of the various projects, and the procurement documents like, kindly be with the proposal evaluation, source selection criteria, seller's proposal. These are all some of the things, that you need to remember. Another important thing to remember is before you close the contract, close the project, you need to close the procurement. That's very important. And close the procurement, first you close the administration part of it. All the claims should be settled, all the disputes should be solved before you close it. That's what it is. Okay, great. Any questions, any clarifications or anything?
No.
The last knowledge area, in fact, in the project management is the product stakeholders management. That's what we are going to discuss, in fact. And just to understand the stakeholders, in fact, in any particular project, who are all the identification of the stakeholders is a very, very important aspect. I'm sure both of you agree, am I right? Identifying the stakeholders is a very important exercise that you need to do in the beginning of the project itself. And you need to keep updating that stakeholders register also. Like we discussed in the procurement, each, for example, each service provider could become an additional stakeholders in the project. I just want to have an analogy, just to understand the stakeholders management. You are all very familiar with the birthday parties at home, am I right? Kerry and Alan, you must have celebrated a lot of birthday parties at home, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Just to discuss on that, let's say in a birthday party, who are all the stakeholders you feel? Can we list out who are all the stakeholders in a birthday party?
Parents.
Yeah. Just to understand this perspective. Okay.
Parents and friends.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
The person that's going to pay for it.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. And the caterer, the cake provider, am I right?
Yeah.
And the children that are all going to be part of the birthday, am I right? Correct? That's right. Yeah. And who else it could be, in fact? Alan, you want to add to the list?
Yeah, the stakeholder would be, if it's a kid's party, it would be the parents of the kids, the caterer.
Yeah.
Basically, anybody involved in any way. In construction, it could even be the code officials, engineers, architects. Basically, anybody that has any interest in the project that could have input.
Okay. So in the birthday party example, do you think your neighbor is also a stakeholder? Neighbor?
Yes.
You agree with that, Kerry?
Yes.
Yeah, because if you don't inform or if you don't invite your neighbor, and suppose you make a lot of sound, in the birthday party, the music will be there, dance will be there, and you create sound. Your neighbor can, he can complain, am I right? If you are not informing him or if you're not inviting him for the party, correct? You agree?
Yes.
Because the neighbor is one who gets either affected or impacted by your birthday party at home, correct? So in US, if a neighbor get disturbed, what immediately he will do, he will dial 911, am I right? 911, correct? That's what happens. So in the similar way, in the project environment, if you don't identify all the project stakeholders, they can create problems. In fact, am I right? So it's very important to identify all the important stakeholders. So just to recap, that this important slide. Again, if you look at it, the project scope management is what should be done, clearly defined. Your schedule, when and how long it will take to complete your project, how much it's going to cost for the project, what quality you need to have, and what are the various resources that you need to have, physical resources, human resources. Then as you're dealing with people, you need to have all the communication management. And every project will have a lot of risks, so you need to know how to manage those risks. Then, as we discussed in the previous session, previous chapter, that you need to outsource certain things to do your project. And last but not the least, we should know that the project has got various stakeholders, internal stakeholders and external stakeholders, and we should know how to manage them, in fact. You see, if you look at how beautifully all these things have been, the knowledge area have been defined very clearly, And above all, you need to do all these things. You need to integrate. In fact, am I right? This is the one, integration management. So probably as a project manager, as a PMP professional, if we master all these things, we can become one of the best project managers in the world. Correct? You agree, no? Once you understand all the knowledge and skills, the application of this knowledge in the various projects, that will really help us to achieve the project success in a very, very big way. So let's try to understand the stakeholders, in fact. So the first process here is the identification of stakeholders. So as I told you, that identification of the stakeholders is also a continuous process in the project. But at the same time, in the beginning, in fact, you should have a list of those stakeholders, important stakeholders who are internal, who are external, all these things. So what are the inputs here we are talking about? The project charter, the business documents, your project management plan, project documents, the various agreements. Then you have your enterprise environmental factors and organization process assets. The various tools and techniques here, identifying the stakeholders, is your expert judgment. The data gathering, in fact, various information that you gather. You analyze the data of the stakeholders, in fact. Then you represent the data in a format, an Excel sheet, or whatever the documents you have. Then the meetings and the outputs you get as stakeholders register. This is one of the important output you get. So let's go through that. How do you define a stakeholder? As Mr. Allen was trying to explain, a stakeholder is an individual, a group, or an organization who may affect or be affected by or perceive itself. So in a birthday party, in fact, your neighbor also, he can perceive himself that he gets affected by the birthday party. In fact, it's like that in a similar project environment. There are many stakeholders who indirectly get affected, so they're also part of as a stakeholder. By decision, activity, or outcome of a project, as a program, or it could be portfolio. So identification of stakeholders is a very, very important thing in the project environment. Stakeholders can have a positive or a negative effect. This is also there. So your neighbor, for example, just go back to that analogy of birthday party. If he is not invited, or if he is not informed about the birthday party, he can create a negative impact on the party. Am I right? He can create problems for your birthday party, in fact. In a similar way, in a project environment, if the stakeholders are not involved sometimes, or not informed adequately, if they're not briefed, they can also create some negative impact on the project environment. So this very for engaging and involving the stakeholders in the project to ensure the project success. This is the most important thing. You need to engage and involve all the stakeholders so that the project can go smoothly, in fact. Any questions on this so far? I think it's very simple, straightforward. Am I right? Correct?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's I'm just trying to emphasize the point of identifying the stakeholders in the project environment is very critical and important. So these are some of the examples of stakeholders: project managers, your project team members, your senior management, sponsors, the customers, your end users, your vendors and suppliers, people affected by project's output, the competitors, social groups, government, and political leadership. These are all the stakeholders, in fact. I just want to recollect in India, you have heard about the Bhopal gas tragedy by any chance, Alan and Carrie? It happened in India by Union Carbide, a multinational company. They had a plant in Bhopal in India, Madhya Pradesh, way back and about 30 years back. Do you recollect any of the instances that happened with that by any chance?
No.
No, in fact. The Bhopal, the gas tragedy, they had a plant there. And one day what happened, some of the gas leaked, in fact. The gas, which was very, one of the bad thing, Union Carbide was there, known for manufacturing the batteries, in fact. So one of the gas leaked and almost about 3,000 people died immediately, in fact, on the same day. And
Oh my God.
that is the biggest tragedy which happened, in fact. And so many people died. And even today, many people are suffering from some physical deformity because of that gas. In fact, it was so lethal, that gas. Even today, the people are suffering, in fact. So they all become the stakeholders of that plant. Am I right? So even though they all got impacted or got affected because of the project which happened about 30 years back in that time. So it's no fault of them. They're suffering today. In fact, am I right? So identification of the stakeholders and taking the enough care. It can have a lot of impact on the surroundings, on the environment. When you put up a project, it's a very important thing as the project manager. In fact, that's the reason, the stakeholders example. You feel it can add any other things here? Your competitors, your social groups, your government and political leadership, all become your stakeholders. Do you think you have left out anybody here?
I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a very comprehensive list. In fact, that's right. So, like vendors and suppliers, you keep adding, updating your register. The people affected by the project's output. The example which I gave, the Bhopal gas tragedy, is the people who got affected, the neighbors, the villagers, all those people are also the stakeholders of a project. So the classification, this is a very, very important slide. So we'll spend a couple of minutes on this. The first one is the most important. Every stakeholders, there are some stakeholders who got high power and high interest in your project. There are some stakeholders who got very high interest and low power. Some stakeholders have got high interest and some of them, these are the four GITs you can have. So high power, high interest, high power, low interest, high interest, and low power, in fact. So you need to classify your stakeholders in this grid. Once you know that, who are the stakeholders who have got high power and high interest, such stakeholders, you should manage them very closely, in fact, because they have the high power and high interest. Probably your sponsors, your owners of the company are all come under high power and high interest, in fact. There are some stakeholders who have got high interest, but they may have low power, in fact. So such stakeholders, you should keep them satisfied. And there are some stakeholders who have got low interest and low power. They don't have anything, in fact. So you just monitor them. And there are some stakeholders who have got high interest but low power. You keep them informed, in fact. So this is the stakeholders analysis. And the same thing you can apply for high interest and power and influence, or power and interest, influence and impact grid, in fact. So if they got high interest and high power, just to repeat, you need to manage them closely. Have you done such analysis in your company, Kerry, by any chance, for any projects?
I'm sorry?
Have you done this analysis, stakeholders analysis in your projects? Do you do that analysis?
No, sir.
You're not done, in fact. Okay. Alan, by any chance, have you done for your projects?
Not an analysis, but I understand where different parties would be on this chart.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. And subconsciously, probably you'll be doing it. You might not have an analysis like that, but you know very well that, your promoter, your owner has got high power and high interest. So every day you need to keep them informed. You have to manage them closely. You must be doing it. Am I right? You may not have put it in a grid or a thing. But in large projects, when you're doing a big projects, you need to, put them in, you need to make an analysis. And once you make this analysis, it's easy for you to engage them or manage them. Am I right? You agree? That's right. Yeah. So this is a very, very important. I would request you to just, even from the examination perspective, you can expect a question. So there could be 3 grids. I request you to just take a picture of this and practice it. Put here is the power and interest. The next grid you can make the power and influence. The same thing, the high power and high influence, you should manage them closely. High power and low interest, for example, this is, you keep them informed. These are all the various things, you need to just practice it so that, you'll be able to answer in the examination quickly, in fact.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any questions on this? This is a very important grid from the stakeholders management perspective. This analysis. Ms. Kari, you have any questions?
No, sir.
No, in fact, okay. I hope it's very clear, am I right? But you need to practice this by putting this, write it down, and in your present projects, try to put some names so that, you will easy to remember those things, in fact. Probably here you can put your owners and your promoters and monitor them. For example, those who got low interest and low power also, it could be, you just identify in your project who doesn't have much interest, they got low interest and low power, put them name here. Then, you got high, for example, high power but low interest, put them here, keep them satisfied. And who got high interest but they don't have much power in the project, you keep them informed, in fact. So you just put the names here so that, you will understand this concept clear. The same thing you apply for power influence and influence impact also. So this will help you to answer some of the questions. Okay.
Yes.
Now, one more thing is the power silence model. This is also another thing. That means, some stakeholders have got power. That means ability to impose their will. Urgency, they always want immediate attention, in fact. For example, your sponsor, some customers also probably, they want their immediate attention. And also they have a legitimate thing on the project, in fact, appropriateness of their involvement. They're legitimate. They are the important stakeholders. Again, it could be your owners, your promoters, your board of directors. They got a legitimate stake on the project, in fact. So the silence model is the power, urgency, and legitimacy. So practice creating a power grid for business scenario to understand the level of engagement project manager needs to maintain with various stakeholders. So from the examination perspective, one is on the previous grid, there could be a question. How will you manage, for example, who have got high power and high interest, what you will do? In fact, they will ask you 4 different scenarios. So you need to answer very clearly. You need to manage them closely like that. And the next one is this silence model. Here, the power, urgency, and legitimacy. This is the silence model. So stakeholders engagement assessment metrics. You see, there are some stakeholders who are unaware of the project. That means they are not aware of the project and its impact. There could be, from your external stakeholders, or sometimes, they don't know about the impact or they're not aware of it. There are some stakeholders, they're aware, but they have resistance to change. In fact, they don't want to change at all. They're aware, they're called considered resistant. The neutral is they're aware of the project, but neither supportive nor resistant. In fact, this could be some of, for example, some directors or somebody in your organization, in fact, who are very neutral to the project. And the other set of stakeholders are supportive. They're always supportive of project. They could be, again, your important stakeholders, in fact, your team members. They're always supportive of the project. And the other one is the leading stakeholder is aware of the project and is actively engaged. Again, it could be your sponsors, it could be some of the board of directors, your important stakeholders. They always support of the project, in fact. So again, you need to, in your large projects environment, you need to list them, who are all the unaware, who are all the resistant, who are all the neutral and supportive, and how do you make with your constant engagement. Though first, they are unaware of it, then you engage them, then they become resistant. Then, for example, then the neutral, then supportive, then they become the leading, in fact. This is very important to assess the stakeholders at various stages. So you can have a template like this. You put all of them, in fact, here, the C, D like that. And how do you make a resistant stakeholder to become neutral, a neutral stakeholders to become supportive, and here, C become D and C like this, in fact. So you list out all the stakeholders, then you put all of them here, all the various grids, and how you can move them. the maximum number of stakeholders if you have between supportive and leading, then your project can become a success always, in fact. If you have too many stakeholders who are resistant to change or anything, then they will become the bottlenecks for your projects. Am I right? You agree? They start criticizing, they will not support you, in fact. So they will do all negative remarks about the project, in fact. So as a project manager, you have to ensure that now how you can make them more supportive and leading in your project environment. I hope it's very straightforward and it's clear. Am I right, Kerry? And
yes. Can I see the last slide again?
yeah, this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Okay. Good.
Yeah. The same thing has been put it in a grid here. In fact, here, unaware, resistant, neutral, and supportive, and leading. In fact. So if you have a list of all these things, you put them here, it is easy to manage them, in fact. You see, in a smaller company, small organization, suppose you have only 10 stakeholders, 15 stakeholders, you by heart, you'll be remembering them. But if you're having a big projects where, hundreds of stakeholders are there, it's important that, you list them out, it's easy to manage them. That's right. Can I move forward? Okay, is it good? It's clear?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the stakeholders management skills, stakeholder management is both an art and science, in fact. It's a very important statement. That means, art means, you need to have that skill, and the science, that means, there is a set of procedures, there is a set of process. What we discussed is a science, but what you require is that art also. That means it depends upon your communication skills, depends upon your listening skills, it depends upon your motivational skills. In fact, all those things is art and science. So it involves dealing with people, and people are inherently unpredictable. Am I right? Your stakeholders are always unpredictable. There is no one size fits all, each strategy to manage the people. That means what works with one stakeholders may not work with another stakeholders. You agree with me, am I right? You must have had a lot of experience in this area, Mr. Allen.
Yes.
Yeah. Just to make it interesting, can you share with us your experience of managing any tough stakeholders in your project?
Well, like when you come in and pick up a project after somebody else dropped the ball, you have many of the stakeholders are upset with your company, and so you come in and you have to gain their trust. You have to
correct.
Do whatever it takes to gain their trust.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Kerry, you have some example, you have some experience of managing stakeholders, tough stakeholders.
Yeah. Usually if you're working for like a plant or something, you have to get operations on the side to, to implement a project. And usually trying to convince them how it can make the plant run better, or, how it can make their life a little bit easier. So
correct. Absolutely. That's right. So for the success of any project, how effectively you manage the stakeholders, that's very critical. These are some of the interpersonal and managerial skills. The project manager must possess the following personal skills. He should have the building trust. These are all the interpersonal skills. Resolving conflicts. We discussed at length in the resource management how you can resolve the conflicts. What are the reasons for conflicts? Like, for example, your schedule priorities, your scarce resources, and how you resolve those conflicts. Active listening. This is very important. You should be a good listener. So that, once you listen, most of the time, the problems get solved on their own, in fact. Only when a stakeholder feels that you are not listening properly, you are not understanding his concern, then many issues, many problems can come up. You agree? Both of you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. So overcoming the resistance to change, this is also very important, because people basically, if you prepare them for change, they will accept it. If you don't prepare, without proper information, there will be always resistance to change, in fact. So these are all some of the interpersonal skills. The managerial skills are that the project manager has to use the following managerial skills. One is to facilitate consensus. Particularly, there are a lot of disagreement with the stakeholders. You facilitate, you call them, in fact, who are the supporting stakeholders, you invite them also, you make them speak good about the project, you make them, talk good about, it's like a testimonial, what is good happening, in fact. So that also the non-supportive stakeholders or the resistant stakeholders also can change, in fact. Your leadership skills, you can influence the stakeholders, negotiate agreement, as we discussed, it has to be win-win situation always, and modify organization behavior in fact. Again, if there are too many stakeholders who are resistant, then probably you need to work towards that and develop some concepts, some techniques, so that the whole organization behavior gets changed in the project environment. These are all some of the managerial skills and the interpersonal skills. I'm sure with so much of rich experience, both of you are very familiar with these skills.
Yes.
So every project has stakeholders who are impacted or can impact the project in a positive or a negative way. This is another definition for the stakeholders. So identification stakeholder is the process of identifying the project stakeholder regularly and analyzing and document the relevant information regarding their interest. This is very important. We should try to understand that what do they expect from the project? What is their interest level on the project? Involvement, interdependencies, influence, and potential impact on the project success, and how these stakeholders are going to derive the benefit from the success of the project. For example, your customer is a stakeholder. So you know very well that once this project delivers according to his requirement, he's the one who is going to get a lot of benefits out of the project. Your promoters or your owners of the project, they are going to get lot of tangible benefits, and sometimes it could be intangible benefits also. So it's important that to understand the the influence and the potential impact of the each project, and all these things, you need to list it out in the stakeholders register. So identify stakeholders, the first process. The project charter is an important input. The business documents, business case, your business management plan. Benefits management plan is what we have discussed yesterday, that NPV, the internal rate of return, your payback period, your cost benefit, all those things will be part of the benefit management plan. Benefit management plan also cover both intangible benefits and the tangible benefits. Intangible benefits like company's reputation can go up, company's market share can go up. In fact, all those things, some of the important things, the social status of the company or the social awareness about the organization can go up. These are all the part of the benefit management plan. Sorry. Then the project management plan, again, the comprehensive, it will contain many of the subsidiary management plan. Here, the communication management plan and the stakeholders engagement plan, how you engage your stakeholders also could be part of your input. Then the important documents like your change log, the issue log, the requirements documentation. Just to explain once again, the change log, that whether the change is accepted or not accepted, all the change received by the various stakeholders or your customer has to be documented in the change log register. Whether it's accepted or not accepted also should be mentioned. Issue log is the various issues raised by the people, all those things has to be by your team members, who has raised the issue, when it was solved. In fact, all those also has to be documented. Your requirement documentation is from your customers, from your various stakeholders. What is the requirement for the project? That has to be another key input. Then the agreements, in fact, as we discussed in the previous session, that the various agreements that you have with your service providers also should be part of the input. Then your enterprise environmental factors and OPA are the other two common inputs. Then here, the tools and techniques in identifying stakeholders is the data gathering, questionnaires, and surveys. In fact, for example, you make a list of questions and start collecting the information. The surveys is the various opinion expressed by the stakeholders also could be. Brainstorming technique, in fact, to generate ideas, to collect the requirement, to collect the data from the various stakeholders. In fact, brainstorming is one of the most common technique that we use. Then the data analysis, the stakeholders analysis, like as in the previous slide we explained, this could be a one stakeholders analysis. In fact, how you each stakeholders, what is their thing. In fact, you can analyze the stakeholders, whether they got high power interest or low power, in fact, high interest, and all these things you put them. That could be another important tools and techniques here. Then your document analysis, various documents related to the stakeholders, you analyze that. Then stakeholders mapping representation. Stakeholders mapping representation is the one that you need to do, so that you will have the assessment matrix. Then meetings, and you get a stakeholders register. The complete stakeholders register, their expectation, their needs, all those things are mentioned here. Then your change request gets is an important output. Then your project management plan, requirement management plan, communicate management plan, all these things gets updated, including the project documents like assumption log, issue log, and register. Here is an example of a stakeholder register. Let's say the project name, project incorporation infrastructure, upgrade, what is the project phase. Each phase, like planning phase, execution phase, monitoring and controlling phase, closing phase, you will have a phases, in fact, where you mention your stakeholders. So here is the name of the stakeholder here. What is their role? Also, you mention here. Then departments, you mention here. Role in the project, you mention here. Then type of stakeholders, type of communication, and expectation, in fact. Type of stakeholders, is whether he's supportive, he was leading, in fact, you can mention it. And what type of communication, whether you want to talk to them one-to-one. Some stakeholders, they do expect. Yesterday, I was telling you, my MD in my company, every day evening, he expected us to meet him and apprise him about the project status, in fact, and also followed with an email and a document. So like that, each stakeholders will have a different type of communication expectation. You need to clearly mention those things. Have you prepared anything like this, Carrie and Alon, in your projects? You have a register like this?
Never put one together like that.
Sorry, I didn't get.
Never really put one together like that. Basically, it's just an email group.
Email group. Oh, okay. Email group. Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of how I've had experience managing, who sees what and who gets what.
Oh, okay. Like that. That's right.
Kind of.
How about you? Yeah. How about you, Kerry? You have any project register like this?
Yes, sir.
You have that, in fact. Okay. You mentioned all these things like type of communication. What is their expectation? You mentioned those things also here.
Everything except type of communication.
Oh, it also type of communication will be.
Yes.
Okay. Type of communication could be like email communication, or it could be a hard copy sometimes, or telephone on a mobile. All those things probably you mentioned it. Am I right? Like that's
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's nice. So it's very important, particularly for the large projects. So as I told you, if it's a small project, if only 5 people or 10 stakeholders are there, then you remember, like you can manage with an email or list and all those things. But in a large projects is very important. I just want to share an experience. If some of the project stakeholders, if they don't handle them properly, if you don't engage them properly, in my company, I remember that, purposely, a finance manager was not, for example, treated properly, was not involved properly on a day-to-day basis. So the best thing what he could do, he was delaying some of the payments, in fact. Okay.
Yeah.
The project. I think that's a very common thing, am I right? They can do that, isn't it?
Yeah, passive aggressive.
Yeah. And and your HR manager, for example, you don't respect him or you don't involve him in a day-to-day thing. Suppose you request for an additional resources, he can delay in providing that resource to you. Am I right?
Yeah.
Because all of them, deal with egos. In fact, they all have egos. Correct. So you need to engage them properly. In fact, you need to manage them well. That is the success of the project. You agree, Ms. Carey? You agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah. So the plan, once you identify the stakeholders, the next process is the plan stakeholders engagement. Here, you're basically engaging, it's developing an approaches to involve the project stakeholders based on their needs and expectation and interest and potential impact on the project. In fact, this is what you do. That's how you engage the stakeholders. In fact, according to the power and impact, the power and the interest that we discussed, you put them, you make an analysis and you engage them accordingly. In fact, if they got a high interest and high power, you manage them closely. If they got high interest and low power, in fact, then you manage in a different way like that, that will help you to do that. So once you the plan stakeholders, identify the stakeholders, what is the process here? Your project charter is again another important input, and your various supplementary plans of your project management plan. Then project documents like assumptions log, change log, and issue log. In fact, as I explained to you, issue logs, various issues. In fact, that you monitor that. In fact, you prepare, you document all those issues. In fact, then project schedule. In fact, the starting date, the ending date. In fact, and each activity, what is the dates you have for that? You have a schedule for that. That could be your another important input. Then various agreements, your stakeholders register. These are all some of the important inputs here. What are the tools and techniques? They're similar way like identifying the stakeholders. You have got benchmarking. Then you have data analysis like assumptions and constraint analysis. Assumption and constraint analysis is basically, suppose if a stakeholder is, let's say, has got resistant to this change. Suppose you assume like that, what impact it can have on the project. So you make a analysis and constraint and for that, so that you can take the necessary steps to that. Then root cause analysis is also important. Why this stakeholders is behaving like this? You try to make an analysis. Like I gave an example that in our company, the finance manager was, when he was not treated properly, when he was not giving the importance, he was delaying certain payments. In fact, then you can say that when you do the root cause analysis, immediately you will know that probably he was not given much importance, he was not informed. So the mistake lies there, so that you can take corrective actions or corrective measures to overcome that. These are all some of the root cause analysis you do. Then the decision making, prioritization, ranking based on the priorities. In fact, you need to take a decision. Then data representation, mind mapping is, you're familiar with the mind mapping technique, the ideas. In fact, you put it in ideas, you keep mapping those ideas, in fact, to take actions. In fact, Alan and Kerry, you're familiar with the mind mapping technique? Yeah.
I've heard of it. I've never done it.
You're not done. Okay. Now you collect, like, for example, you do the brainstorming and you start collecting all the ideas and you start map it is, in fact. So that's a mind mapping. Let's say that you're doing a home project. The home project, the stakeholders, or let's say you invite the family, the parents, the children, everybody, and you start collecting their requirement. How a bedroom should be, how your master room should be, how your study room should be. You collect all the information and you start mapping it. All the ideas pertaining to, for example, your master bedroom will have one idea, one group of ideas. All your kitchen, for example, all the ideas of the kitchen can be grouped. It's a mind mapping. That is, you're mapping all the ideas according to the requirements. In fact, Kerry, you must have done this mind mapping, brainstorming sessions, mind mapping like that.
I've heard of it, but I've never done it.
You've never done it. Okay. This is how normally it is being. You collect all the ideas and you start mapping it according to that requirement. Then the stakeholders engagement assessment metrics, of course, which we discussed, how you engage the stakeholders based on their high power, high interest, in fact, and you based on that, you analyze stuff. And unaware, resistant stakeholders, you do that, then you can engage them accordingly. Then the meetings, then you get a stakeholders engagement plan. How did you get the stakeholders engagement plan? Is basically by using these tools and technique of engage assessment metrics, which I just shared with you. This is how, for example, assessment metrics, you do this, and based on this, you start engaging them. If they are too much resistant, you try to motivate them, you talk about the projects, then you from resistant to try to move them to neutral, and from neutral to supportive. In fact, this is the how you start engaging and do that. This is the engagement plan, a classic example here. If you look at it, the program issue proposed activity date, you have a stakeholder, organization, group, or individual. For example, the group could be your government, your political, your commercial, NGO, other civil society, international NGOs. Then what is their potential role in the activity they can create? Then engagement strategy. How will you engage the stakeholders in the activity? Government, for example, how do you engage them? Politicians, your commercial, your NGO, all these things. Then follow-up strategy plans for feedback or continued involvement. This is a template for how you can engage your various stakeholders. Have you come across such a plan anytime, Kerry and Alan, in your projects?
Not really.
Not
No.
really, am I right? May not be, but yeah,
No.
that's right. But particularly for large projects, you have mega projects, where a lot of government, your politicians, your NGOs, like for example, your railway projects, your metro projects, your underwater projects, in fact, your thermal projects, where, large projects, your road projects, in fact, where the government, your politicians, NGOs, all of them are involved. It's good to have an engagement plan like this. So that it's easy to manage. This all will be applicable for large projects. Or this type of engagement is very much required. So the stakeholders engagement assessment metric, a stakeholder engagement assessment metric, supports the comparison between the current engagement levels of stakeholders and the desired engagement levels required for successful project delivery. One way to classify the engagement level of stakeholders is shown here. Some of the unaware stockists, resistant stakeholders, your neutral stakeholders, and how you make them into supportive stakeholders. You try to move them from here to here. Unaware of the project and potential impact, resistant, aware of the project and potential impact, but resistant to change anything. Neutral is aware of the project, but neither supportive or report. This again, of course, a repetition, which you already discussed. But more and more supportive and leading stakeholders you have in your project, then your project is bound to succeed. The more of unaware and resistant stakeholders, if they remain same large numbers, then there will be always threat for the project. This is very important to remember. After engaging, you need to manage the stakeholders. So how do you manage the stakeholders? Is a communication, is a process of communicating and working with the stakeholders to meet their needs and expectation, address issues and foster appropriate stakeholders involvement. That means here you continuously communicating with your stakeholders based on the requirement. So how do you manage the stakeholders? In fact, communication plan is the most important input here. Based on the requirement, you work out a strategy for managing each stakeholders. Then you will also have a risk management plan, in fact, about what potential risk a stakeholders can create based on the matrix you have made, unaware, resistant, and all that. That plan also will be having. Then the stakeholders engagement plan based on the needs which we just discussed. Then also the change management plan. You know that human beings are always resistant to change. Why they change? Because if you don't prepare them for the change, then they always resist it, in fact. So how do you change management plan? You talk about the vision of the project, the vision of your organization. What is in it for me? If you address, every person is interested by doing this, what I'm going to get out of it, in fact. In the change management plan, first thing you need to address that, in fact. For any stakeholders who is resistant, he will normally ask you, what is in it for me? In fact, that's the reason he's resistant. If you can convince them that you are going to get this benefit, the society is going to get this benefit, the organization is going to get this benefit, then probably they will also change from resistant to they will become neutral to become support. So this all comes under change management plan. Then your project documents like your change log, your issue log, your lessons learned register, and the stakeholders register. This is very important. It keeps updating. In fact, in every process. So that is the input you have. Then your Expert judgment is another, the subject matter experts or the domain experts, the tools and technique, your communication skills, your feedback. The feedback is also a very important tools and technique. Whenever you give a feedback, it should be always positive. There are certain criteria when you give a feedback. It should not be it should be always issue based and not people based. You cannot pinpoint anybody, but when you give a feedback, it should be always constructive. In fact, that's also very important, and it should be always issue based, and it should be always in the interest of the project. That's the another tools and technique. Interpersonal tools and technique, your conflict manager, which we discussed, the cultural awareness. In every project, you have diversity, you have cultural differences, all those things, one should be aware. Your negotiation skills, your observation and conversation, then political awareness, also very important. Ground rules, we discussed about the ground rules, in fact. Can you define, Alan, what exactly you mean by ground rules in your projects?
Oh, gosh. With that, I'm thinking, something along the line of, our company philosophy and our mission statement.
Okay.
The way that we intend to perform. And,
absolutely right. Correct. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. These are all your company's policies, procedures, and all those things will be part of that. Even when you're conducting a meeting, for example, you'll have certain ground rules. Am I right? The people should come exactly at the time. Some projects, you'll have some dress codes also. In fact, they should wear that particular dress in the project environment. Then the minutes of the meeting should be circulated. Then how to ask a question. All those things will be part of the ground rules, correct? Ms. Carey, you'll agree with me that you must be having certain ground rules in your project environment?
Yeah.
Yeah, you must be having it. It's all laid down, am I right? It's all written format, it's available, I think, correct? It gets circulated among the team members and what you follow those ground rules, in fact. Time management, the dress codes, and all those things will be part of the ground rules. In fact, this is also a tools and technique. Particularly when you are handling a stakeholders, important stakeholders, you follow certain process, you follow certain procedures. It's all part of the ground rules. It's all listed so that there will not be any confusion. There will not be any ambiguity among the team members or the stakeholders. Then how you conduct the regular meetings, that's also very important. Kenny, in your projects, how often you have the meeting? Is it a weekly meeting or is it with your team members?
Weekly meetings.
Weekly meeting, yeah, that's it. Actually, in the present environment, in the agile concepts, they're called stand-up meetings, daily 15-minute stand-up meetings, in fact. So that every day morning you assemble in one particular place, you stand up and you call all your team members. Just a short meeting of 10 minutes or 15 minutes. So far, what has happened, what we are supposed to do today. So on a day-to-day basis, they will have a very brief in the morning itself. The 15-minute stand-up meeting is very common in many of the projects environment today. Have you come across such things and the 15-minute stand-up meetings in your project environment? Alan or Carrie, experienced?
I'm sorry.
The 15-minute stand-up meetings in some projects environment, 15 minutes every.
Only a few times. Usually
Only a few times.
Yes.
No, yeah, not really.
Mm-hmm. Not really in your case, that's right, yeah. Again, of course, it depends upon the complexity of the project, the urgency of certain things. Based on that, probably you can have those things. Right? Then you have outputs like change request, your project management plan, communication management plan gets updated based on the requirement of your stakeholders. Then your stakeholders engagement plan also gets updated. Again, put them the grid and you keep updating those things. Then your project documents, updates and change log, issue logs, and lessons learned register also gets updated with the stakeholders register. So you have identified the stakeholders. This is the flow you need to remember. You have identify the various stakeholders. After identifying the stakeholders, you engage the stakeholders. And after engaging them, you put them in, you manage the stakeholders according to the requirement, the needs with the communication plan. That's how you're doing it. Once you manage the stakeholders, before that, the control stakeholders, we look at the interpersonal skills, the conflict management, cultural awareness, negotiation, observation, conversation, and political awareness is also through understanding the power relationship within around the project. In fact, these are all the part of your interpersonal and team skills. So once you, after managing them, you need to monitor the stakeholders' engagement. So how do you monitor stakeholder engagement? It's a process of monitoring the project stakeholder relationships and tailoring the strategy for engaging the stakeholders through modification of engagement strategy and plans, the project management. It's also very important because here is when, how you are unaware stockist, your assistants, your stakeholders, or can move on to become a supportive stakeholders or a leading stakeholders, in fact. So what are the key inputs here? Manage the process, monitor the stakeholders engagement. You have a stakeholders engagement plan based on the metrics, based on the assessment you have. Then you have project documents, your issue log, the various stakeholders can create the issues. So you also look at those issues. Then lessons learned register, in fact, from each stakeholders, in fact, what are the lessons we learned? That also will become a part of your input. Then project communication. Project communication is the various status reports. For example, your schedule, your cost, your quality, various projects, all will become your project communications, in fact. Then your risk register, each stakeholder, for example, align with some risk, in fact, so you keep updating those risk register. Then stakeholders register also gets up here. Then work performance data is the raw data, in fact, that is an input. Then enterprise environmental factors and OPA are the other two common inputs. So here, the data analysis, you look at the alternative analysis, root cause analysis, and the stakeholders analysis. As I explained that if a particular stakeholder is not supportive, what could be the reason? You try to understand the root cause analysis for that. Then you also make a stakeholders analysis, like, whether he has got high power, high interest, low power, all that analysis will be part of this. Then the decision making, multi-criteria decision analysis. That means, you look at the various factors, in fact, before you come up to the final decision, you look at the multi-criteria decision. Then the voting, in fact, the majority of the stakeholders, for example, if you have to take any decision, you meet all the stakeholders. In fact, if you want to force upon, you want to take a decision, you also take the majority of the stakeholders who are in favor of it, who vote for that. That's also could be another decision-making technique. Then your data representation is a stakeholders engagement assessment matrix, which we went through that. Then your communication skills, the feedback, which I explained, that the feedback should be always positive. It should be on issue based, not on the people based. And it should be always, in the interest of the project. Positive feedback, a constructive feedback should be always encouraged. And also sometimes, some stakeholders are scared to for example, your team members sometimes are scared to give a feedback. You should encourage them to give a feedback. That's also very important. Am I right? You agree, Alan and Carrie? In fact, sometimes your team members, they're scared to give a feedback. In fact, if I give this feedback, what will happen to me? Am I right? Particularly if there is a problem, they don't want to, express it openly, or they don't like to express it at all, in fact. So that is also very important for the project manager to ensure the escalating the issues by the team members. If they find there is a problem, they should openly and without any fear, they should express those things. They should escalate the problems. If they don't escalate the problems, what can happen? A small issue tomorrow, if it is not handled in the beginning, can become a major issue after some time. Correct? You agree?
Yes.
So these are all very important, the communication skills that in the tools and techniques that, as a project manager, you need to use those things. Then the various presentations is how you present to the important stakeholders. It can be a document, it could be a PowerPoint presentation, it could be an email, all those things, different formats, how you present the facts and data. Then the interpersonal team skills, again, it's getting repeated, which we already discussed in the previous slide. Then the meetings, and what to important output here you get is the work performance information. In fact, so the work performance data is the here. If you look at it, this is the input here, and when it's passed through, it will become a work performance information. You make a root cause analysis, for example, of a stakeholder, and that you identify what are the reasons, and that will become an information for you to act upon that. Then the change request gets, it's also an important output. Then the project management plan updates and resource management plan, your communication management plan, stakeholders management plan, all these management plans gets updated. And some of the documents like your issue log, your lessons learned register, risk register, stakeholder register also gets updated here. So this is from the examination perspective also, again, is a repetition of that, but let's try to understand. This is the work performance data. It's a basic raw data. So the raw observations and measurements identified during the activities being performed to carry out the project work. This includes the change request, could be a thing of defects, technical performance measure, actual cost, actual schedule. All those things could be a raw data. And here, when it's processed, it will become an information, a foundation for project decision. The performance data collected from various controlling processes, analyzed in the context and integrated based on the relationships. Here, implementation status of a change request, the forecasted estimates to complete. This is where you do your earned value management, and you have some set of forecasts, and that will also become the information status of the deliverables. Then this will become a report, in fact, where this information, you put it in a formal report. A physical or electronic representation of work performance information compiles the project documents intended to generate decision, actions, or awareness. Why do you create a report? Is basically to take actions, in fact. So this is how the data flows. You have a data, it will become an information when it's analyzed, and that information you send it through a formal reports. It could be a status report, recommendation, or memos, or justifications. In fact, this is how the data flows in the project environment. So again, it's a repetition of that. So again, now, right. So some of the key points in the stakeholders management. One is stakeholders is an individual group or an organization who may affect or be affected or perceive itself to be affected by the project. Then the different stakeholders classification models are power interest, power influence, and influence impact, and also silence model. We discussed about the silence model, the power, the legitimacy he has got, the urgency has got. So please do remember the power, urgency, and legitimacy. That is the silence model. And the grid here is the power interest, power influence, or influence impact grids. I request you to, from the examination perspective, Kerry and Alan, please practice it. Write down 3 to 4 times and put some stakeholders in your own projects so that it's easy to remember and answer those questions.
Right.
Yeah. Stakeholders engagement assessment matrix helps in visualizing the current and desired states of stakeholders. That means, here, as we discussed about unaware, resistant. After resistant, they will become neutral. Neutral becomes supportive. Supportive will become the leading, in fact. So that is the assessment matrix you should have. Then the project manager need to demonstrate certain interpersonal and managerial skills, which we explained very clearly. Now, just to revisit the slide, these are all the interpersonal and managerial skills. This is all very, very important from the project management perspective. If you know how to build trust, how to resolve the conflicts, be a good listener, in fact, and overcoming the resistance to change, you should have these qualities. Then you should have the managerial skills of facilitating the various stakeholders, influencing your decision by the people, your negotiation, in fact, how you negotiate the various agreements and modify organization behavior with constant, follow up on those things. This is all very important. Then the 4 project stakeholders management is you identify the stakeholders, plan stakeholders engagement, and manage stakeholders engagement, and monitor stakeholders impact. These are all very important, critical from the project perspective. Any questions, Kerry and Alan, on this?
No, sir.
No.
No? Okay. It's fairly straightforward and easy to remember. 3 important things to remember is that, as I told you, the power influence, that grid you need to remember. The matrix, stakeholders engagement matrix, you should definitely remember that from the examination perspective. And some of the the workflow data, in fact, the data information and reports, that grid also you need to remember how the data flows with the stakeholders. That's important. As I told you a few years back, communication management and stakeholders were part of one knowledge area, but now in the emerging trends, the stakeholders plays a very, very big role today for the project success. So that's one of the reason, this knowledge area has been given so much of importance, and they split that communication separately and stakeholders knowledge area separately, in fact. One more important thing, so remember here in the grid, if you look at it, yeah, you see the identifying the stakeholders, and it is in the initial group, if you look at it here, and it is in the initiating group. So only 2 processes are in the initiating. One is the develop project charter and identifying the stakeholders. These are the only 2 processes which are in the initiating process group, in fact. And in the initiating process, the number of, the questions that you can expect, which I discussed. In the closing group, for example, there is only one, that is the close project or phase. So you can expect 7% of the questions on the closing process group. So
Okay.
each process groups, I explained to you in the beginning of that, how many questions you can expect. For example, the execution, almost around 60%, 62 questions you can expect. I think is almost 31% of the questions comes from here. You are 25% in planning and 25% in monitoring and control. So this will become 50 plus almost 82. And here you can expect around 14%, and here can expect around 7% of the questions, in fact. So this, when you study for the examination, keep those factors also in mind, so that you can give according to the weightage or the importance when you study that. This is important. Okay, so let's look at a few questions from the stakeholders engagement, stakeholders knowledge area. Kerry, I hope the concepts are clear. Stakeholders, there's no question. Kerry and Allah. Yeah. Okay. So here is the first question. The key objective of stakeholders management is what? Is it communication? Is it coordination? Is it satisfaction, or the relationship? What is the key objective of stakeholders management?
Communication.
Each one is so close to each other. Am I right? All the 4 answers. That's right. The key objective of stakeholders management.
Satisfaction.
Yeah, I think so. In fact, you need to satisfy them. Am I right? That is the stakeholders management. That's one of the most important thing is you satisfy your stakeholder. I think that should be the right answer.
Yep, and you satisfy them through communication and all the
other things. You coordinate, you communicate them, and you satisfy. You build up good relationship, and you satisfy. So ultimately, you come to you satisfy them. In fact. And these are all could be the means of satisfying through good communication, through good coordination, through good having a good relationship. These could be the means, But ultimately, this is the most important thing, in fact. Am I right? This is the end part of that. If, as a project manager, you are unable to allocate as much time as you would like to interact with your stakeholders, which of the following stakeholders will you make it a priority to get to know? This is a bit tricky question, but I'm sure you'll be able to crack this. The stakeholder, the stakeholder who is an expert on the product or the project, but is not interested in implementing it in his department. A manager of the department that will use the project of the project, who is known to be resistant to change. The department employee who is unfamiliar with the product of the project, but open to the positive impacts he believes the project will have in his work environment. So there are three set of stakeholders. Each stakeholders are different. So which of the following stakeholder will you make it a priority to get to know? Is it a stakeholder who is an expert on the project but is not interested in implementing the department, the manager of the department that will use your project who is known to be resistant to change, and the department employee who is unfamiliar with the product of the project but open to the positive impacts of this? Bit tricky question.
I would say B because he's the most difficult to handle.
Yeah, resistant to change. Am I right? That is a catch point, in fact. He's the one I think should be the right answer. You agree, Kerry, on this? Miss Kerry? Hello? Kerry, are you there? Just wait for a second. Kerry?
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I
Okay,
can't hear
sorry
you.
about that. Microphone wasn't working.
I know, good. There are some technical issues. So do you agree with this point that the B should be the right answer here? Because he's the one resistant to change?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. You agree. That's great. Absolutely right. Because these two stakeholders, in fact, it may not be a priority, but the priority is the one, he's the manager of the department. So he's a very important stakeholder, and he's also resistant to change. I think that should be the right answer. A stakeholder's belief about or mental picture of the future is what? Is it a requirement? Is it a heuristic? Is it an expectation? Or is it a constraint? A stakeholder's belief about or a mental picture of the future.
I think it would be an expectation.
Is an expectation? I also agree with you, in fact. You're absolutely right, I think, the expectation. Let's look at the answers. So answer C is right, this stakeholder satisfaction. Congratulations, I think both of you got it right. Again, in the B is the right answer because as the department manager, the person is a key stakeholder and wields a lot of influence over other stakeholders in the department. The fact that she is resistant to change indicates she will need some personal reassurance from the project manager, or she may exert her influence and derail the project. So it's very important. It's a priority for this project manager to think. Then here also the expectation are not as direct or straightforward as requirements. Nonetheless, they are important to recognize and address ensure the stakeholder satisfaction with the project. Therefore, the project manager must be additional work to uncover the expectation of the stakeholder. That's the rationale for this question. You're absolutely right, Kerry and Anna. So the next few questions. The degree to which a particular stakeholder may be able to positively or negatively affect a project is it level of engagement, is it level of interest, or level of commitment, or level of influence?
It would be D, level of influence.
The degree to which a particular stakeholders may be able to positively or negatively affect a project. I think you're right. There should be level of influence because we discussed in the power influence, power interest grid. In fact, you're right. Can you agree on that?
Yeah, I agree with D on that one.
Yeah, indeed. That's great. In an effort to identify stakeholders who may be affected by your project, you're looking over the organizational structure of your client's company. As you identify the stakeholders on the organization chart, you request meetings with the stakeholder. You will document the information you learn about each stakeholder in the stakeholder register. The risk register plan then be used as an input to which of the following process is the plan risk management and collect requirements, perform integrated change control plan communication management, plan quality management and manage quality, identify risk, and develop project charter. Yeah, for this question, you need to slightly remember the ITTOs, inputs, tools and techniques, and outputs, in fact. Can you make some guess or what do you think is the right answer here? You will document this information, you will learn about each stakeholder in the stakeholder register. The register can then be used as an input to which of the following process. Register can be used as an input to which of the following process. Is it plan risk management and collect requirements, perform integrated change control and plan communication, plan quality management?
I'm gonna say B. That's kind of what I'm thinking. B.
Yeah, I'm thinking B as well.
Performance integrated change control and plan communication management.
Yes.
Yeah, the plan communication management cinches it for me.
That's what you feel about it, is right?
Yeah. So are we wrong?
The register can then be used as input for the following process, in fact. Okay. We will look at it. I know it's a bit difficult or to recollect which ITTO it is, inputs, tools and techniques and outputs. But here, we are talking about, if you read this question once again, probably, as you identify stakeholders on the organization chart, you will request meetings with each stakeholder. You will document the information you learn about each stakeholders in the stakeholder register. This register can be used as the input to which of the following process. So you feel perform integrated change control and plan communication management. Probably your rationale is because of you're talking about the stakeholders. To plan the communication, you need to have the input as a stakeholder. Am I right? That's what you're trying to say, correct?
Yeah.
You're right? Yeah, I think that, okay. Anyway, look at it. I think the next two may not be the right answer. You can rule it out. So could be plan risk management and collect requirements. Collect requirements also collect the requirement from the various stakeholders. Am I right? Your team members. So there's various stakeholders. And also plans risk management based on the stakeholders. So let's see, in fact, which is the right answer here. Okay. A project manager on the multinational website implementation project is at a party and talks to friends who will be the heavy users of this new website. When the project is complete and the site is rolled out, they describe some annoying aspects of the current website. The project manager takes this feedback to the sponsor and encourages design and scope changes. Which of the following best describes what the project manager has done? So the question is here, a project manager on the multinational website implementation project is at a party and talks to friends who will be heavy users of the new website when the project is complete and the site is rolled out. They describe some annoying aspects of the current website. The project manager takes this feedback to the sponsor and encourage design to scope changes. Based on the feedback they get, it could be an informal discussion with the stakeholders, party and tax, but still he takes that feedback and goes to the sponsor and he will ensure that some changes are made here, in fact. So which of the following best describes what the project manager has done? Is it scope validation? Is it integrated change control? Is it a stakeholder analysis or scope planning?
Seems like C, stakeholder analysis, but
Uh-huh.
no.
Can you What is the rationale? Why did you select that answer?
I selected it because the users,
Yeah.
somewhat of a stakeholder, like an end user, like you would in a normal project.
Yeah.
As an example.
They are affected or impacted by the project. Am I right? That's the
Right.
thing. Correct. That's right. Okay. Let's look at, in fact, okay. You're absolutely right. See, the project manager has performed the stakeholders analysis by learning the stakeholders' requirement and making recommendations to fulfill those requirements. Scope validation is a control function related to scanning customer acceptance deliver. Integrated change control relates to the looking for multiple impacts of the changes, whereas the scope planning creates a scope implement. So you are absolutely right, Carrie, that it's a scope. You have done this stakeholders analysis, in fact, because they get impacted or affected by the project. Now here, for the second question, it is because this is the input for the collect requirements is from the various stakeholders, and plan risk management, again, taking into consideration of the risk of the projects, in fact, with the stakeholders, in fact. This is, again, you have to remember it. I'm sure both of you guessed it, I think, am I right? The performed integrated change control. But if you go through the ITTOs, inputs, tools, and techniques, then probably you'll be able to answer this question, in fact. That's right. And that here, of course, it's a level of influence. Both of you answered it very clearly. Congratulations, in fact, that's really good. It clearly shows that, you are able to understand these concepts. By answering these 5-6 questions, I get an impression that, you got the concepts very clearly. In fact. That's really good, in fact. Great. So congratulations once again for answering all these questions, in fact, so clearly, and I also liked how you analyzed it, and your rationale for selecting that question also, for that right answer also. That's good, in fact. I really appreciate both of you for that. That's good. That's great. So any questions on stakeholders management knowledge area?
No.
It's all straightforward and very clear, I hope, in fact. That's right.
Yep. I know what I need to learn.
Yeah, great. That's right. But yeah. Just to repeat, identification of stakeholders is very, very important. And it's a continuous process. Second thing, the important thing is the power influence, power grid. I know you need to remember that. The assessment metrics, the unaware, resistant, and supportive, and leading, and that's also you need to remember that. That's very, very important. And the fourth one is the stakeholders engagement, in fact, and continuous of identification of the stakeholders is also very important. Actually, I think if you remember these 3-4 important concepts, at least 2 questions you can easily answer from the stakeholders knowledge area. That's great. Yeah. So that completes all the knowledge area, in fact, 10 knowledge areas. So far, just to sum up, what did we understand? We understood that there are 5 process groups. 5 process groups are initiative. Can you just repeat, one of you? What are the 5 process groups? 5 process groups.
Initiating process.
Yeah.
Planning.
Correct.
Executing. Yeah. Monitoring, controlling, and closing.
Correct. Absolutely right. So those are the 5 process groups. And 10 knowledge areas. Is it possible to recollect the 10 knowledge areas?
I'm cheating. I have the chart.
Yeah. No problem. But okay. Kerry, can you remember the 10 knowledge areas?
10 knowledge areas. I'm flipping to it now.
You start with, let's say, integration. That is the first one, in fact. Then you've got scope knowledge area, then schedule knowledge area, the cost knowledgement area. After the cost, it's a quality that's very important. To achieve all these things, you need resources, so resource knowledgement area. And every project, when you have resources, you need to communicate. So that means, you need to have the communication knowledge area. Then every project will have risk. So you need to understand about the risk. Then every project, you need to have some procurements from outside. So you need to know about the procurements. Then every project will be having a lot of stakeholders, internal stakeholders, external stakeholders. So you need to have these stakeholders. And all these 9 knowledge area, the first one, what we mentioned, you need to integrate all these 9 knowledge areas.
Okay.
Of course, I just, without looking into the chart, I just read because, of course, I'm sure you will also get familiar after go through this content 3 to 4 times. I'm sure, you will also remember all these things very clearly. Apart from that, if you understand, let's say for any project, I did mention, what all we require for a project? First and foremost, you need to have a scope for the project. Am I right? The scope is very important. That is the starting point. That means what to be done. We should be very clear about what to be done. Then once the scope is ready, then you need to know when it should be done. What is the starting date? What is the end date, in fact? And in different phases, what are the activities? And those activities, what are the starting date and ending date? So your scope is clear. Then what should be done? Then when it should be done, your schedule is ready. Then each thing, cost, how to cost, in fact. That is the third knowledge area, cost management. The fourth one is the quality. This, if you remember this flow for any project, you will never forget it any time.
Okay.
Even in the midnight, somebody wakes you up and asks, the 10 knowledge area, you'll be able to tell them because you understand the flow of any project. So there are 5 process groups, 10 knowledge area, 49 processes are there. How do we remember 49 processes?
You remember the 49 process from 7, 6, 6, 4, 3, 6, 3, 7, 3, 4.
Great. I really appreciate that. Absolutely right.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So 7, for example, integration has got 7 processes. Your scope has got 6 processes. Schedule has got 6 processes. Quality has got 4 processes. So if you remember that numbers, then immediately you can relate to your 10 knowledge areas also, in fact. Correct? Integration is the first digit, 7. Scope is the second knowledge area, 6. Schedule is 6. Quality is 4. Communication is 3. Resource is 6. And again, your...
Can you say that?
Sorry?
I was wondering if you could say it a little slower. I'm just
sure. Okay. No, this 7664, what I was telling, these 10 knowledge area, am I right? That's the numbers we got. So all 10 knowledge area put together, you got 49 processes. Correct?
Right.
Am I right?
Correct.
So the first number is 7. That applies to your integration, the first knowledge area where you got 7 processes. Correct?
Right.
So if you wrote, then the next process is your scope. Correct? So
Yeah.
that's the next knowledge area, scope. The scope has got 6 processes. That is the reason 6 numbers. Then schedule has got 6 processes. Correct? So, so 6, that is the 6th number. That is the third digit. Then after schedule, you have got, what is the next process? You have got quality, am I right? 7664, the cost. So if you look at 7664, cost has got 4 processes in that, correct? The cost knowledge area, that is got 4 processes. So 7664. After cost, you got quality, the next knowledge area.
So at the schedule is cost, not quality.
Yeah. Not quality, absolutely. After schedule, it's cost, in fact. I'm sorry. Okay, that's a cost.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. That's where the right? Let's see. Right?
Sorry.
No. Let's go to that. Yeah, you see here, in fact. Okay, I was just going through without reading the slides. Okay, so here you see the project integration has got 7 processes here. Develop project charter, develop a project's management plan, direct and manage, monitor. These are all the various processes. So there are 7 processes here. So that is the reason, 7 number. Okay. integration, you got scope. Scope has got 6 processes. Plan scope, collect requirements, your define scope, your create WBS, then you validate scope and control scope. So there are 6 processes here. After scope, you got schedule. So schedule has got again 6 processes. So plan, schedule, define activities, then sequence activities, then estimate activities, then you develop schedule. Then under monitoring and control, you've got control schedule. So you got 6 processes. Then cost, the next one is the cost has got 4 processes. Then your quality has got 3 processes. Then resources has got 6 processes. So, and communication has got 3 processes. And risk management has got 7 processes here. And your procurement today, we discussed 3 and stakeholders 4. So 7, 6, 6, 4, 3, 6, 3, 7, 3, 4. If you add up all these things, you get 49 processes. Correct? That's right.
Yes. Yes.
So this one way of remembering. If you say the 49 processes, suddenly each knowledge area has got how many processes. If you remember this number 7664363, it will be easy for you to remember that. So your PMP examination will be all these 5 process groups, 10 knowledge area, and 49 processes, in fact. So if you remember these things, I'm sure you should be able to answer many of these questions. And how do you remember? Just by practicing it. The earned value management, practicing those formula, memorizing those things. For example, all those formula like n into n minus 1 bar 2, that you need to remember. Then, for example, in schedule management, you thought late start minus early finish. Those are some of the things, which I explained there. What is float? If you remember all those things, I'm sure, you'll be able to answer many of these questions in a jiffy, in a very fast manner. Great. Any other questions, Alan? And
not yet, no.
Not yet, in fact, I'm right. Once you start going through that, then probably you may have some doubts. You revisit. When you get doubts, what you should do, just go through this presentation and try to understand and clarify those things. That's what came to mind.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I got 2 more subjects to cover, in fact. Okay, before take a break, we'll try to finish one more, the agile concepts. In the PMBOK guide, a new chapter has been included as a agile concepts. Are you familiar with the agile concepts by any chance? Both of you?
No.
No.
Like
No.
in general, it's kind of like you create the process as you go.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, go ahead, Annette. Okay, that's fine. What else? Just give me half a minute. Just a second.
Yep.
Sorry, you're telling something, Alan. Sorry.
What's that?
You're telling something about agile.
Oh no, that's really all I had to.
Okay.
Contribute.
Okay.
That much.
Okay. Kerry, you in your organization, you follow any agile concepts?
I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar with them.
You're not very familiar. You see, what we are going to touch upon that, agile, this concepts itself is a 2 days, in fact, a session. There is so much of information, there's so much, but what we are going to cover from this PMP perspective here is at a very, very broad level. So I'm going to share a few slides at a very broad level. What is agile concepts and what is the philosophy of agile concept like that. You see, in any project, if you look at, one is earlier the project will have a defined procedures. Let's say, for example, for producing a car, let's say a project, all the information are available. Am I right? The previous project experience. Even, for example, building a home, you have a lot of previous data because earlier you would have done several projects like that. So here there is be absolutely very low level of execution uncertainty because you have the very certain things in play. You know how the car is manufactured, how the home is manufactured, how a home is constructed like that. That means when the scope is very clear, then you follow a predictive life cycle. Correct? Am I right? That means your concepts, your scopes are very clear.
Yeah.
Now, imagine there are some projects where there is a lot of high uncertainty of work. For example, new design, problem solving, or not work done earlier, in fact. And more definable is work is getting automated, particularly in the software industry where most of the things are getting automated. Then high uncertainty of high rates of change, complexity, and risk. These are all some of the areas where the agile concepts are being introduced, in fact. So the agile approach is created to explore the feasibility of short cycle, in fact. You see, when the scope is very clear, you can go for a long cycle, in fact. Am I right? You know very clearly how to make a foundation, you know how to erect the pillars, you know how to erect, for example, roofing. It's all very clear concepts, in fact. Scope is very clear. But if the scope is not clear, let's say, for example, underwater projects or a very high complex projects, or, for example, underground projects, when you want to do, you are not certain what is there after 5 feet of digging the underground. Am I right? You're not sure about it. In
Right.
such high complex projects, so these agile concepts are being introduced. One more thing, earlier, this agile was basically used in the software industry. In fact, that's where the new development, new innovations were happening. But now these agile concepts are slowly getting into various other industries also, even in construction industries, even across, even FMCG manufacturing industries also. Some of the projects, these agile concepts are coming in fact. Basically, agile concepts works on the manifesto or the mindset of agile is these four, in fact. That means the leaders in the software industry formalized an agile movement. It started way back in 2001 with the publication of Manifesto of Agile Software Development. As I told you, basically agile was used mostly in the software developments, but it's being spread across to various other industries. That's one of the reasons the PMI also recognized the importance of agile and started, in the PMBOK Guide 6. Now here, that has been included in the PMBOK Guide 6. So there are four basic principles or the value of the agile. One is the individual and interactions over processes and tools. Earlier, a lot of information was given for the processes and the tools, whereas here the individuals and interactions, the feedback techniques, the feedback from the various team members also has been given a lot of importance. The second one is the working software or comprehensive documentation. Earlier, lot of tons of documentation used to be created, but Agile feels that the working software over comprehensive documentation. Third one is the customer collaboration over contract negotiation. You would have negotiated with the contracts, you would have firm, but more than that, it's important to collaborate with the customer. That is given the more importance. And the fourth one is the responding to change over following a plan, in fact. So in the project environment, a lot of changes keep happening and you respond to those changes over following a strict laid down plan that, which you are very rigid about that. So that is giving a secondary importance, whereas the responding to change is gaining more importance. So these are the four core values, these agile concepts or the agile principles are laid down, in fact. These are individual and interactions, working software, customer collaboration, responding to change. So what are there are 12 basic principles, how the agile concepts. The one is, our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous deliverable of a valuable software. Welcome, most of these examples are related to, if you see, towards the software, but now the horizon has expanded to various other industries also. So welcome change requirements even late in development. Agile processes harness the change of the customer's competitive advantage. That's what they look at it. Then the third one is to deliver working software frequently than a couple of weeks to couple of months, with a preference to the shorter time cycle. Agile concepts is always the shorter time cycle, not the long time cycle with the traditional approach. That the business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. In fact, this is also very important. Business people and the developers. Business people is your commercial people, and the developers, they should work hand in hand so that they throughout the project. That's also very important. Then build projects around the motivated individuals, give them the environment and support the need and trust them to get the job done. The sixth one is the most efficient and effective method of conveying the information to and within a development team into face-to-face conversation. Working software is the primary measure of the progress. In fact, it's not a document, it's not some related issues, it is the working software. Again, it is tuned towards the software industry. Agile processes promote sustainable development. This sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant price indefinitely. Then continuous attention of technical excellence and enhance agility. Simplicity is the art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. This is also very important. The art of maximizing the amount of work not done. In fact, you need to highlight it. That's also very important. Then the best architectures, requirements, and design from self-ongoing teams. At regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes to adjust to the behavior accordingly. These are all the 12 principles the Agile works, in fact. So basically, if you talk about the Agile, these are the Scrum, Extreme Programming, Lean, Kanban, RAP, Crystal, DSDM, F4D. These are all some of the Agile concepts which we'll discuss in brief some of these things, not necessarily all. These are the Agile mindset, the 4 values which I explained you, and the 12 principles and the practices of the previous slide. These all put together will become an Agile mindset. So Agile mindset defined by the values, guided by principles, and manifested through mainly different practices. Agile practitioners select practices based on their needs of the project. In fact, this works mostly in we'll try to understand the predictive life cycle, adaptive life cycle, and iterative life cycle, in fact, where Agile principles can be applied, in fact, in the following slide. So if you look at it here, the Agile, the frequency of deliverable and the degree of change. In the predictive thing, the degree of change is very limited because your very scope is very clear. You have got a definite plan for that. So it is the degree of change is very low. Whereas in the iterative or the Agile thing, the degree based on the feedback you get, the degree of change is also very high, in fact. So these are the principles like incremental, Agile, and iterative, where the degree of change is a continuum, is always very high because of the feedback you get regularly and adopt those changes. So the scope is also keep changing according to this requirement, in fact. That is the first and foremost things to understand. Is it clear, this concept?
Yeah.
Yeah, Alan and Kerry?
Yep.
Okay. I'm trying to explain at a very broad level. As we go more and more, probably in the next time when we have another thing, we can talk about more about Agile. But for the time being, this is what you need to understand at a very broad level, so that will help you to go through these things. So the characteristics of project life cycle, I think I covered it in a schedule management. I hope you remember. The approach, the predictive life cycle, iterative life cycle, incremental, and Agile concepts. In the predictive life cycle, your scope is fixed. In fact, if the requirement is fixed, the activities what you perform is performed once for the entire project. That means you are delivering the total things at the end of the project. The delivery is a single delivery, and you manage the cost. That's important because this cost is one of the factor of the triple constraint. In fact, so you always manage the cost in the predictive life cycle. In the iterative life cycle, here it's always dynamic, and here it is actually realized until corrected. In fact, that means you keep working, you get the feedback. Unless it is corrected according to the requirement, you keep doing that activity. Here, again, here of course it could be a single delivery, and here correctness to the solution. That's also the goal. In fact, that's what you look at it here. The managed cost is a goal. Here, correctness of solution is your goal. In fact, that's the difference between a predictive life cycle and an iterative life cycle. Here, that's what you look at it. Unless it's corrected, you will not stop. In fact, the third one is the incremental. It's a very dynamic. In fact, it's the same like iterative. Here, the performed once for the given increment and frequent smaller deliverables. In fact, that means you keep delivering the smaller requirement to the customer, and the speed is the most important goal. In fact, because it's incremental, the frequency of delivery is more, so speed you look at it. And the fourth one is the agile. It is again a dynamic thing. Here, repeated unless is correct. The frequency again is small deliverables like your incremental. Here, of course, the goal is the customer value the frequent and the feedback. This is how the principles of the characteristics of a project life cycle, which we discussed. A project inherent of the deliveries and life cycle is the best fit for the project. In fact, this is the principle. So the next one is, if you look at it, the dynamic, we're talking about the DSM-DM. Here in Agile Project Delivery Framework, initially designed to add more rigor to the existing thing. Let me expand so that you can see better. Yeah, if you look at the traditional approach, your time and cost, for example, that variable, the feature is to be on the top of it. The quality is the head here. Here in the DSM dynamic, for example, in system development model, the advantage is here, you look at the functionality, whereas your cost and time are the two variables here. In fact, the framework will set cost, quality, and time and the outset, and then they use the formalized prioritization to scope to meet these constraints. In fact, so here, here in the traditional approach, the features are fixed, whereas here, it is become a variable, and your cost and time, according to that, your feature also gets adjusted. In fact, this is the difference between a dynamic system development method and the traditional approach method. This is a part of your agile concept. So agile concept, basically the backlog, product backlog is the pending things, you look at it and release those pending requirements, according to the iteration, according to the requirement. This is the concept they follow. Then release planning also got a sprint 1, sprint 2, sprint 3. Sprint is basically the short life cycle. In fact, based on the requirement of the customer, you keep releasing that. And this is what, the daily scrum is the small one. The weekly things, you call it as a sprint. The user stories, user stories is nothing but your requirement of the customers, requirement expectation. These are all the various requirements of the customers, the user stories. Then sprint block, the daily scrum, daily releasing will become a scrum, and weekly will become your sprint and potential shippable product increment. This is what they follow in the agile concepts. So user story, how do you develop a user story? This is, for example, a syntax. As a manager, I want to collect the feedback so that I can deliver the performance reports. In fact, this could be one user story, and epic is a large story. These are all some of the terminologies used in the agile concepts, agile knowledge area. So here is the agile planning, the product backlog, the various product backlog is your user stories. Then sprint, the short term, in fact, and the usable increments. In fact, this is how the agile planning works. And this is a very short at a very broad level to understand. As I told you, that Agile thing is almost 2 days session to understand right from the beginning to end. But here what we are touching is only from the PMI perspective, what some of these concepts are used in some of the knowledge area about the Agile concepts. In fact, you got some idea about these things. I hope Kerry and Anna?
Yeah.
Okay, at a very broad level, of course, as I told you that, just to cover up these things, in fact. So in the PMBOK guide, there are almost about 150 pages are there for the Agile concepts. So when you got time, you can go through that in detail so that, you will understand a little more in detail about these concepts.
How much will be on the exam about this?
It will be less, in fact. You can't say because it's the first time, they're trying that. So I really don't know how many questions will be there, but broadly you understand these 4 principles, 4 values, 12 principles, and those things, and
Okay.
how you apply these concepts in the various knowledge area. That's what you need to remember. In fact, that's important. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. So any questions so far, friends? Let's try.
No.
No. Kerry, you're okay, fine. That's fine.
Yeah, everything's fine.
That's fine. Okay. I got 2 more things to cover up. And in fact, okay, we'll start off with this. One is the knowledge, and this one is, of course, it's most of them. It gets repeated. What we discussed. Appendix. Of course, this I'm taking from a different slides. So the PMP list of knowledge and skills. This is another important things to understand. Most of thing gets repeated here. What you have studied right from all the 10 knowledge area, the process groups, and all those things gets repeated. So in one way, it's going to help you to remember or recollect what we discussed. So I'll go a little slowly so that you can understand, and you can probably recollect what we discussed in the beginning. Is it fine? Okay, that's right. There may not be any pictures to share here. It's more of a theory, but bear with me so that when I try to explain those things. In fact, okay, that's right. So, what are the PMP list of knowledge and skills? If you look at it, the first one is this is a list all the knowledge and skills according to the 2018 PMP examination content. So, from the examination perspective, also. It's important that you know the various knowledge and skills. I hope you know the difference which we discussed on knowledge and skill. Am I right? Kerry and Alan, what is knowledge and what is the skill? In fact, knowledge is what you apply. That application of the knowledge is become a skill part of it. Correct? Am I right? So both are very important. You need to be knowledgeable at the same time. You should have the right skills also. So that you know when to apply that knowledge in a particular environment or in a particular context. So there's knowledge and skills are very important for the success of any project. We also briefly describe the cross-cutting knowledge and skills. Okay, so we'll go one by one slowly so that we can understand a little more detail. In fact. So here given will the list of knowledge and skills from the my PMP exam content outline. So in that context, it's very important you remember all these things. First one is the elements of project charter. Can you recollect what are the key elements of project charter? 1 or 2 examples can you give what a project charter contains? Just one element, can you recollect? Alan,
line of responsibilities.
Okay. Okay. What are the key elements of project charter? Some of the key elements of project charter, just to recollect, it authorizes the project manager to go ahead with the project. That's the first and foremost thing. Okay. And it is actually signed by the project owner or your sponsor, in fact. That is the second element. It has to be signed by the project owner or the sponsor of the project. And it gives a green signal for the project manager to get the required resources. Resources in terms of physical resources, in terms of human resources, financial resources. So it authorizes the project manager to get and acquire those resources. It will have a business case, why this project is taken up, what are the advantages, in fact. So you will have a clear business case of the project. Then the fourth one is, it will have a broad level of scope, how the project is going, what is this project, in fact. So you'll have a broad level of scope. Then you will have the broad level of assumption and constraints. What are the various assumptions and constraints of the project? You will have that. It will also have the broad level of cost, how much it is going to cost, in fact. The rough order estimate, you remember I gave you that formula, rough order of estimate. Can you recollect how much is that rough order of estimate? Definitive budgeting, rough order estimate, you remember? Minus 25 to plus 75%, you remember that? So the broad level of cost it will have. Then it will also have the project, the justification of the project, the measurable project objectives, in fact, how we can measure the project, your high level of requirements, what all you require to do this project, then summary of milestone, in fact, the important, in a home project, summary of milestone, for example, your foundation could be one milestone, erecting the pillars could be another, putting a roof could be another milestone, in fact. In a software development, your designing could be one milestone. Testing could be another milestone. Then when the customer uses, for getting a feedback could be another milestone. So these are the various milestones also mentioned in the project charter. And it also have the authority of surprise authority for, project charter. In fact, who, for example, who has to sign all those things, authority level also will be mentioned. In fact. These are all some of the key elements of the project charter. Hope you are able to recollect now, Alan and Kerry. We discussed about it.
Yes.
Correct. So when you go through that, probably you will understand better. You'll be able to recollect also better. In fact. Then the next one is the estimation tools and techniques. In fact, can you recollect what are the estimation tools and techniques by any chance? We discussed both in schedule and in cost management knowledge areas, estimation tools and techniques. Can you recollect one at least? Can you recollect analogous, parametric, 3-point estimation, PERT estimation, 4 techniques we discussed in cost and schedule management? Analogous is that taking the past history or the past data of the similar project. Parametric is using the mathematical calculation for that. 3-point estimation, optimistic, pessimistic, plus most likely divided by 3. PERT is the program evaluation review technique. PERT is the same 3-point, but you will have 4 times most likely. That is optimistic plus pessimistic plus 4 times most likely divided by 6 here, in fact. These are the 4 estimation tools and techniques which we discussed, in fact. I gave you the example of, let's say, Kerry takes about 15 minutes to reach office. It is an analogous estimation. Mr. Kerry says that, I drove at the speed of 60 miles, so I could reach office in 15 minutes. So that means it will become parametric estimation. Optimistic and pessimistic also are given the example. So please remember, these are the 4 estimation tools and techniques. Was it useful, this explanation, Kerry and Alan?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure when you start reading the material, probably you'll be able to recollect much thing. But let's go through these things, so that, it will easy to recollect some of those things. The next one is we also discussed about the bottom-up estimation, the cost management planning, including project budgeting tools and techniques, in fact. What are the cost management? We discussed historical information, funding limit reconciliation, financing, cost aggression. These are all how you manage, how you plan your cost and plan your budgeting tools and techniques, which we discussed. It is a frequency of monitoring, the contingency reserve, also some of those things in the cost management planning we discussed. Then communication management, communication planning, yesterday we covered. You make a stakeholders analysis first, then you plan communication according to the requirement and needs of the stakeholders. That is the communication planning you do. Human resource planning, that's another very important in the resource management area which we discussed. So how do you plan your human resources? You provide the guidelines to assign the roles and responsibility for your team members. You acquire the team, then you release the team, then set staffing and compliance policies of the enterprises, define skills level required. These are all you require for your human resource planning. First of all, you find out how many people are required, then what skills level are required in fact. Then you fix the roles and responsibility for the people. You remember the RACI matrix, RACI, yesterday we discussed the RAM and RACI metrics, in fact. That is, RACI metrics, I hope you remember, accountable, should be consultant, should be responsible, and you should be informed. In fact, those are the four things. It all comes under part of human resource planning. Am I going fast or am I slow? Is it okay?
Yes, it's fine.
It's fine. It's good. Okay, you're able to answer. Great. Then the procurement planning, we just discussed about 1 or 2 hours back. I hope you remember that. Procurement planning is, it outlines the process to select vendors, basically. You may call them as vendors or suppliers or service providers, and whatever you call them according to your terminology of your organization. Then you award the contracts and monitor and control the procurement related activities. That's what you do in the procurement planning. You also decide about make or buy decisions in procurement, whether internally you can make it or you need to outsource it. That is all comes under part of procurement planning. Then it comes to the quality management planning. Quality management plan, it provides a guideline on how to perform the quality assurance or manage quality using quality auditing, measuring, and authority. For example, quality of deliverables using quality control process. It's also very important in the project perspective, because the quality is ultimately defined, it meets the customer's requirement, customer satisfaction. For that, what all you do in the quality plan, you audit, you manage quality, in fact, and measures the quality of deliverables using quality control process. Then the requirement gathering techniques like planning sessions, brainstorming, and focus groups basically is another very important knowledge area. What all we do, it includes the planning the sessions to decide who should be involved, who will be facilitated and moderator, who will schedule the meeting, all will be part of your planning sessions, in fact. Then it involves the brainstorming techniques to generate ideas. Basically, you collect a lot of ideas from your team members or stakeholders, in fact, the ideas. And also the focus group. Focus groups could be sometimes the subject matter experts, or sometimes, your various team members, your even sometimes your customers also can be part of the focus groups. In fact, this is how you collect the requirements, in fact, from your customers, from your stakeholders, from your team members, and these are all some of the techniques that you use. Then risk management planning, basically yesterday we discussed risk management plan. It provides a guidance for risk management. It identifies the risk, then using different techniques, performing risk analysis, selecting risk response strategies. Yesterday we discussed there are positive risk and there are negative risk, and what are the strategies for the positive risk, what are the strategies for negative risk. All those things will be part of your risk management planning. Then scope deconstruction, WBS scope backlog tools and technique. This we discussed in the scope knowledge area. Here, it includes work breakdown structure. I'm sure WBS, you hope you recollect. Decomposition is another tools and technique that we discussed. You break the scope into smaller components called work packages. It includes the scope backlog, which is a list of all the requirements for an iterative project cycle, which we just discussed in the agile concepts. All the backlogs, in fact, you take that requirement for an iterative project cycle. Then you have got scope management planning. So how do you scope management plan? It provides a guideline how to collect the requirements. It also defines the scope, then decompose the scope into small manageable components, then accept deliverable after validation, control the scope. In fact, this is the scope management planning. Here, one thing to remember, the validation of scope and verification of scope. Which we discussed 2-3 times. Is it possible to recollect what is validation, what is verification? Kerry?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you just, what is verification and what is validation? Now, very important from the examination perspective also. That's the reason I'm just asking that. Okay. Alan or Kerry, one of you can answer that.
It's going to take some review for me.
It takes some review, okay.
Yeah, actually, most of this page, I just have to review to
review it. Okay, fine. Can you recollect by any chance of what is verification, what is validation?
If I recall right, verification is making sure something. It's like making sure something is according to whatever the specifics are, or the.
Okay.
And then
validation.
Validation is more of checking against the specifics. So I need to review it. Yeah.
Yeah. Just from the verification is every object has to meet certain specification, all right? Certain quality standards, certain specification. So in the verification, you are ensuring that those specifications are met. That is verification.
Okay.
Validation is whether those specification meets the customer's expectation.
Yeah.
That is validation, in fact. Okay, you may verify it. It might have met certain specification, but validation is whether those specification meets the customer satisfaction. That is validation.
Yeah.
So that's a difference, because it's a bit tricky thing. Again, from the examination perspective, there might be a question. So I want it to be clear, in fact. Okay, verification is meeting the specification, and validation is whether those specification meets the customer satisfaction, in fact, in a broad way. That is the verification, and this comes under the scope management planning. All will be part of that. Then you have time management planning. Time management is your schedule management. You see, in the PMBOK 5 till 5, here, this time only the PMBOK 6, it has become schedule management. Before that, it was time management. So time management planning, including scheduling tools and techniques. Schedule management, you know that, it describes the estimation techniques for scheduling and effort. The estimations such as critical path. I hope you remember the critical path. It is the longest duration of the path, in fact. So how do you calculate the critical path? It is the longest duration, that is the critical path. And the critical path, usually the float is 0 here, in fact. That means you cannot postpone any activity on the critical path. And if it gets gets delayed or anything, it can change the entire project life cycle. So critical path, that's why it's called critical path. That means your float is 0, in fact. And you remember the relationship, the finish to start, start to finish, and start to. So those are the 4 relationships. Also, I request you to practice and remember it from the examination perspective. Also, that will help you to answer those questions in a fast and clear manner.
So the verification is making sure you meet specifics, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's you are verifying, that you have done the project, for example, and you are verifying whether for a certain specification whether it is meeting those specifications. That means you are verifying that. Validation is that whether a customer those specification meets the customer's satisfaction or customer's requirement.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other doubts on that? Any clarification?
No.
And Skull is the workflow diagramming techniques. Is basically, helps to graphically represent the flow of activity and the dependencies. For example, the flow charts. You remember we discussed about the mandatory dependencies, discretionary dependencies, then finish to start, start to start dependencies. These are all some of the things which we discussed will be part of all your workflow diagramming techniques. It could be a flow chart or the network diagrams. Then continuous improvement process is basically from the quality knowledge area, performed throughout the project by conducting process analysis, removing certain bottlenecks, and identifying any redundancies during the process. So always, it has to be a continuous improvement throughout the project life cycle. Then elements of statement of work, which we just discussed today. It includes the business needs, the product scope description, and the strategic plan. That these are all the part of the statement of elements of statement of work, which is usually given between a buyer and a seller. In fact, when you are trying to acquire some services or the equipments, these are all the part of the elements of statement of work. Then some more knowledge and skills, project budgeting tools and techniques. Again, we discussed the budgeting tools and techniques. It includes your revenue projection model. In fact, it's cost forecasting, then expense budgeting, the cash flow for a given period, your depreciation calculation. In fact, is it a straightforward depreciation or accelerated depreciation? Then your profit and loss maintenance. These are all some of the project budgeting tools and techniques which we discussed in the cost knowledge area. Then quality standard tools. I hope you remember there are 7 quality standard tools. Benny Charles, can you recollect one or two? Alan and Kerry, quality standard tools. Benny Charles, can you recollect? Like control chart. You remember? I gave you the example of burger example. I gave control charts, flow charts, your fishbone diagram or Ishikawa diagram, scatter diagrams, run charts, Pareto charts, the 80-20 ratio charts, then check sheets. These are all the seven quality control tools, which I request you to remember even from the examination perspective, because there could be a question on this. In fact,
right. I remember all of those charts. I'm gonna. This week is dedicated to review, so I can be ready for the test.
Okay, great. Okay, I probably these names probably you may know that once you go through that, I'm sure you'll be able to recollect that. In fact, that's right.
Right.
Yeah. So the measuring quality and making it with the standard. That's all these some quality standard tools. Then we have after that the performance measurement tracking techniques. The EV stands for your earned value. CPMM is the critical path method, which we discussed. Then PERT is the program evaluation review technique. That is a formula. I hope you remember that optimistic, most likely, 4 times most likely plus pessimistic divided by 6. That is the PERT, program evaluation review technique. The another one is a 3-point, that is a triangular distribution. There, you only talk about optimistic, most likely plus pessimistic divided by 3, whereas in PERT, it will be divided by 6 because most likely you are taken 4 times there. Then so it includes your earned value management. It provides the comparison, between the planned and the actual values. That's what you do the performance measurement that helps to predicting the future of the project from time and perspective, in fact. So, because once you do the your earned value management, then you will be able to know how the project is progressing, and you can estimate the cost, you can estimate the schedule based on the performance measure and tracking techniques, in fact. Then the project control limits and tolerance and threshold. It includes like tolerance and threshold that are to be set for every parameter. Let's say tolerance is a limit of deviation can withstand plus or minus 10%. That's the tolerance level. That means if the schedule is, let us say, 30 days is the one for an activity. Now the tolerance level is if the schedule goes by another 3 days plus or minus 10%. Either it can go up to 33 days maximum, or it should be within the 27 days. That is the threshold level you fix it, in fact. Then that is the tolerance level. What is the threshold level? If it goes more than 15%, let's say instead of 10%, 15% is the threshold level you are fixing. That means for a project of 30 days, let us say the activity period, if it goes more than 4.5 days or 4.5 days, then it has reached the threshold level. That means you need to address the process. You need to take some corrective measures, in fact. It's called project control limits like tolerance and threshold. Same thing applicable for the cost also. Let's say, for an activity you have kept a tolerance level, let's say $5,000 is the activity you need to complete. The tolerance level is 10% of that. That means even if it goes up by, let's say, $5,000, 10%, that means, another $50 more, 5,050, that is the tolerance level. Suppose if it goes 15%, that means if it goes up to, let us say, $750, $75, then it has reached the threshold level. So project control limits and tolerance level and threshold level, just an example of that. So risk response techniques, I hope you remember that risk response techniques, positive risk and negative risk, which we discussed. Example, for negative risk, you can transfer it, you can mitigate the risk, you can avoid the risk. In positive risk, you can exploit, you can enhance, and you can share it. These are all some of the techniques for risk response techniques. Then achieving the practices and the archiving the practices and statutes, in fact, is also very important. Once you know that something has really worked well, you archive those practices for your future projects requirement or the future as a guidance, in fact. So it will become your organization process assets, in fact. It will become the OPA, in fact. Compliance is another very important. The compliance is that you need to meet the government regulations. The organization also has got some set of rules and procedures. So any project, you need to the compliance of those requirements. That's very, very important, both statutory as well as the organization, in fact. Then on the archiving practice, and you can also that outline the set of practices based on the organization rules and documents, in fact, which I just explained. The compliance also, I tell both the countries as well as the organization level, you need to follow that. Then the contract closure procurement, which I just explained, it includes a mode of payment deliverables, also could be one of the things. Then acceptance and sign of the procedure and terms and conditions. It is mentioned in the contract. All those things has to be religiously followed before the contract closure procurements happens. And also the administration closure has to done. That means all the claims has to be settled before you close the contract. That also applies for the closeout procedures. So the steps performed either due to the termination, as I told you that the project can be closed either due to termination in between, or it could be due to after achieving the objectives, in fact. So both is said, you need to follow certain closeout procedures. So the final steps, final acceptance, sign off, the contracts have to be closed, then lessons learned has to be documented, Then the archival of the documents, in fact, it will become an organization process asset document. Then the customer satisfaction feedback also you need to get. These are all some of the important procedure for the closeout. Then the feedback techniques, as I explained you that, the feedback has to be face-to-face, it has to be written, it could be in survey, it has to be mutually agreed, in fact, and it has to be always a constructive feedback. It should not be based on the people, it should be only based on the issues. In fact, these are some of the feedback techniques that you follow. Then the project review techniques, it involves the meeting of softwares, your MS project, for example, your earned value management techniques. These are all some of the project review techniques that we follow. Just to carry, just take 2 minutes. How do you review your project success, or what's the feedback techniques you have in your company? Once the project is over, how do you close it, or how do you review that projects?
What I like to do is do a meeting with both the client
Okay.
and kind of go over the stuff that we missed, and stuff that we could have did better, like far as schedule and looking at budgets and things like that, looking at vendors that we selected.
Okay. And all those things you document it, am I right? Either feedback. Yeah, it's a feedback. So document it. That's right. That's how you do that. And some testimonial also sometimes you get how the project went off. In fact, all good things about the project, you get a feedback. So that will become your an important testimonial to get the new projects. Correct. That's right. Alan, you also do the same thing you would have done, I'm sure, in your projects.
Yeah, kind of
similar.
Something like that. Yeah. And a big factor is whether we made money, whether we were on time, and whether the quality was acceptable.
Yeah, that's right. Even your sponsor or your owner also has to satisfy with the whole outcome of the project, because he's the one who is funded for the project, right? That's also important. That's also important, actually. That's right. So you look at from the cost perspective, you look at from the schedule perspective, and you also look at from the scope perspective, whether all those parameters have been met. And above all, you also look at from the quality perspective, whether that the customer has to validate those things. In fact, am I right? Whether he's happy about what he got out of the project. These are all some of the project review techniques that you do. Then transition planning techniques, basically it's designed to the project management plan. Transition can happen at the end of every phase or the deliverable, or at the end of the project also, in fact. So the transition plan defined how, when, where, and what, and in between whom the transition occurs. In fact, is it happening between a company to company, or is it happening between department to department? You look at the transition planning phase techniques, in fact, how they can take it over from the previous thing, in fact. So all those things have been clearly, it should be defined in the project management plan, so that there'll not be any ambiguity at the end of it. It is a part of your project management plan, in fact, PMP, the project management plan. Then analytical skills, the various analytical skills, basically you break down the complex problems, solve them, followed by decision making. To be analyzing, the analytical skill is basically you look at a rational approach, in fact, why it is happening, how it is happening, in fact. So you don't just take the face of it, but you try to analyze the various how it's happening, why it is happening like that. Then that will help you to take a decision. The decision making could be your unanimous decision, or it could be a majority decision, like that. Then benefit analysis techniques, it helps to justify the business case. What did you achieve out of this project, in fact? So you need to make a benefit analysis. Is it a tangible benefit, or is it an intangible benefit, and results in the decision whether to start or continue the project under the consideration. That also it will help. It's usually done at the start of the project, or the initiation, and at the start of the each phase also. That's right. Whether what you are doing is a project, is it going as per the plan, is the requirement from the project is getting achieved. So use all those things, for a benefit analysis techniques. Based on that analysis, you can take a decision whether you want to continue the project or you want to stop the project or you want to terminate the project, in fact. Then strategic management. Strategic management is it requires to achieve the project deliverables as well as they realize the benefits and meet the organization goals. Ultimately, is any project that you undertake, it has to align with the project organization goals, and it has to meet the organization objective, in fact, which is clearly defined in the business case. Am I right? Why this project is taken up, so that is clearly defined there, so that you can go. That is the strategic management. Then change management planning, as I explained many times, that it outlines the procedure to manage the track and document the change request. Basically, change management planning is dealing with your change request. So any change request which comes during the project has to be analyzed from the cost perspective, from the schedule perspective, and also from the scope perspective, because these are all the part of the triple constraints. Why call it triple constraints? Because if scope affects, then it will affect the cost and schedule also. If there is a change in schedule of the project, it will have direct impact on the cost and the scope also. So it's the triple constraint. So change management procedure has to be strictly followed. Any change has to be addressed, these three important things. Then it has to go to the change control board. Only after the approval of the change control board, the change has to be implemented. In fact, this is called all part of the change management planning. Even from the examination perspective, it's very important to understand this procedure, because there could be one or two questions on that. They will give you different scenarios, and you need to select the right answer for that. Then the types of contracts, which we just discussed on the selection criteria. Just to repeat once again, the types of contract is your fixed price contract, cost plus contract, and the time and material contracts. And the selection criteria also, we discussed, in fact, the various types of contracts and the selection criteria based on the need. In fact, selection criteria, for example, if it is for a shorter period for the limited funds, then you can go for time and material contracts. If your scope is very clear, you go for the fixed price contract. If the scope is not very clear, then you go for the cost plus contracts. The risk factors involved is fixed price contract. Always the seller has got the risk. In the cost plus contracts, the buyer has got the risk, because he has no control on the cost, and the time and material, these risk factors are shared. You need to remember this very clearly. So at least, you'll be able to answer these questions in the examination. Then lean efficiency principle. Basically, lean efficiency methodology is reducing lot of waste to improve the efficiency. That means, too much of documentation, too much of paperwork can be removed, so that, the efficiency of the process is improved, and also continuous improvement process is also done. You might ask me, sir, because you keep telling that the project there will be lot and lots of documents has to be generated, because that has to support the project managers, the decision making process. At the same time, wherever is possible, can you reduce those unwanted redundancies or unwanted paperwork, so that the process efficiency also can be improved? That's all part of the lean efficiency principle. Then regulatory and environmental impacts assessment. Here, the regularity is your government industry standard may impact the project outcome. In fact, I gave the example of the menthol in our company, where we wanted to launch in US market. The US FDA was very clear that certain percentage of menthol should not exceed. So we had to rework the entire project and launch it in US market. That's a regulatory and environmental impacts. I was giving an example of the beverage industry in India. where, when you put up a plant, lot of water is consumed for the beverage industry, for the soft drinks. So many states in India, they don't give permission to put up this type of facility, manufacturing facility, because water level gets depleted when the area is suffering for drinking water itself is a shortage. They won't give the permission to put up such plants. In fact, it's called environmental impacts assessment and planning. So the regulatory and environmental impacts assessment planning is also very critical and one of the important knowledge and skills, in fact. Then contract management techniques, contract management, defining the contract, the terms and condition, negotiation with vendor. So all those things will be part of your contract management techniques. In fact, here again, we talk about the negotiation. When we talk about negotiation, it has to be win-win situation always. Then interdependencies among the project elements. It covers how the change in one element can affect the other enterprises. For example, any schedule variance can affect your cost, am I right? And any scope variant changes can affect your both schedule and as well as the cost, in fact. So these are all the interdependencies among the project delivery elements. When one gets affected, it can affect the other area also, in fact. These are all again the knowledge and skills part. Then we have vendor management skills. Vendor management skills is that it involves select the best seller based on the source selection criteria. In fact, we discussed today about the source selection criteria. You look at their reputation, you look at the technical skills, you look at the various other things. You also need to protect your IP, you need to protect your security. All those things is a vendor management techniques. In fact, first you select, you use the source selection criteria, you do the source selection analysis, then you do the vendor management. Then process analysis techniques like Lean, Kanban, and Six Sigma. I did explain about the Lean, in fact, less paperwork, in fact, make the more customer friendly. These are all some of the Lean Sigma. Lean is also, it reduces the waste and any part of the process that does not add value, a customer, those things are eliminated, in fact. I just give an example in our company when we used to work. The paint bomb used to have a glass bottle. It used to be filled up in a glass bottle. And above the glass bottle, there used to be a cartoon, in fact, a paper cartoon also used to be there. Then, we found out that the cartoon used to cost the company an amount. So if you take out the cartoon and make it available only in the bottle, directly the customers can buy, it used to save certain amount to the customer, in fact. So that benefit also we passed on to the customer, in fact. It also, you can call it as a Lean Sigma. That means you are reducing the waste. The cartoon was only just there for display purpose. Then we found out we can straight away keep the bottle and display it and remove the carton. So it is called Lean Sigma or the reducing the waste. In fact, this is an example. The same thing can be applicable in many other industries and products also. The Kanban is actually reducing the idle time. Is the just-in-time concept. JIT, you call it, in fact. You are familiar, I'm sure you must be using this, Kerry, in your projects, the Kanban system, just-in-time concepts.
Yes.
Yeah, you must be, in fact. I think it's a very popular, I'm sure Mr. Allen also you must have used in your projects, in fact, Kanban, just-in-time concepts. Getting the material at the right time when you want, so that you can reduce your inventory. That will save a lot of money to the company. It will also help you to improve the overall project performance. Six Sigma, I told you that, DPMO, that is defects per million opportunities, DPMO. I gave you the example of the tires, in fact, MRF or a Goodyear tire. For 1 million tires, in fact, there can be only 3.5 defects. In fact, that is the Six Sigma, in fact. It is 99.9999%, in fact. So 3 defects per million opportunities or per million of production, in fact. That is a Six Sigma. It is again a process improvement, usually widely used across manufacturing industries, in fact, Six Sigma. In fact, this was first invented by first followed very religiously by the GE company, in fact, General Electrical Company. In fact, they are the one who followed it, and many other industries, many other companies started following. But even today, it is very widely used in manufacturing process, in Six Sigma, in fact. That means your process is so perfect. Just imagine only 3 defects out of 1 million. That means how the process is under control, you can just imagine. In fact, that company, the quality of the products of that company should be on the very, very high side. That is Six Sigma. Then project finance principles, different project selection methods, which we discussed. The present value, the net present value, internal rate of return, all those things I gave you the examples yesterday. How to calculate the net present value, also I gave you the formula. For example, net present value is your present value 1, present value 2. You take for the number of periods minus your initial investment, and you get the net present value, in fact. And the present value, how do you calculate the present value? The future value divided by 1 plus A or N, in fact. The FE stands for future value, or is the rate of interest. That's how you calculate the present value and the future value and the net present values. These are all the project finance principle. It also covers your internal rate of return, your payback period, your cost benefit ratio, all those things which we discussed yesterday. I'm sure once you go through those slides, you'll be able to recollect and you'll be able to understand those concepts and principles very clearly. Then project quality best practices and standards like ISO. Can you just recall what is ISO stands for, Alan and Kerry? We discussed on that. ISO stands for?
International Standard.
International?
Organization Standard.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's International Organization for Standardization or for Standards. In fact, it is not International Standard Organization. No, it is International Organization for Standardization or International Organization for Standards. In fact, because the examination, again, there could be a question. They will give you 4 different options. And one option will be International Organization Standardization, whereas other thing could be Indian Standard Organization or Intimate Standard Organization. Like that, they will try to confuse you. But if you know very clearly, it will help you to answer that question. Then BS stands for British system. You see, in American system, you got in British system, the certain things. Like in America, you call it as a miles. In British, they call it as kilometers. Am I right? You must be familiar with those things. Then in US, for example, you're used to pounds, but the British system say kilograms, kgs, in fact. In India also, we follow most of the British system, in fact, because the Britishers ruled India. So that could be one of the reasons that, we still follow the kilometers, the kilograms, these are all some of the things. And various other standards are also there in British standards. CMMI, have you heard about CMMI, Alan and Kerry?
I've seen it, but not much.
Not much? You heard about it, CMMI?
Yeah, I've seen it, but I haven't heard of it.
Okay. CMMI is a capability maturity model integration. Again, it's for the software industry. The companies are rated in the CMMI. There are 5 levels to that. Level 1, level 2, level 3. The more the capability maturity model integration, in fact. So level 5 are those companies who their capabilities are very, very high, in fact. So again, there is an institute, the Carnegie Institute is the one which actually introduced the CMMI, Capability Maturity Model Integration. It is followed very widely in the software industry. IEEE stands for, I hope, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. That is another practices and standards, mostly very widely used in electrical and electronic industry companies, in fact. It stands for Institute for Electrical and electrical and electronics engineering, IEEE. They also have certain set of standards and best practices which are very widely used in those industries. Just for information. But again, as I told you, it's a part of a knowledge and skills from the project management institute perspective. Then quality validation and verification techniques, which we discussed at length, and I do not want to repeat that again. It is basically a process or performed in according to the expectation and the follow of the best practices. It measures the project output to verify its deliverable and meet the standards. In fact, basically that's what we talk about it. Then the techniques includes your quality audits, your plan process analysis. It could be your problem analysis using the check sheets, then fishbone or scatter diagram, which we discussed in the quality tools, run charts, bar charts, Pareto charts. These are all some of the techniques that you use to find out whether the quality is met or meeting those requirements. In fact, quality validation and verification techniques. Then performance measurement techniques like KPA and key success factors. I'm sure you're familiar with KPIs in your organization. Am I right? You must be having some KPIs, Kerry and Alan. Key performance indicators.
Yes, KPI, yes, sir.
You must be familiar, in fact. I'm right. Because for the project success, you have some key performance indicators. The key performance indicators, for example, key deliverables and the organization benefits, all those things, that you look at those, in fact, the KPIs, in fact. I'm sure, it also very widely used in when you are doing the appraisal system, right? How the person has performed against the KPIs, in fact, key performance indicators. Just to give my own example, in our organization, I used to have a KPI. For example, the market share used to be one KPI, key performance indicator. So they used to, in the beginning of the year, I used to have a KPI that the market share should go up from existing 30% to 34% to our brands. That used to be one of the KPI. Another KPI could be the attrition level in my department. It used to be around 7% those days. So they gave a KPI that you must reduce the people leaving the company in the sales and marketing department. Presently, it is 7%. You should bring it down to 5%. So these are all the key performance indicators where you can measure the performance of an individual also. The same thing applies for the companies also. How much market growth has come, the return on investment, for example. These are all certain measurement, where a company can measure the company's performance and also the individual performance. I think you must be using, Kerry, in your appraisal system, these KPIs, am I right, for your team members?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you must be doing. It's a very widely used concept, in fact. There's one more thing to remember, KPA and metrics. What is the difference between KPA and metrics? Just for information, KPI is at the strategic level. The metrics could be at the tactical level, in fact. That's only the difference between the KPI and the metrics. Then to continue on some more things, and I hope, is it interesting? I hope I'm not boring you on these things. Correct. Is it too much of a theory, friends?
No.
Kerry and no, I'm right.
It's good review.
Yeah, it's right, and absolutely. And knowledge and the active listening, of course, I've explained you very clearly. On the lighter side, for example, why God has given 2 ears and 1 mouth? Because 2 ears God has given us because we need to listen more, am I right? And speak less, correct? But most of the time, we do opposite. We tend to speak more and listen less, correct? That also happens.
Yeah.
So, but in the project environment, we need to keep listening from our stakeholders, our customers, understand that. Listening by understanding, that's very important. There's a lot of difference between hearing and listening. Hearing, when you hear certain things, you don't understand or you don't know the meaning of it. Just for the sake of hearing, you hear. Whereas when you listen it, you understand the context or what they're trying to convey. That you must be, as a project manager, you need to be a good active listener. That's very, very important, in fact. It's also an interpersonal skills, and the project manager needs to have and manage, particularly when you're managing your stakeholders, your customers, and this is very important. Then the brainstorming techniques, which I explained you, the data gathering and generation of idea techniques used to identify probably in your risk analysis or problem areas, or it could be device solutions. So it involves brainstorming, always involves a team members and the subject matter experts. That's where, generate ideas by having a discussion with them. These are brainstorming techniques. Then the change management techniques, which I already explained, is the change control board it has to go through. And with it, that's how you do that. The outcome of these meetings, also the approval rejection of the change. In fact, that's how you do that. Then the communication channels. I hope can you recollect the formula for communication channels by any chance? Is it possible? Yesterday we discussed about the communication. There is a formula to know the number of channels you have.
N-1 times N divided by 2.
Yeah, excellent. Great. Congratulations. That's right. You scored one more. You scored 1 mark out of 200 already. In fact, okay. Out of 200 questions, you have answered it one correctly already, in fact. So that is you can definitely expect a question on this. So is n into n minus bar 2. I think Kerry said he has got a team of 30 people in his company. Am I right, Kerry, you said? So
Yes,
30 into, that's how you calculate 30 into 20, 30 minus 1 is 29. So that becomes 870. So divided by 2, he has got about 435 channels Kerry has got, in fact. Okay. So if you remember that process, it's easy to answer that question, in fact. Great. I really appreciate Daniel for your remembering that formula. Great, in fact. That's good. That's right. Then you have tools and techniques and methods, which I already explained. Some of the tools, for example, it could be your face-to-face, your video conferencing, your teleconferencing, your social media. These are all some of the communication tools and techniques you follow. The methods could be your push communication, your pull communications, which I explained. The pull communication is from the websites, you get the information. Push communication through emails. In fact, these are all the various communication methods you follow. Then conflict resolution techniques, which I explained you, are the problem solving, conflict, the collaborative, forcing, avoiding, smoothing, and compromising. But the best technique in solving the conflicts is always the collaboration or the confrontation. Also, it's called the problem solver. All the 3 names are there. So the conflict resolution, the collaboration will be always win-win situation, in fact. Then the data gathering techniques, again, of course, repetition of the brainstorming, your focus groups, your decision making. These are all some of the data gathering techniques that you follow. The decision making is based on that. It could be anonymous decision, it could be majority decision, or it could be plural decision, or it could be direct, in fact. The plural is when the groups are participated. Let's say that you have to take a decision. You got groups, let's say there are 3 groups. One group from the human resources has got 4 people. One group, let's say from IT department, there have got 3 people, and another supply chain, they've got 3 people. In fact, you have to take a decision. So in this, since the 4 people are represented by your human resources, that is the majority. Whoever has got the maximum number of people in that group, that is the one you need to take into consideration. These are all some of the group decision making techniques that the decision making. Then the facilitation techniques, you can have brainstorming, your conflict resolution, your problem solving, meeting management. These are all some of the facilitation techniques that you follow. Then the information management tools and techniques and methods. The information, for example, of course, each company you have got your own information IT, which I shared. In fact, it could be various things, your ERP system, and so many other things that you have in the present thing. The leadership thing, which we discussed, is basically focusing on the efforts of the group of people towards a common goal. That's what ultimately a leader drives that, the entire team members should drive to a common goal of achieving the organization objective or the project objective. So what skills you require as a leader? You need to have good communication skill. You should be good problem solving skills you should have, and the team management skills. In fact, these are the three important skills as a leader you should have, apart from the various other skills. He should be good in team management. He should have an excellent communication. And the third important thing is he should address the problem and able to solve the problems in time. In fact, these are the three important skills apart from various other skills. Then negotiating and influencing technique and skills. Again, we discussed. Negotiating involves holding a discussion with stakeholders to get the best resources. When you negotiate, particularly in the functional organization, when you have to negotiate for the right skill of people, you should be an excellent negotiator, in fact, because you have to take care of the interest of your project. So your communication, your negotiation skills should be really good, in fact. But at the same time, you need to keep in mind, it has to be a win-win proposition always. Then influencing is a strategy of sharing power and relying on the interpersonal skills to get the stakeholder and team members to buy in towards the common goals. That's why that means you are influencing a factor to achieve the project objective. That is the influencing or the negotiation techniques and skills. Then the presentation tools and techniques, of course, you have the visual aids, you've got a pictorial presentation, you have got dashboards, you've got the videos, these are all the various presentation tools and techniques. I'm sure, Kerry, you must be using a lot of PowerPoint presentation, am I right, in your projects?
Yes.
Yeah. That is the most common MS Soft where the project, I think that's a very common thing, today they present. In fact. Then prioritize and time management. It's basically, time management is the most critical factor. When you talk about the time management, it's not only we respect our time, but we also respect the other person's time, in fact. A common example, suppose you are having a meeting at 10 o'clock. There are 10 people are supposed to attend the meeting. And if one member comes late, that means he will be delaying all the other 10 people's time. That is the time management. So you need to be conscious about it, particularly when you're dealing with your customers, your stakeholders. Keep up the time. That's very important. And also your schedule management, for the projects. Any delay in schedules can affect your project progress. It can affect the cost. So these are all the sort of prioritization, the time management. The project manager should have this basic knowledge and skills. Then problem solving tools and techniques, which we discussed many times. You define the problem, then you analyze the problems, then you work out the various alternative scenarios or alternative solutions, and implement the best solution for that. This is the best way of solving that. It also could be your SWOT analysis, your strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. That also you can do that. Then the problem solving technique could be, there are a fishbone diagram, the root cause analysis, which I explained to you. And the 5 whys, in fact, when it happened, why it happened, what happened, in fact, and who is responsible, where is it's happening. All those 5 whys also, W's, if you address, you'll be able to solve many of these problems, in fact. These are all some of the standard tools and techniques which you can use it according to your project requirement, according to the need, in fact, and the project complexity and those things. Then some of the, it's a long list. I hope you bear with me so that, you understand. We are almost covered right from beginning to end, all the 15 sessions, some of the knowledge and skills are addressed. So it's in one way, it helps you to recap all those things. Then to continue the knowledge and skills, applicable laws and regulations. This is also very important. When you're operating in a particular project environment, what are the local laws which are applicable? What are the various regulations in that country it is applicable? It's also a project manager should be aware of it so that he will not violate or deviate from those laws and regulations. This is also very important. Then the benefit realization, there is a set of process derived to ensure that project deliverables are aligned with the organization strategic objective to create the value, in fact. So the benefit realization, again, it could be a tangible benefit, it could be an intangible benefit. So how do you arrive at the benefits? You do your internal rate of return, your net present value, your payback period. In fact, all those things, you have the metrics. That's how you realize those benefits, in fact, and you can measure those benefits also. Then business acumen. This is very, very important. I hope you remember in the PMI talent triangle, we discussed that the project manager should have basically three. One is leadership, the technical management skills. Apart from that, he should have the strategic business acumen. In fact, these are the three important things in the talent triangle. And I hope you remember the PMI, the very first day we discussed about it. So the project manager individual quickness and aptitude to understand the business solution and choose an appropriate response. That is important skill for a project manager. For example, a business acumen, why it is important? I gave you the example of, let's say that your project is coming out with a car of a $50,000 is the value. So what is the money you can spend on a quality of that project, of that car, could be, let's say 10%, $10,000 you can spend on the quality alone if it is purposable. But suppose you come out with a project of $10,000 is the maximum price you can spend, you can sell, then you cannot spend the same $10,000 or $5,000 on the quality aspect. So you should know the business acumen, that how much it is going to generate profit or how much it is going to generate the value from this project. Based on that, you can plan your cost on the respective knowledge area or in the respective things. In fact, this all comes under the business acumen, and he need to align his project to the organization objective also. That's very, very important. In fact, if there is a mismatch, then you may achieve it, but it may not meet the organization objective. Then the project can become a failure. So it's all the business acumen, some of the example I thought I would. Then the coaching, mentoring, training, and motivational techniques. These are all very, very important aspects for a project manager. As a project manager, as I was explaining yesterday, that he should be a leader and also he should be a manager according to the requirement. In fact, he should coach his team members. That's very important. He can develop, he can mentor the team, give them the proper training and motivational techniques, like, for example, rewards techniques, in fact, appreciation, all these things will be part of the project manager. Then the configuration management, of course, already, which we discussed, how each item is configurable, the acceptance of all those things, interface of the various things. Then customer satisfaction metrics. This is another very important thing in customer satisfaction. How the feedback, the survey you get from the customer. In fact, it could be standards, it could be technical specification, it could be service level agreements. These are all certain customer satisfaction metrics where you can evaluate your success of the project, that how satisfied is the customer. You can do that. Then the delegation techniques, I was sharing with you yesterday that the delegation, you cannot delegate your responsibility and accountability, because every time, a project manager cannot do all the things on his own. So you have to delegate certain things to your team members. But what is important is that you cannot delegate your accountability, because ultimately you are responsible for the project success or failure. So you need to keep that in mind. So what should be delegated? What should be not be delegated? The project manager should be aware of it. He should be conscious about it, in fact. But at the same time, he should develop the skill of delegating so that, he can focus and concentrate on certain priority things. Emotional intelligence, again, which I explained, it's a capability to identify, assess, and manage one's emotion and also that of others, in fact, and as well as the collective emotions of the group, in fact. Emotional intelligence is very important. It's a good interpersonal skills. If you are a master of it, then you can get along with your people well, with your team members well, because any project success is directly proportional to the team management success. In fact, if you are able to handle your team well, then the success rate of your project is also very high. And emotional intelligence is one of the most important knowledge and skill that the project manager should always have that. Then the expert judgment techniques, I explained to you very clearly that expert judgment techniques are the subject matter experts. The project manager cannot be a the project manager, what they say is that he is a jack of all and master of none. You heard about that phrase, Alan and Kerry? Jack of all and master of none. Have I heard that? Yeah. So it's like that. You cannot have, for example, all the knowledge area expertise. There are 10 knowledge area like integration, scope, schedule, cost, risk, quality, in fact, procurement, stakeholder communication, all this knowledge area. A project manager cannot be an expert on all those things. So depending upon the requirement, depending upon the need, on the context, on the complexity of the issues, a project manager can always outsource the subject matter experts. If they are available within the organization, then it's good. If they're not available, you can always hire from outside. So the subject matter experts or the domain experts in that particular knowledge area who have got a lot of experience, the practical experience, and who can share their expertise for your problems or the issues, in fact. Then generational sensitivity and diversity. In the present, I'm sure you will agree that, every projects will have people from different cultures, different ages, different experience level. There might be some team members or stakeholders who are fresh, who are young. There might be some stakeholders or team members who have got a lot of experience, in fact. So how you manage them both, how you, handle these various, the generations together, that is the most important task for the project manager. And he should be good in communication. He should be aware of the cultural differences. Based on that, he will be able to handle that. Then interpersonal skills is basically a long list. Like interpersonal skills, you should have good ability to establish and maintain the relationship. That's basically the interpersonal relations or the skills. It could be your leadership skills. It could be your team building, motivation, communication, influencing, decision making. It could be practical and cultural awareness, the political awareness, the negotiation, trust building, conflict management, coaching. These are all part of the interpersonal skills that you need to remember. Then just a few more. Knowledge management, I explained you that, you need to have both explicit knowledge and the implicit knowledge. The explicit knowledge is easy to document, whereas the implicit knowledge or the tacit knowledge, you call it, that is sometimes difficult to document it, in fact. Knowledge management also, there is one phrase called DIKW. DIKW. D stands for example, data. I stands for information. K stands for knowledge, and W stands for wisdom, in fact. So any data, unless you process it, the data, raw data is of no use. That data has to be converted as to information, and that information should become a knowledge, and that knowledge should be used as a wisdom for the future project. It's a DIKW. That is how you manage your knowledge. So you generate idea, you gather information, you create reports and work performance. These are all the part of your knowledge management. I also gave you the example that pilot landing the aircraft. I hope you remember the difference between the knowledge and skill, the implicit knowledge and the explicit knowledge. Those are all certain things, as a project manager, you need to remember. Then lessons learned management techniques. Basically, lessons learned, in fact, you take it as a repository for the future projects, in fact, and every project, once the project is completed, the lessons learned have to be documented, and it should be part of your organization process assets. Meeting management techniques, I explained that you prepare an agenda, then setting ground rules. dealing with conflicts and other meeting related techniques. These are all the meeting management techniques. I'm sure both of you must be very, very familiar and with all these things in fact. Then you have organization and operational awareness. This is also important. You know, when you're operating in an organization, the situation awareness based on the organization practices and enterprises and environmental factors. I gave you the example of the Tata company in India, which is a 150 years old organization. I gave you that the organization awareness. For example, that company, I hope you remember, they will never do any business related to tobacco and liquor, in fact. That is the culture of the organization. That is the organization. So any project, it is a 150 old organization. They have been in so many franchises. They call it as from salt to software. You name anything, they are there. But except the tobacco business and the liquor business, the company will never do. So suppose a project manager joins, he cannot propose any business or any projects related to these type of, related to this tobacco or the liquor, in fact. It's called the organization and operational awareness is also very important for the project manager. Peer review processes, which I explained to you, that peer review process is that, you know, it's a horizontal thing. In fact, you know, in the same level of people, performed by the people at the same level, expertise, and is a horizontal channel, in fact. So here, you know, you analyze the various things. The risk assessment technique is basically positive risk, the negative risk, then what is the strategy for the positive risk and negative risk, and the probability and impact. Yesterday we discussed about it, the probability, the earned, for example, expected monetary value. How do you calculate? The probability multiplied by the impact, in fact. Please do remember that formula. Of course, then I have sent you in that PowerPoint presentation so that, you know, it's easy to go through that and remember that from the examination perspective also. Then you have a situational awareness, is basically understanding the current trends, practices, in fact, in the cultural skills, the technology changes, all those things, you know, the situational awareness, in what context, in what environment, you know, your project is operating, it's important for the project manager to be aware of it. Then stakeholders management and planning. Today we discussed in length about that. The 5 levels of engagement could be unaware, resistant, neutral, supportive, and leading. So the project managers, the most important aspect is how do you make the unaware stakeholder into, you know, for example, aware of it, then resistant to neutral, neutral to supportive, and supportive to leading, in fact. So that you can do with your constant engagement with the stakeholders. You need to create the trust with the stakeholders, in fact, with good communication skills. These are all some of the techniques which we discussed. Then the team building techniques, of course, you know, you are very, very familiar with that. How do you motivate your team? The rewards and recognition could be another thing. With the constant engaging them could be another thing. These are all some of the team building techniques. And also, I hope you remember that 5 process, that forming, storming, norming, adjoining, performing, and adjoining. In fact, these are the 5 things, the Tuckman's thing. I hope you remember from the examination perspective also. Please try to, you know, memorize this. Forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjoining. These are all some of the team building techniques which we discussed. Then virtual remote team management. Again, you know, virtual team management is the geographically spread team members, and how do you manage them? You should be aware of their cultural differences, the time zone differences is also very important. I gave an example that, you know, suppose you are managing a team in Gulf countries, the Friday they don't work, in fact, Sunday they work. So how do you get the things done on Sunday? How do you get the information? Even within the US itself, there is a time zone difference from your central zone to a eastern zone or to the western zone. You have different time zones, in fact. So when you set up meeting with some stakeholders, let's say from New York to California, there is a 3 hours time difference. So how do you set your meetings? In fact, all those things are very important in your virtual remote team management. Now, Ms. Kerry, have you faced such challenges in your projects by any chance? The time zones, factors, and those things?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Not yet, in fact. Okay. When your project gets expanded, probably in the more and more projects, you may have that problems, in fact. Right. So you need to be aware of those differences. That's important. So, so that concludes the knowledge and skills, in fact. Okay, it's a long list, am I right? I hope you liked it.
It's great.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes.
It is a repetition of many of those things which we discussed, but I thought it's very important to understand some of these cross-cutting knowledges and knowledge and skills very widely used in the project environment, in fact. That's very, okay. Okay, after this, let's go through the quickly some of the formulas that, yesterday I was talking about you. Once again, probably yeah. Any questions so far on this, friends? Kerry and
No.
Not
no,
yet.
great. Not yet, in fact. Okay, fine. I thought we'll just go through quickly some of this formula. Once again, a repetition. I gave the example because from the examination perspective, and also in case if you have any doubts or anything, let me clarify. So there are basically you need to understand what is PV. PV is the percentage of authorized budget assigned to a scheduled work, and earned value EV is the percentage of work performed in terms of budget authorized for the work. So I gave the example of project wall just for repetition, just to understand this. Let's say, in fact, here's a project wall. The scope of the project is 4 walls to be constructed. The schedule is 1 side per week you need to construct. So these are the 4 walls. That means each wall costs around $1,000. So 4 weeks is the period. You are analyzing the project. So BAC is the $4,000. That is the 4 walls. That BAC is the budget at completion. So the actual cost at the end of 3 weeks is $3,000. You are evaluating the project performance at the end of 3 weeks. So this is the data you have. So how do you do that? What are the important things? One is the planned value. It is the percentage of authorized budget assigned to a scheduled work. So here they have done 3 walls, 75% should have been completed. That means $3,000 is the planned value. The earned value is the percentage of work performed in terms of budget authorized for that. In fact, work, that is the actual performed budget. In fact, that is the budget. So that is 50%. That means 2 walls have been completed. So it's a $2,000. Now, the AC is the actual cost incurred. So with this data, CV is the cost variance. What is the formula for that? CV is earned value minus actual cost. This is the formula you have. So here with this practical example, you got $2,000 is was earned value. $3,000 is your planned value. So what is the CV? It is a minus $1,000. Similarly, for SV, schedule variance, SV is earned value minus planned value. So earned value is $2,000, planned value is $3,000, so minus $1,000. So your cost variance is minus $1,000, schedule variance is minus $1,000. CPI, cost performance index, what is the formula? Here it is, you are minusing it here, here you are dividing it. So earned value divided by actual cost will give you the CPI. Earned value divided by the planned value gives the SPI. You need to remember this formula. So in this project, so with this data, the project is behind schedule and above the cost. I thought let me give this illustration so that you can understand these concepts clearly. Now, some of the things which I have sent, I'll just go through that for your benefits. Earned value is the work performed in terms of budget authorized for that work. Planned value is the authorized budget assigned to the scheduled work. This is the planned value. Now, EV is your budget at completion multiplied by the actual performance completion. In fact, this is the formula. That's how you calculate the EV. The PV is that planned percentage multiplied your BAC multiplied by the planned percentage of complete at any given during time. In fact. So you multiply this with the planned percentage, in fact. AC is the actual cost work performed, in fact. AC is also called as ACWP, is the actual cost of the work performed. So SV is the EV minus PV, greater than 0 is good. SPI is EV by PV, greater than 1 is ahead of schedule. CV is EV minus AC, greater than 0 is good. And CPI, EV by AC greater than 1 is under the budget. You need to remember these things. So some more formulas, just to recollect. BAC is the budget at complete. That is the budget amount of the total work, in fact. So BAC is also including, for example, when you say that, sometimes it's including your management reserve also. That is the total budget for the project, in fact. If the cost baseline sometimes does not include that, the management reserve, so it is included only after that, in fact. When you do the estimation at completion, then sometimes, you know, the management reserves are unknown factors. So that has not been the part of the cost baseline. You need to remember that, in fact. Contingency reserve or known unknown factors is the part of the cost baseline. Management reserve is not the part of your cost baseline. EAC is the estimated completion. That is the estimated total cost for the project. ETC is the estimate to complete. That is the expected cost to finish all the remaining work of the project. That is called ETC. Then the VAC is the variance at completion. That is the project budget surplus or deficit at the end of the project. So what is EAC? There are 4 different scenarios that you need to calculate. There is one formula. EAC is actual cost plus bottom up when the initial estimates are flawed. That means the entire estimation has gone for a 6. So you need to calculate right from the beginning. At that time, what you do, you take the actual cost plus you do the bottom up estimating. When the ETC is predicted to be done at the budgeted rate, a typical, then you do the AC plus BAC minus EV. That is actual cost plus budgeted completion minus the earned value. EAC, another formula you need to use when the current is atypical of CPI. If it is going as per the cost performance index, then you use the formula BAC divided by CPI. In fact, yesterday's homework which I have given, you need to use this as one of the formula for that. I hope Kerry and Anil, you have done that. You know, I'm right. I'm sure about it. Then EAC, another formula is your actual cost. If it is going as per both SPI and CPI, you need to use this formula BAC plus, that is the actual cost plus BAC minus EV divided by SPI multiplied by CPI. This is when you take into factor both your SPI and CPI. That's what you need to take in fact. Then estimate to complete your EAC minus AC, that is estimate completion minus AC. This EAC you need to factor depending upon the situation, in fact, which would have given in the question paper. In fact, we are the question. In fact, based on that, you need to select the right formula. Then you can calculate the EAC. VAC is percentage of VAC is VAC divided by BAC multiplied by 100. You get the percentage of VAC. Then TCPI, as I told you that TCPI is nothing but work remaining divided by funds remaining. That is the formula for TCPI. So here there are 2 things. One is if it is going as per the budgeted completion, then you use a formula by budget at completion minus earned value divided by budget at completion minus actual cost. This is as per the BAC value. Suppose if it is not going as per the budgeted completion, if it is going, let us say, as per the EAC, then your formula should be budgeted completion minus earned value divided by earned value at the EAC earned at completion, estimated at completion minus the actual cost. This is the formula you know. Please always remember that TCPI greater than 1 is always bad. That means you are spending more money than the work remaining, in fact. That means lot of work is remaining, but you already spending lot of money, in fact. So TCPI greater than 1 is always bad, in fact. I hope, please do remember these things. Is it clear, Kerry and Alan, these things?
Yeah, it's just going to take.
Okay, okay, great.
Yeah.
It's just a repetition so that, I thought since from the examination perspective, these are all very, very important and so understand this context. So some more thing, the future value and the present value, yesterday I discussed. The future value is the PV divided by 1 plus RN. The R is the rate of interest, N is the number of times, like that. Then NPV, the higher the better. Please do remember this. Internal rate of return is IRR. Higher the better. Benefit cost ratio, BCR. The higher the better. Then payback period, lesser the period, there's nothing but break-even period. Payback period is how you calculate net investment divided by average annual cash flow. That's how you calculate the payback period. The probability distribution, there are 3 formulas. PERT, which I explained you, program evaluation review technique, the normal, the optimistic, most likely multiplied by 4 times, and pessimistic divided by 6. Triangular distribution is the optimistic, most likely plus pessimistic divided by 3. Then your SD, that is standard deviation of activity, is the pessimistic minus optimistic divided by 6. In fact, that's what you need to remember. You have those things, we can practice it. The rough order of estimate is ROM minus 25% to 75%. Then budget at estimation is minus 10% to plus 25%. This is the minus 10% to 25%. Definitive estimates is a minus 5% to 10%. It is as the project is nearer to this is what you do. If you are planning well in advance, for example, you do this estimation, then this is the budget estimation and this is the definitive estimation. The normal distribution, 1 sigma, please do remember this thing, 68.26%, 2 sigma is 95.46, 3 sigma is 99.73, and 6 sigma, this is what I told you, defects per million opportunity, DPMO. So defects per million opportunity is 99.999%. That is, for 1 million opportunity, there could be maximum 3.4 defects, in fact. This is what followed in the manufacturing processes. If a company like Goodyear or Seat tires manufacture 1 million tires, if they are following the 6 sigma process, only 3 tires can be defective in that. In fact, that's what you need to remember. 1 standard deviation is 1 sigma. Please do remember this. 1 standard deviation is 68.26%. Then a few more things, just float, slack. This is where we discuss about the critical path method. I hope you remember in the schedule management. There, in the critical path, the float, slack, total slack, what is the formula? Late start minus early start, or late finish minus early finish, in fact. Every activity, I hope you remember that every activity will have an early start and early finish, late start, late finish. So the formula to calculate the float is your late start minus early start, or late finish minus early start, early finish. So the total slack of the float should be 0 in the critical path. That means you cannot delay any activity in between, so that it will, otherwise it will affect your critical path. The depreciation, straight line depreciation, is asset cost divided by useful life. Double declining balance, is the 2 times asset cost minus accumulated depreciation or useful life. This again, it depends upon your project, your financial arrangements. Your finance manager will be able to help you to how to calculate the depreciation in straight line or the double declining balance, in fact. Then team stages, just a repetition of that. The Tuckman ladder, which we discussed at length today, yesterday, the forming stage, the storming stage, the norming stage, and the performing and the adorning stage. And this is the stage where the team will have the total confidence. They will have the trust of the team members. They communicate well, they mingle well, the team bondage would have been developed. And this is where, they all achieve to the organization or the project objective. This is the stage where, there is a lot of miscommunication. They don't trust each other. So in fact, there will be a lot of issues. In fact, they don't trust the project manager. They don't trust the organization many times. Even though they know the roles and responsibility, they will not be working towards the organization objective. This is the storming stage. The norming stage is they try to, slowly start trusting each other. They will have the confidence in the organization. They will start developing the communications with each team members. But still, the performing stage is the best stage where, they will ultimately achieve the organization objective. Now, it depends upon the project managers, the motivational skills. It depends upon his competence level, how each stage is advanced. In fact, if he's really good, then the gap between each of the stages will be very, very less. But if the project manager is lacking the motivational skills or the leadership skills or the interpersonal skills, then there is every possibility that, each of these stage will have lot period that can affect the overall project performance, in fact. So how effectively a project manager develop those skills and implements those things, it relates to the project success. Then a few other things, strategic consideration may result. This is all called mocktails or the mocktails. The market demand, organization need, customer request, technological advances, legal requirements, social needs. These are all some of the reasons why the project is taken up in an organization. It could be for market demand. It could be organization need also, in fact, to expand the market, the geographical or the product line expansions, in fact. And why, for example, Tesla or Toyota take up the new projects for car manufacturing is basically for the organization need. Every organization has to grow. To grow in the market, in fact, sometimes they need to take up the new projects. Why, let's say Pepsi and Coke, they have got different variants. Initially when Coke was launched or Pepsi was launched, there used to be only one brand. But today you got Diet Coke, you got Zero Coke, you got so many, like calories Coke, and like the different Cokes you have is basically because of the organization need. One, to face the competition, and also second thing is to grow within the organization, in fact. The market demand also, they might find out in a particular thing, the market might be requiring. That could be another reason why you take up the projects. The third one could be customer request. And, for example, the toothbrushes, today you take Colgate or Oral-B, there are 10 to 15 variants of toothbrushes. I'm sure you, can you recollect, Alan? You got a soft brush, you got a hard toothbrushes, one for the gums, one for the front teeth, one for the back tooth. Am I right? There are different variants of toothbrushes.
Yeah.
Why the company introduced? Because they did a research also. That is, the customers wanted that I want a toothbrush, which can my gums or brushed, in fact. So a customer wanted, it should reach my back tooth. In fact, I want a toothbrush like that. So each company, the company do that research. They understand the customer's requirement. So they understand the customer's request and they develop a product accordingly, in fact. Even the car, why some of the companies in India, the nano car came to an Indian market. It's a low budget car. In fact, it costed only 2 lakh Indian rupees. So why they came out with that car in the Tata? Because many of the customers, they requested that we need a low budget car, in fact. So a family of 2 or 3 people can go in a car. And those are the people who wanted to upgrade from 2-wheelers to 4-wheelers, in fact. So they came out, Tata understood this need of the customers. In fact, they thought there is a lot of potential. They did a market research and they introduced a low budget car, in fact, the 2 lakh car, in fact, the starting point. This is how the customers' requests are taken into consideration after doing the market research. They try to introduce those products. And technological advances, in fact, when the technology develops, in fact, to meet that, you come out. The legal requirements sometimes, also can be a project, which the classic example which I gave you when we wanted to launch a brand in US market. There's a legal or the statutory requirement. So we had to revise, and it was a new project altogether for us to develop a new formula for the brand. Then the social need, sometimes, in order to meet the social request, in fact, social need, also, you develop a project. So these are all the reasons why you have a project in the organization, why you come out with a project. It is called mocktails. In fact, there's a standard. Is a M stands for market demand, O for organization. In fact, C stands for customer request, technological advancement, legal, and social need. So if you remember this MOCTLs, then you know the various things, by the project. Then the expected monetary value, we discussed the risk management yesterday. EME, you calculate impact multiplied by the probability. In fact, please do remember this formula. It's very important, so that the quantitative analysis, the risk management, there are various processes in risk management. First you identify the risk, then you estimate the risk, then you do the qualitative analysis, then you do the quantitative analysis, then you have complement the risk response strategy, then you implement the risk. So these are all some of the processes in the risk management. So this is one of the important things to remember: impact multiplied by the probability. Then the communication channels, Mr. Allen and Kerry, you remember this formula very well. I really appreciate that. So it's n multiplied by n minus 1 divided by 2. Then the types of powers of project manager, we discussed yesterday. You got a legitimate power, you got a reward power, you got an expert power, you got a referent power, you have a cohesive or the punishment power. These are all the various powers. But what should be used by the project manager? It should be either expert power or the reward power. These are the best powers, the project manager should use it, so that, that the legitimate or your cohesive your punishment power should be the least one that you should use it in your project management. Please do remember that. Then motivational theories, you remember Hertzberg, yesterday I discussed hygiene factor and the motivational factors. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, physiological needs, safety needs, social needs, esteems, in fact, then self-actualization. These are the 5 Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Yesterday we discussed, in fact, I hope you remember. Then McGraw-Hill's theory of X and Y. X is the certain project manager. Manager will follow this X theory, that is micromanaging. That means they don't trust the team members. These managers, they think that, if you do not supervise them, they don't work, in fact. So that is the theory of X, micromanaging. Then another set of managers, they believe the theory of Y. That means, they got total trust on the team members. They feel that they need not be supervised. They need not be micromanaged. They will work according to their requirements. So according to the need of the organization or the project requirement, it's called the McGraw-Hill's theory of X and Y. I request you to memorize these things, in fact, so that, definitely there will be a question or two, so that, you can easily answer this. These are all the organization and some of the motivational theory. You've heard about the students syndrome, I hope. Work is done at the last moment before deadline. Am I right? This is the students syndrome, which many of the team members also sometimes they do follow that, in fact. Only they will wait till the last minute, then they will take up that task to complete the work, in fact. It's called student syndrome. Then I explained you about the Peter principle or the halo effect. I did explain, I think, today, and the halo effect is just because you are very good in one particular area, that doesn't mean that, you will be good in another area also. A classic example, let's say you are an IT specialist. Somebody is an IT specialist and he's doing an excellent job. Just because he's a good in IT, suppose he's posted as, let us say, a financial head, or let's say he's posted as a human resource head. What happens? Can you be same effectiveness? Can you show there also? So that is called halo effect, in fact. That means just because you are good in one discipline, it doesn't mean that you can be good in other discipline also. It's called halo effect. Then Murphy's Law, of course, both of you are very familiar with this. Anything can go wrong and it will go wrong, in fact. It has to go wrong, it will go wrong. Like, for example, Mr. Allen's computer, it had to go wrong, so it went wrong. Am I right? Sometimes the crashing happened. So it's like that. Somewhere, something, it is beyond your control. These, correct? Am I right? Do you agree? Alan and Kerry?
Yes.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Then the few important things on the conflicts on projects, again a repetition, the schedule priorities, the scarce resources, your personal work styles, your expertise and experience level, where there is a clash between experience and expertise, and the communication issues. These are all some of the important reasons why you will have conflicts in the project. But according to PMI, the number one conflict is always the schedule priorities, in fact. When the schedule priority changes, there is bound to be a lot of the conflicts among the team members, in fact. So how do we handle these conflicts? There are some techniques, for example, withdraw, avoid, compromise, smoothing or accommodate, collaborate and confront, or problem solving or force. All three are together: collaborating, confrontation and problem solving. Here, if you look at it, the collaborating is always a win-win situation. Compromising, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It's always a lose-lose proposal. Accommodating, sometimes you lose and sometimes you win. Competing, again, it is a combination. But avoiding, no winners, no losers also, in fact. These are all some of the tactics in the conflict management style, which I'm sure by this time you are very familiar. Again, a repetition of 7 basic quality tools: check sheets, histograms, flowchart, Pareto charts, scatter diagram, control charts, and Ishikawa diagrams, or a fishbone. These are the 2 names. It's also called as the root cause analysis. So there are 3 names are here. One is the root cause, fishbone analysis, Ishikawa diagrams, checklist, histograms, flowchart. Of course, this is a Pareto chart is your 80-20 ratio. That means the 20% of the reasons causes, for example, or causes the 80% of the problems, in fact. This is how the Pareto chart, you prepare that, in fact, so you know that which are the one that you need to address on priority basis, which are the one which is causing lot of problems. 80% of the problems, if you address those 20% of the issues, you can solve 80% of the problems. The checklist, again, these are all some of the tools that you mentioned. There is one more thing, McKinsey 7S hard elements. 7S, here there are some hard elements and there are some soft elements. All put together, it will become McKinsey 7Ss is called. Hard elements is your project strategy, your organization structure. The structure is what structure your organization. Is it a metrics organization? Is it a projectized organization? Is it a weak matrix, strong matrix? All those things, is a part of the hard elements. Systems, what systems you are following, your human resource system, your IT systems, each will have various systems within the organization. Then the soft value elements like shared value. The organization value should be always shared with all the team members and all the stakeholders. You should have the proper and right skills. It's the style depends upon the leadership style and your staff, how will you manage with your staff, the interpersonal skills, in fact, the trust and confidence they have over the project and the organization. These are called the McKinsey 7 S's, in fact. Just again, from the examination perspective, you need to just remember, they might ask you that, what are the, which is the McKinsey soft element, in fact. So they will give you some of these options. So you need to select one of these which is mentioned there, in fact. So I just request you to memorize those things. Then just this is another project management plan and the project documents. These are all the various project management plan. You have scope management, you've got recruitment management plan, all the knowledge area management plans you have. Then you have the 3 important baselines: scope baseline, cost baseline, and schedule baseline. Then you also have the performance measurement baseline, the project life cycle description, whether it's a predictive life cycle, adaptive life cycle, you will have those description also. Then your development approach, what methodology you are following. These are all some of the part of the project management plan. Then there are 33 project documents are there. All documents need not be part of your all the process. Depending upon the which process, those project documents can be used, in fact. Because this is the complete list. There could be some more also, but in the project management, in the PMI, these are all the important project documents, and all these project document templates are available. I given you the web link. I given the thing, projectmanagementdocuments.com. I hope you made a note. So anytime you can download any of these templates, and according to your project requirement, you can customize it, in fact. So that will be an important tool for your projects, in fact. You can download any of those templates is available. Is it clear, Kerry and Alan? That's right. I hope this is useful information, right? Then, okay, that I need not touch about it. These are all things which I've already covered. So that actually, completes the slides which I thought I wanted to share. The important slides, I thought that I wanted to share it.
These were good.
I hope it was useful to you and Kerry and Alan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. It is just a summing up of all the important points which I have discussed in the last 4 sessions, in fact. Most of things I'm just summing up so that if you go through these slides and if you memorize some of this formula, out of 200 questions, you can score at least 20 to 22 questions correctly, in fact. So that's a tip I thought I wanted to give you that. That's right. So there are many questions will be based on from some of these concepts. That's right. Any questions, Kerry and Alan?
No.
No, that's right, in fact. So we are almost coming to the end. I think I have covered all the points. Only one thing probably you can go through in the PMBOK guide, that, the code of ethics and other things. Probably 1 or 2 questions might be there also. There is a chapter on that. You can just go through those things also when you read that book. That will also help you to understand the code of ethics and those things. Even in PMI website also it is available, in fact. Another thing which I wanted to share with you, the examination tip. Again, I'm repeating that. Go through this content 3 or 4 times, these slides. The formulas, try to memorize it. Then go through that your PMBOK guide at least twice. I would request you. Yeah. Then mock session. The maximum number of mock tests you attempt, that will help you. That will create a lot of confidence in you. And any mistake, suppose you do, in fact, you will get the answer immediately. And so that next time when you attempt similar questions, that you will not do that mistake. In fact, that is a tip I thought I wanted to give you on that. Then one more thing, don't get confused with too much of content, too much of information available in the net. But you focus on what you want to do. You have the clarity. That's very, very important, actually, in fact. And one more thing, as I was telling you, that PM challenge, that will be a pretty useful thing for you to do for the face examination. Okay, great. Any questions, any clarifications on any knowledge area or any subjects, so that I'll be happy to address those things. In fact.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. I hope these slides are very comfortable, am I right? It's all very well designed, easy to understand all these things, in fact. And at the end of each knowledge area, we have purposely, there are some questions and answers. So just an idea for you to how those questions will be there in each of the knowledge area. So that when you do the mock test, those things, it will be very handy for you to answer those questions. So great. So when are you planning to take the exam, Kerry and Alan?
I'm thinking about 3 weeks from now.
3 weeks. Oh, that's great. Yeah, 3 weeks into
that's about what I'm thinking too.
Yeah, very good. Great. In fact, I think you should have the deadline. That's very important. But one request is, before you take it up, ensure that you score at least 80% in your mock testing. That's very, very important. Okay. Only when you score 75 to 80%, then only you should attempt to take the examination. That's my request. Okay. Keep that as a one of the important add stick before you take the examination. You already paid for the PMM, right? You already paid for that as well. You're both of your members now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you are paid for the examination fee also? Have you paid? Not yet, isn't it?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. So that process, I hope you know how to. You have to download the PMI application. You keep your project's details ready. That's very important. Your 4,500 hours or 7,500 hours, based on you keep those details ready. So in the application form, you need to fill up those details. That's very important. And as I told you that each project you should have experience in all the 5 process groups. Suppose you have done 4 projects. Let's say, in fact, in one project, you might have not done the closing process group. It's fine. But all the projects, that you have done, at least in one project, you should have done all the 5 process groups. That's important. Initiating, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and closing, in fact. So there, when you have to mention in each process group, how many hours you have spent on a particular project, you need to mention the number of hours, in fact. And you add up all your projects put together, that should total it up to 4,500 hours or 7,500 hours. You need to remember that. That's very, very important. And your project experience should be within the last 8 years. It cannot be earlier than that. So please ensure that you mention your project details in the last 8 years. Is it clear? That the point is clear from the application form filling it up?
Yes.
Okay, great. And once you pay this examination fee, you have got 1 year time to take up the examination. That means, let's say that in the month of July, you are paying the examination fee. You can take up the examination before July 2020. In fact, that is the time frame you have. The maximum number of attempts you can do for that particular this year, it could be 3 times, in fact. Okay, that's the maximum, in fact. These are all some of the important tips I thought I wanted to share with you, so that will help you.
They're changing the test in December, aren't they?
Yeah, that's probably there might be some changes in the month of December, but still that total information has not come. So I knew before that you'll be taking the examination. If there is any update, it will be in the Ismart website. They will update that information so that you can always access that information and get it also. If there are any changes in the examinations, syllables, or the procedures or anything. That's right. Ismart will keep updating all that information on the website. So just one more information. How many hours you are planning to study for the exam? Can I ask you that question if you don't mind? How many hours you can spare every day for the exam?
At least for the next 3 weeks, at least 2 hours a day.
2 hours a day? Okay, that's fine. In that 2 hours a day, spend at least 15 minutes on the formulas alone. In fact, you keep writing those formulas so that, in 3 weeks time, at the end of 3 weeks, Mr. Kerry, that you should be able to write all these formula within 5 or 6 minutes. That should be the target you should keep in mind, in fact. Without looking it, you should be able to write this formula with all these formula in about 5 or 6 minutes maximum, in fact. That should be the target. So that, when you go to the examination, as I told you, the first thing what you do is that take a piece of paper. They will provide you a paper and a pen. You write down all these formulas and keep it in front of you. So that, when the question comes, the mathematical based question comes, we don't know when it will come. It could be a first question, or it could be a 10th question. It could be a 20th question. So it's easy for you to answer those questions, in fact, if you have the formula in front of you. Correct? Am I right? That's right. That's an important thing. Okay. And in the examination center, they will also provide you a calculator if you want. They will give you that. The maximum time for the examination is 4 hours. So in case you want to take 5 minutes break for nature call, you want to go to the restroom, but that 5 minutes also will be included in that. So keep that factor in mind. Okay, so the maximum time is 4 hours, and you cannot carry your mobile or anything. You have to just carry your ID card. One is a passport or any other government ID. That only you'll be allowed to carry inside. In fact, otherwise, they'll provide you a locker. You can keep your personal things in the locker, and you can go inside the thing. Have you gone to such centers anytime for the examination centers? Both of you?
Have I done what? I'm sorry.
This type of centers, examinations like is called a Prometric Center, and now they are working also on the other things. This is how a typical center will be there. In fact, you cannot carry anything else. There will be a lot of security, except your ID card. You cannot carry anything else. Just remember that point. That's right.
Yeah, for my builder's test, my builder's license test, and my realtor test.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, your license or your passport, or you can just carry that ID with your photograph. That's what they look for. That is. So great. Then we are coming. It was a great pleasure for me to interact with Mr. Kerry and Mr. Alan. From bottom of my heart, I wish you all the very best in your examination, PMP certification, and also in your career, in your profession. In fact, that's also important. I want you to grow in your career. You should take up new positions. You should handle more and more projects in your life. And I pray that both of you should be highly successful in whatever field you chose. In fact, that's my humble prayer to the Almighty God. And I wish you all the very best, all the luck, in fact, for both of you. In fact, right.
Thank you.
Yeah,
and we appreciate your effort and your time in presenting this class. Thank you very much.
I hope it was audible, and there is a lot of clarity, in fact, in my presentations or in my communication. I hope there is no confusion or anything about that. The audio was clear, right?
No, that was fine. Everything was fine.
Everything fine, is right? Yeah, that's right. Anything else you would like to say, Ms. Carey? Any feedback you want to give?
No, class definitely helped clear up a lot of stuff. So I think with the material that we have, we should be more than prepared to, once we study it.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah, that's right. Knock it out the first time.
Yeah, that's good. In fact, 3 weeks is an excellent time frame both of you have kept. So I'm sure 2 to 3 hours per day of focused and concentrated study should really help you to do that, in fact. But that's only my request. Again, you try to score in the mock test at least 80% continuously. That will give a lot of confidence, and that you should keep that as an yardstick. And in case if you score anything less than 80%, then accordingly you schedule your exam accordingly. Okay. That's right. Because first attempt, I want both of you to pass in the very first attempt, in fact. That's very important. Because whomever I have taught, they've all confirmed, they all told me that they were able to pass this examination in the first attempt. So I want that success rate to be high in this, right? Okay. It's like that. That's great. So you can give a feedback about anything else to Ismart thing. And anytime, we are willing to help you. It's not just today's session. In fact, anytime, any request, any help, we're always there. In fact, the Ismart, as I told you, they're very, very professional people. And we want the success. Okay, that's right. That's right. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you, Kelly. Bye. 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 Bye.